Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Transmigrated to the Hidden Leaf. Shino slowly opened his eyes, blinking in confusion. Where am I? He muttered to himself. As he looked around, he realized he was in a classroom, one filled with children. However, something felt different, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Suddenly, the memories hit him. He had transmigrated? More precisely, he had transmigrated to the Naruto world. Shino couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of all the worlds he could have ended up in, why did it have to be Naruto's? And to make matters worse, he was now playing the role of Shino, the most overlooked and ignored character in the entire series. He looked around the room and saw the familiar faces in the midst of his many side character classmates. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. They were all just as he remembered them in the anime. Naruto was still loud and brash, Sasuke was still aloof and focused, and Sakura was still pining after Sasuke. Ino was still Sakura's best friend and rival, and Hinata was still shy and timid. As the class began, Shino took out his notebook and started taking notes on the history of the Leaf Village. He watched as Naruto squirmed in his seat, clearly bored with the lesson. Sasuke was silent and focused. Ino and Sakura were chatting quietly, while Hinata was gazing at Naruto with a faint blush on her cheeks. Shikamaru was slouching in his seat, his eyes half closed, and Choji was munching on a bag of chips. Meanwhile, Kiba is playing with Akamaru. Suddenly, Shino felt a strange sensation in his mind. He closed his eyes and focused, and a strange voice spoke to him. Welcome, Shino. I am the Zerg Dominator system, a powerful entity that has chosen you as its host. With my power, you will be able to achieve great things in this world. Shino's eyes widened in amazement. This was his golden finger. The Zerg Dominator system. What kind of power do you possess? He asked. I possess the power to dominate and evolve insects. With my power, you will be able to spawn and control the insects you desire. You will be able to communicate with them and use their abilities to your advantage. But be warned, my power comes with a price. Overuse without sufficient biomass will overdraft the host's life force and potentially lead to death. The system comes with an initial transformation of the host's body. Begin transformation? Shino paused for a moment, considering the information he had on hand. The Aburame clan is a prominent ninja clan in the world of Naruto. They are known for their unique abilities and strange appearance. Members of the Aburame clan are distinguished by the insect-like creatures that live inside their bodies. These insects are typically kept hidden by the clan members' clothing, but they can be summoned and controlled to aid in battle. Even if he transmigrated into a normal unknown side character, he knew that with the Zerg Dominator's power, he could become a formidable force in the Naruto world. Now, he got the perfect start of Bug Clan plus Bug System. His rise was inevitable. Ahem, maybe he shouldn't claim this because this line was reserved for villains that end up kicking the bucket. He had a good start, but he knew that he had to be careful not to draw attention to himself or alter the course of events too much. At least not until he had enough strength to withstand the consequences. However, Shino knew he still had to gain strength fast. Although he had a good start, the timing of his transmigration didn't give him too much time to grow. According to his memories, the graduation exams are actually coming up. He will only have 6 months before the first big event happens. Very well, he said finally before asking the system. Does the transformation cause any noticeable signs or bring immense pain? Detecting. Host's body is already adapted for the survival of Zerg. Only minor transformation is required to mutate the host's bloodline with the powers of the Overmind and the genes of the bugs, optimizing the host's control over them and allowing the birth of Zerg larvae. Transformation can be completed within moments and will not cause any disturbance externally. With the explanation of the system, Shino took a glance around the classroom. Although the crawling bugs inside his body made him feel a bit uncomfortable, but the benefits of transmigrating as Shino is not as bad as others would think. For example, having a low presence in a ninja world is probably one of the most powerful cheats in itself. As expected, he noticed that no one was paying attention to him. Better here where the vigilance is low than when I go home where there are other bug controllers that can detect changes in my bugs. Confirm transformation. As Shino's eyes fluttered open, a jolt of energy coursed through his body. A sense of rejuvenation washed over him, as if his very being had undergone a transformation. The insects within him stirred, buzzing with a new vitality that Shino could not yet comprehend. But he knew one thing for certain, his connection with his bugs had never felt stronger. Gone was the discomfort he had previously felt with the constant crawling and wriggling of the bugs inside him. Now, they lay dormant and obedient at a mere thought from their master. Shino sensed their presence, a thrumming energy just below the surface, waiting for his command. He knew that his ability to control and manipulate these insects would prove invaluable in the trials to come, and he was ready to embrace his role as a master of the bugs. He quickly made a mental note to test out his new abilities when the opportunity arose. The class continued, and Shino listened attentively as Iruka talked about the history of the Leaf Village and mentioning the upcoming graduation exam. He watched his classmates, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses, and formulating plans in his mind. As you all know, the Leaf Village has a rich history that spans over generations, passing down many important principles to future generations, the most important being the Will of Fire. Iruka lectured, flipping through pages of his textbook. And as young Shinobi, it's important to understand and appreciate the Will of Fire. It's a belief that has been passed down for generations. It's the idea that as Shinobi, we are not just fighting for ourselves, but for the entire village. We put our lives on the line to protect our loved ones and ensure the prosperity of our home. It's a duty that we must take seriously, and one that we should be proud to uphold. Shino sat in his seat, outwardly listening intently to Iruka's lecture while inwardly letting the brainwashing flow in one ear and out the other. Oh, the Will of Fire, how noble and ironic. It's like they're trying to brainwash us into being loyal drones or something. Just like Zergs. The village comes first, the village comes first. Yeah, right. With all the knowledge of the crooked upper beams of the village, I really can't blindly follow this outdated ideology that actually sends children to the battlefield. I'd rather have the will of food like Choji or the will of napping like Shikamaru, thank you very much. Shino watched his classmates with a critical eye, silently assessing their abilities and strengths. They're all potential allies or threats to my domination, he thought to himself, depending on how I handle them. Iruka continued. And with the graduation exam fast approaching, it's essential that you all showcase your abilities and prove yourselves as capable ninja Naruto. Are you listening? You as Iruka angrily showed his love and care towards the poor orange jumpsuit bloke once more. Shino made a mental note to prepare for the exam and demonstrate his own abilities, but he remained outwardly composed, giving away nothing to his classmates. Being a teacher is great and all, but with the power of the Dominator, he knew that he could make a difference in this world and be much more. But he also knew that he had to be careful not to disrupt the overall course of events until he was ready, lest he lost his future knowledge advantage. The original Shino did not have a major impact on the overall plot, but with him here, that will definitely change. Any move he makes as the new Shino can cause a butterfly effect. He would have to bide his time, wait for the right moment to make his move. As the class ended and the students filed out, Shino stood up and stretched. He felt a sense of excitement and anticipation, knowing that he had a powerful new tool at his disposal. He smiled to himself and walked out of the classroom, ready to begin his new life. There is a world of ninjas waiting for him to conquer. Chapter 2, Zerg Dominator System. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and Shino quickly gathered his belongings and made his way out of the classroom. He weaved through the crowds of students, trying to blend in and not draw attention to himself. Not that he needed to, because it seemed no one bothered paying attention to him. Even his friends didn't notice him disappearing earlier than usual. Oh wait, Shino didn't have friends. Seriously, even the hated nine-tailed fox Naruto hung out with Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji. Only poor Shino the introvert didn't have any friends. But this is a good thing, I suppose. At least the smart Shikamaru won't accidentally discover that I had changed since he doesn't know me well, Shino comforted himself as he silently left the school. As he walked through the village, he marveled at the sights and sounds around him. Ninja were mixed in with villagers, while some occasionally passed by on the rooftops. Merchants were selling their wares in the marketplace, while shops and stalls lined the streets, some with tempting smells wafting out. Children were playing in the streets, and the whole village seemed to hum with activity. As he strolled through the village, he overheard a conversation between two villagers. "Did you hear about the recent attack on the village?" one asked. "Yeah, I heard it was a group of rogue ninja who attacked during the night. Fortunately, we have Lord Hokage and the Anbu," the other replied. Shino felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to their conversation. He knew that danger lurked in this world, and he had to be careful. The anime only portrayed exciting battles and important events. However, this was a real world, not an anime. In a ninja world, there will definitely be small ninjas battles hidden in the dark every day, with ninja villages trying to infiltrate each other and rogue ninjas running amok. Although these small details were not shown in the anime, it is clear that the prosperous village is not as safe as it seemed on the surface, especially since its political strength had been waning for years thanks to a certain old man that likes to hide in the dark. When his thoughts reached this point, a faint figure and name was triggered in Shino's memory. Trone. Shino frowned. This wasn't his memory, but the emotions were affecting him a bit. This wasn't good, but it was acceptable as a minor cost of transmigration. However, it will certainly be something he would try to mitigate in the future. Hey, Zergs are known for destruction, and now it seems there is another reason for my Zergs to take root in this world. Eventually, he made his way back to the Aburame house, his home. The house was a modest structure made of wood and stone. Inside, it was sparse and utilitarian. The walls were lined with shelves that held various jars and containers filled with bugs. It was quiet inside, and Shino could hear the faint hum of his Zerg Dominator system calling to him. He made his way to his room and closed the door behind him. As he sat on his bed, he closed his eyes and focused on his Zerg Dominator system. Welcome back, Shino. How may I assist you? I want to know more about the Zerg system, Shino replied. Of course. The Zerg system is a complex network of biomass and gene collection that allows you to enhance your physical abilities, create life, and gain new powers. With enough biomass and gene collection, you can evolve existing Zergs and even create new Zerg creatures to do your bidding. Biomass can be gained by letting Zergs consume organic matters, Shino grunted in acknowledgement before he asked, let's not indulge on the future possibilities that is clearly out of reach and focus more on my present abilities. Can you show me my details at the moment? Following Shino's command, a basic status screen showed up in his mind. Host abilities, Taijutsu, Basic, Shuriken Jutsu, Basic, Absolute Zerg Control, Zerg Communication, Hatchery, Ninjutsu, Transformation Jutsu, Body Replacement Jutsu, Chakra Sensing Jutsu, Biomass, 0.0, Gene Bank, Parasitic Insects, Drone, General Abilities, Biomass Conversion, Organic, Information Storage, Parasitic Insects, Flight, Chakra Consumption, Chakra Transfer, Insect Replica, Cage, Dome Barrier, Track Chakra Signatures, Track Senses, Drone, Build and Repair, Unlocked, Zerg Structures, Gather Resources, Burra, Biomass Storage, 10, not many varieties at the moment. I'm sure there are more variations of Aburame insects. My father may teach me more about them in the coming months. I will probably unlock even more varieties by acquiring new strains of genes. Observing the details of his new abilities, Shino quickly summarized them. Currently, it seems the only change that the Zerg system gave me was absolute Zerg control, a biomass storage, and a gene bank with a basic Zerg unit. Not quite sure how it works, but my body has transformed into a veritable Zerg nest, allowing me to breed my army of Zergs without a Zerg structure. Additionally, all my bugs can now convert organic matters into biomass to fuel our evolution. I can probably do so as well since I have the abilities of a hatchery. Shino was fascinated by this information, and he spent hours delving deeper into the workings of the Zerg system. He learned about the different ways of biomass and gene collection, and how they could be used to create powerful Zerg creatures. Of course, the premise of all of this was sufficient biomass. Although he could breed more Aburame clan insects with Chakra, creating completely new Zergs require biomass. Chakra can't fill this cost unless he discovers a way to convert Chakra to biomass one day. Normal food can provide me with biomass, but not much. It seems that I will have to find a way to get some creatures like animals to feed my Zergs to gain some biomass and genes. As for genes, perhaps, I will also have collect some corpses, maybe even humans. According to the system, normal humans and animals may not provide the genes necessary to upgrade my Chakra bugs. Although he was a bit unsettled with the idea of consuming corpses, Shino knew that this was a necessity sooner or later. If he wants to be a Zerg Dominator, he will have to make use of all resources available, including humanity. Fortunately, I can let the bugs do the eating. Still, I need to find a way to gather some gene strands that will unlock a Zerg that can convert non-organic matter and Chakra into biomass. Even if there are lots of deaths in the ninja world, getting his hands on a corpse can be a difficult task. He can't just go slaughtering a normal villager unless he wants Anbu or Root hunting him down. As for ninja corpses of other villages, that will be extremely difficult unless he has enough strength. After all, ninja corpses are very valuable to ninja villages and will never be left out for him to harvest. He can only acquire them by slaying enemies himself. As Shino sat in his room, deep in thought about the Zerg system, he heard the front door open and his father's footsteps in the hallway. Shino, I'm home, his father called out. Shino stood up and walked to the door of his room. Welcome home, father, he said, bowing respectfully just like in his memories. His father, Shibuya Aburame, is a tall and slender man with sharp features and dark spiky hair. He has a serious and reserved demeanor, but also exudes a sense of wisdom and experience. Similar to his own outfit, his father wore the traditional Iburim attire, which consists of a long-sleeved light-colored jacket with a high collar that partially covered his face. An Iburim clan symbol was emblazoned on the back of this outfit. There were matching black pants and the iconic dark glasses that obscures the eyes. A gourd was carried on his back, which holds excess kikaiku, small flight-capable beetles. Shino was very respectful towards his father. After all, his father was one of the few people who won't arbitrarily forget his existence. The other few were naturally his mother and, unfortunately, an old man in the dark. "Did you have a good day at school?" his father asked, walking into the room with hands in pocket. "Yes, father," Shino replied. "I learned a lot about chakra control and I'm feeling confident about the graduation exam." "That's good to hear," his father said, looking proud. "I have faith in you, Shino. You have always been a dedicated student and a skilled ninja." Shino nodded, feeling a sense of warmth from his father's words. "Thank you, father. I will do my best." His father sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at him intently. "Shino, I know that you are a quiet and reserved person, but I want you to know that if you ever need to talk or if anything is bothering you, I am here for you." Shino was surprised by his father's words. Did he discover something? Nevertheless, it doesn't appear that his father would pry into his secrets. He appreciated the sentiment. "Thank you, father. I will keep that in mind." His father stood up and patted his shoulder. "Now, let's have dinner. Your mother has prepared your favorite dish tonight." As the night wore on, Shino realized that he needed to start preparing for the graduation exam. He spent the rest of the night familiarizing himself with the ninjutsu he would need to know to pass the exam, mainly his insect clone technique. Although he had the memories, he was a fresh transmigrator and will need practice lest he makes a mistake. It'll be daunting if he fails the graduation exam like Naruto. The other two basic ninjutsu of transformation and substitute technique were also practiced. Although it wasn't necessary to know all three techniques to graduate, it was always better to have a better grade, right? Even if it goes unnoticed. The next morning, Shino headed back to school, feeling more confident and prepared than ever before. He knew that he still had a lot to learn, but he was determined to become the strongest ninja he could be. And with the power of the Zerg system at his fingertips, he knew that anything was possible. Maybe he'll eventually even step out of the ninja category and become the true Dominator. Assuming he survives the upcoming events. Nevertheless, his first trial is here. The graduation exam commences and the story begins. Chapter 3, Graduation Exam. First was a written test that wasn't too difficult with the memory he had. In fact, his memory had been crystal clear ever since he integrated with the Zerg system. Perhaps, this was a hidden benefit. Next was the practical part. Shino Iburim watched his classmates with a focused intensity as they went through the graduation exam. He had trained hard for this moment and felt confident in his abilities. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. After all, he only transmigrated yesterday. What if he messes up? The pressure only intensified when he watched as Naruto Uzumaki walked out of the exam room with a sad expression on his face. Shino knew that Naruto had trained hard for this moment, but he also knew that Naruto's skills were lacking compared to some of their other classmates. Truthfully, it wasn't that Naruto had a bad talent. He just had a bad neighbor holding him back. Shino couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for the boy. As he continued to observe the exam, Shino couldn't help but be impressed by some of his other classmates. Sasuke Uchiha, in particular, stood out with his impressive display of skill and intelligence. Shino knew that Sasuke would be a tough competitor in the future. Especially when he hangs up after defecting. After a while, it was finally his turn to take the practical test. Fortunately, Iruka didn't forget about him. With ease, Shino went through the motions, except that he replaced the normal ninjutsu clone technique with his insect clone. He felt a sense of relief inside after learning he had passed. The next day, Shino walked into the classroom, unsurprised to see that Naruto had shown up again. Lucky bloke had an old grandpa orchestrating an entire event just so he could become a ninja with the will of fire. Soon, the Jonins came to pick up the Gainins. As expected, he was grouped with two other teammates, Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga. Shino had mixed feelings about his new team. Kiba was a talented fighter, but he had a tendency to be reckless. Hinata, on the other hand, was quiet and reserved, but her skills as a ninja were impressive. Their teacher, Kurenai Yui, walked into the room and introduced herself to the class. Kurenai is a slim woman with a fair complexion. Her long, unruly black hair cascades down her back, drawing attention to her striking crimson eyes with a distinctive ring pattern. She adorns her face with bold purple eyeshadow and vibrant red lipstick. Her customary attire consists of a red mesh armor blouse, featuring a single visible sleeve on the right. The blouse material is reminiscent of bandages and adorned with a thorn-like rose pattern. Kurenai's upper thighs and hands are wrapped in bandages. The hidden leaf village forehead protector is worn on her head. Kurenai was known for her mastery of Ganjutsu, a type of ninja technique that involved manipulating the opponent's senses or motions to create illusions or cause confusion. Her abilities in Ganjutsu were said to be among the strongest in the village, that is, until Itachi shows up. Nevertheless, Shino was impressed by her calm, composed demeanor and knew that she would be a tough but fair teacher. If he had transmigrated into another character, perhaps Shino may have tried to find ways to snatch the beauty from the smoker. Unfortunately, no one likes a bug man. Sigh. Focusing his attention back on his teacher once they arrived at a nearby empty training ground, Shino listened as the team began to introduce themselves. Good morning, I am Kurenai Yui, your new sensei. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am a Jonin from the Leaf Village, and I specialize in Ganjutsu. I hope to teach you all how to master the art of illusion and become powerful ninja in your own right. Now, teammate, introduce yourselves. Kurenai-sensei? You look pretty cool. With a step forward, Kiba followed next, grinning widely. Yo, I'm Kiba Inuzuka. My partner's Akamaru, but he's not here right now, he said, patting the empty air beside him. After Kiba waved towards her, Hinata introduced herself, her voice soft and hesitant. I'm Hinata Hyuga, from the Hyuga clan, she said, bowing politely. Due to her nervousness, her two fingers began to fidget as she continued, I know. Her voice began softer and softer until it faded away. Shino took a deep breath and nods towards Hinata, ready to introduce himself. I'm Shino Aburame, from the Aburame clan. He began, but was cut off by Kiba. Bugs. Because you're a bug man, right? Kiba interrupted with a chuckle, earning a blank stare from Shino. Kurenai's red eyes swept the trio as if to gauging their personalities. Kurenai cleared her throat, drawing their attention back to her. The test today will involve retrieving a scroll from a heavily guarded location. You will have a limited amount of time to complete the test, and you must do it without being detected. If you are caught, you will fail the test, Kurenai explained. We will meet at the 4th training ground in 1 hour. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. 1 hour? That's not much time at all. Shino nodded in agreement. We'll have to move quickly, and Kiba smirked. Don't worry, guys. I'll handle the guards. Akamaru and I are experts at stealth. Hinata looked doubtful and poked her fingers together as she whispered, but won't they smell you coming? Kiba waved her off. Nah, we'll just put on some deodorant. Shino raised an eyebrow as he thought inwardly, I don't think that's how it works. Kurenai sighed. Alright, let's focus. You have a test to pass. See you at the training grounds in an hour. Whoosh. With a flicker, Kurenai vanished. Clearly, she was going to set up ahead of time. Shino carefully recalled the instructions and formulated a plan in his head. He knew that they would have to rely on each other's skills and work together as a team to complete the test successfully. He also knew that they would have to be prepared for any obstacles that they might face. After coming up with a plan, Shino began to explain, So, my plan is alright. I'm going to go pick up Akamaru. See you at the training ground in an hour. Kiba hollered as he ran off. Shino raised his hand and adjusted his glass as he watched the reckless fella run into the distance. He then glanced over at Hinata, who happened to be peeking at him. When their gazes collided, Hinata shrunk her head as she whispered, Then I will go prepare. Not long later, Shino silently stood alone at the training ground as the wind gently ruffled his spiky hair. He tucked up his collar and sighed inwardly, Hey, is it really that hard for me to finish an entire line without being interrupted? In the end, he could only stroll off to grab some supplies from home. An hour later, the group regathered at the training grounds. Kurenai appeared in front of them once more. She then gestured towards the nearby forest. The scroll is in there. I will be observing secretly. You may begin any time. As the test began, Shino's heart raced with excitement and anticipation. He knew that this was his chance to prove himself as a ninja and show his classmates what he was capable of. But he also knew that there was a lot at stake. If they failed the test, they would have to repeat the entire year. Of course, the chances of this happening were slim, just because of their powerful clan backgrounds. Entering the dense forest, Shino immediately sent his bugs out to scout. Similarly, Hinata opened her Byakugan to search for traces of the scroll. Meanwhile, Kiba placed Akamaru on the ground and had him sniff for the scent of their teacher. It was a full team of trackers. There was no way they could fail to find the scroll. The only thing stopping them was the obstacles that Kurenai set. As the team approached the location of the scroll, they could see that Kurenai had set up a complex series of traps and obstacles that would challenge even the most skilled ninja. Hinata looked around nervously, while Kiba grinned in anticipation. Alright, let's do this. Kiba exclaimed, pumping his fists in the air. Shino nodded, his mind already analyzing the obstacles ahead. We must proceed with caution and pay attention to, he cautioned, but was interrupted by Kiba. Don't worry, Bugman, I got this. Kiba said, charging forward without a second thought. We must be careful, Kiba-kun, Hinata said softly. Alas, Kiba probably didn't hear her. As they made their way through the obstacles, Shino couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his teammates. Kiba's fierce determination and Hinata's quiet strength complemented his own analytical mind and bug support. The only downside is that Kiba doesn't always listen to what he says completely, so there were a few mishaps along the way, mainly due to Kiba's impulsive nature. At one point, he accidentally triggered a trap that sent him flying into the air. Whoa, that was awesome! Kiba exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. Shino could only sigh inwardly as he used his bugs to form a wall to block incoming kunai. Yo. Not bad, Bugman. Kiba waved happily as he bounced up from the ground, isn't that right, Akamaru? Arf. Arf. The cute pup barked in agreement as it hopped back into Kiba's arm. Fortunately, the trio had decent strength and these traps were clearly not meant for killing. So, there wasn't much problem. But as they approached the final stage of the test, Shino's heart sank as they were faced with an unexpected challenge. Probably a clone of their teacher. As expected, the teacher will always personally test their students' strength. She was guarding the scroll and she was definitely not a guard that Kiba can handle no matter how he boasts. Naturally, she was a powerful enemy, one that they could not beat even if they had prepared for it. They were clearly outmatched. Shino knew that this was the ultimate test of their skills as a team. Alright, here's the Shino began once more. Yo. Let's go, Akamaru. Use dynamic marking. Arf. Arf. Shino stared forward with a stoic look as he watched Kiba run up to Kurenai and then froze in place not long after. Poor Akamaru charged up alone and was petted to the ground before he could do any marking. This idiot. It's clear you shouldn't fight a Genjutsu user alone. This was probably not going to end well. Chapter 4, Battle with Kurenai. Well, let's take this as practice to familiarize himself with his abilities further. After all, this was his first combat in this world. With a deep breath, Shino prepared for the final battle. He knew that this was his chance to prove himself and hopefully gain a sense of presence. Or maybe not. After all, a low presence is also good. As Shino readied himself for the final battle, his mind raced with possibilities. He knew that his opponent was none other than his own teacher, Kurenai Yui, who was guarding the precious scroll that his team needed to pass the test. But Shino was not one to back down from a challenge, and he was determined to prove himself and his team's worth. Seeing Kiba fell prey to Kurenai's Genjutsu, Shino knew that he had to act fast. He quietly signaled to Hinata, their team's silent but deadly member, to take the lead. Hinata, you're up, Shino said, his voice barely above a whisper. We need to break Kiba free from that Genjutsu. So Hinata nodded, her Byakugan eyes flashing as she surveyed the battlefield before rushing forward. No. Hey. Not even you. Is this Shino interruption disease infectious? Why is the polite, shy Hinata also not letting him finish? Hinata activated her gentle fist technique, striking at Kurenai's chakra points and attempting to disrupt her control over Kiba. But Kurenai was no pushover, and she dodged Hinata's attack with ease. Well done, Hinata, she said, a hint of admiration in her voice. But it won't be enough to beat me. You'll have to do better than that if you want to get that scroll. Hinata didn't respond, instead focusing all of her attention on Kurenai. The two women circled each other, their eyes locked in a fierce battle of wills. Shino watched from the sidelines, his bugs at the ready. Suddenly, Kurenai made her move, charging forward with a flurry of punches and kicks. Hinata dodged and weaved, her movements graceful and fluid. She tried to fight back, but Kurenai was relentless, and Hinata was soon on the defensive. Shino knew that he couldn't let Hinata fight alone any longer. With a thought, bugs poured out from his body and flew towards Kurenai, distracting her and giving Hinata an opening. Kurenai's eyes glanced over and widened a bit in surprise as if she just discovered Shino. With a step, Kurenai leapt back to dodge Hinata's attack and sunk through a tree, disappearing from the battlefield. Moments later, Shino's eyes hidden behind his glasses shrunk, unknowingly, arms wrapped him from behind as Kurenai stepped out from a tree behind him. Suddenly, the Shino wrapped in Kurenai's hand deformed and transformed into a mass of bugs that formed a humanoid shape. This Shino was an insect clone. Seeing the wave of bugs, Hinata, who was running over to support, completely stopped in place. Can't blame her. Most would hesitate when they see a bugs crawling all over a human. Fortunately, this unsettling scene didn't last long. The humanoid shape deformed as the bugs became a wave that crashed towards Kurenai. Shino, who was hiding behind a tree, watched from afar and thought it was a success for a moment. It was just a clone, so he only needs to suck the chakra and he would win. To his surprise, things weren't that simple. Shino watched in shock as his wave of bugs crashed right through Kurenai. He then shivered when he saw Kurenai's red eyes swivel over to this hiding location. Dang. Illusion. When? With a thought, he commanded his bugs to disturb his own chakra and he snapped out of the illusion almost instantly. Shino had always speculated that the Aburame clan was immune to illusions, but he learned now that it was clearly not the case. Instead, it was more apparent to say that they could easily break out of illusions compared to others. However, it still needs them to recognize that they were in an illusion or set up a system where their bugs constantly disrupted their own chakra system. Of course, the feasibility of this and the issues involved will have to be determined in the future. Right now, it wasn't something a genin like Shino has mastered. Whoosh! Shino dodged an incoming kunai with ease as he summoned a wave of bugs to form a wall to obscure vision. He then swiftly moved to hide behind another tree. Peeking towards the battlefield, Shino saw that Kurenai was still battling Hinata, who was now sweating from exhaustion. Shino then swept his eyes towards Kiba. It should almost be there. His glasses seemed to glint as he felt his bugs secretly climb up to Kiba's head. Then a bit of chakra was carefully transferred from the bugs to Kiba's body. It was a delicate process, one that required precise control and timing. Whoa! Illusion. When? Kiba cried out in frustration, his body frozen quickly returning to action as he broke free from the Ganjutsu. Kiba's head swiveled around and saw Hinata who was fighting Kurenai. He grinned, his excitement rising. Akamaru. Come. Arf. Arf. He leapt forward to meet Kurenai head-on. I'm ready for anything, he declared, his fists clenched tight as he charged towards her. Be careful, Kiba-kun, Hinata warned as she stepped back, her voice soft and exhausted. Kurenai-sensei is a powerful opponent. Kiba didn't need to be told twice. With a fierce battle cry, he launched himself at Kurenai with Akamaru by his side. Hinata followed after with her hands glowing with chakra. Seeing the charging duo, Kurenai gracefully sunk into a nearby tree and disappeared. Hinata gasped for breath as Kurenai disappeared once again, blending into the foliage. She had been at it for what felt like hours, but it had only been minutes. The Ganjutsu master was relentless, and Hinata was starting to feel the strain. Kiba, on the other hand, was feeling invigorated. He had just broken out of Kurenai's illusion and was eager to prove himself. Seeing Kurenai appear once more behind them, he charged at Kurenai, barking out orders to Hinata as he went. Hinata, cover me. I'm going in. Shino watched as the battle unfolded, his eyes darting between Kiba and Hinata as they fought against their teacher. As time passed, he could see the strain on their face, the sweat pouring down their foreheads as they struggled to keep up with Kurenai's powerful attacks. And yet, he knew that he couldn't rely on them to win this fight. He had to act, had to find a way to turn the tide in their favor. Shino's eyes glinted as he stared at the scroll that was blatantly placed on the ground. It's about time. Sensing something, Shino had a slight grin. Unfortunately, no one could see his devious smile because his collar blocked out the lower half of his face. Well, what did you expect the collar was there for? Of course it's to hide the Aburame clan's scheming smile. As a compliment, the glasses were used to conceal the cunning eyes of the Aburame clan, which constantly schemed and planned behind their stoic facade. It was a common tactic among the Aburame clan, as they often relied on their intellect and strategy to succeed in battle rather than raw strength. With a wave of his hand, a wave of bugs rose from the ground and formed a thin box-shaped wall that surrounded the battling trio. Wary of a sneak attack, Kurenai's red eyes swept over the wall as she calmly fought back against Kiba and Hinata. However, even after a couple of minutes, nothing happened. The wall just enclosed them inside, but did nothing. Kurenai furrowed her brows for a moment before her eyes inadvertently glanced towards the location of the scroll. Seeing the wall of bugs blocking her sight, a slight smile appeared on her face as her red eyes glinted with wisdom. Outside, Shino pushed his glasses up like a studious scholar as he observed the box. Sensing that the mission was completed, he raised his hand and aimed it at the wall of bugs. Clenching his hand into a fist, he inwardly uttered, "Bug burial." Well, it wasn't actually called that, but he had to give a cool name, right? He definitely wasn't copying a certain sandboy. Shino watched the walls of bugs collapse inward and flow towards Kurenai like a wave. In the midst of this, he seemed to have heard a soft squeal, an annoying howl, and cute barks. Of course, he ignored them. It's not because he was cold-blooded, but because he knew his bugs won't hurt them. It was just passing by. At most it would give them an uncomfortable experience. Ahem. Seeing his wave of bugs collapse onto Kurenai's clone, Shino couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in excitement. Did he finally do it? Then, he was hit by a sense of disappointment as he saw his bugs flow right through the body of Kurenai once more. Not again. Break. After his vision distort for a moment, Shino found himself standing in the same place, but with a kunai against his neck. The battlefield remained the same, but Kurenai was no longer in front of the duo. It was clear where she was. Not bad, Shino, Kurenai-sensei's voice came from behind him. Shino silently acquiesced and raised the scroll in his hands. Chapter 5, Battle Results. The battlefield was chaotic, but Shino remained calm and focused, using his bugs to outmaneuver their opponents. He had his bugs burrow into the ground and sneak over to the scroll to maximize the stealth effect. It wasn't until the end of the battle that he summoned a wall to obscure Kurenai's vision and made his move to quickly retrieve the scroll. He knew he couldn't hide it from the Jonin's eyes for long, but he still didn't expect her to be able to notice so fast. She was one step ahead of him and her counterattack came without him even realizing it. Jonins were truly at a different level. As the kunai was removed from his neck, Shino let out a sigh of relief and called back his bugs. With a wave of his hand, the swarm of bugs flowed away from the battlefield and back towards his body, leaving a pitiful Hinata sitting on the ground and Akiba who was frantically waving his hands around in the air. "Eh? The bugs are gone?" Kiba exclaimed in confusion as he froze in place for a moment before he angrily growled while rushing towards him, "Shino-oh. Good news." Kiba finally learned to say his name. "Bugs are so gross," Kiba exclaimed, waving his arms frantically as he reached out to feed a piece of BBQ meat to Akamaru. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. "Kiba, it's not like we didn't know Shino's specialty. You should have been prepared for this." "Yeah, Kiba. You should have brought bug spray or something," Choji chimed in as he continued to stuff his mouth with BBQ meat that he stacked on a charcoal brazier built in the center of the table. Ino giggled. "Or at least a fly swatter." Hinata remained silent, poking her fingers nervously, but she secretly nodded in agreement. Shino adjusted his glasses as he glanced at his companions at the restaurant table with a stoic face while calmly placing another piece of meat into his own mouth. Free biomass. Who wouldn't be happy? They were now at the Yakiniku, a popular BBQ restaurant in Hidden Leaf Village. Kurenai-sensei offered to treat them after she had reassured them that they had passed the test. Of course, that was after diffusing Kiba's anger. Here, they met Team 10, led by Asuma Saratobi the smoker. So, the group joined together for a meal. As Kiba was friends with Shikamaru and Choji, the two groups of children harmoniously blended together. Just when Shino thought the conversation was going to continue harmoniously, both Kiba and Choji happened to reach out for the same piece of meat. "Yo, Choji, that's mine." "No, it's mine." Then, the two began to fight over a piece of meat. Moments later, it evolved into an eating competition between the two. Plus a dog. As he needed biomass, Shino also secretly joined in, but no one seemed to have noticed his outrageous appetite. Shikamaru glanced at his rowdy companions and couldn't help but mutter, "What a drag." He then returned to staring at his thin slice of meat on the grill. He chose a thin slice that could slowly cook on its own. It wasn't because he was on a diet. It was because he felt it would be troublesome to flip it over. "Boys, why can't they be like Sasuke?" Ino uttered in dissatisfaction as she crossed her arms and watched. Hinata was obviously shy and had no comment. So, she can only play her shy role. And secretly stuff herself with meat. At another table, the secret couple glanced at the children making a ruckus with a smile. "I have to say, Kurenai, your team seems like a good match," Asuma casually said, taking a sip of his drink. Kurenai smiled. "They are indeed. Shino's strategic thinking and use of his bugs is unparalleled, and Hinata's Byakugan is a powerful asset. And Kiba, well, he's a bit of a wild card, but his loyalty to his team is unwavering. Well, children, they'll grow. We've still got long ways to go." Asuma chuckled. "I know what you mean. Choji's appetite can be a bit of a challenge, but he's also one of the strongest members of my team. Shikamaru's intelligence and resourcefulness will definitely come in handy. And Ino is the perfect push for these two boys with troublesome personalities." "Hey, who isn't troublesome when they were children?" Kurenai whispered with a smile as she glanced at Asuma with a mirthful smile. "Ahem," Asuma cleared his throat as his eyes dodged around, his hand habitually reaching out for his smoke, but awkwardly stopped when his eyes swept over Kurenai. As they finished their meal and said their goodbyes, Kurenai went to check out with the group. Her face stiffened when she saw the bill. Her eyes swept over the trio. Kiba was truly innocent as he was playing with Akamaru. Shino had a stoic face on the outside, but inwardly, he has a sense of guilt wondering if he had overdone it. But wait, there was no way he could have eaten that much alone, right? Meanwhile, Hinata shyly fidgeted her fingers with head bowed and a red blush on her face as her soft voice uttered an apology. Problem discovered. Scapegoat found. Shino said nothing. He knew that the true gluttony queen had an appetite more outrageous than his current Zerg Dominator. Fortunately, Kurenai could still foot the bill with no problem. However, it seems that the team wouldn't be coming back in a while. Leaving the store, Kurenai reminded her team to meet up the next day to begin their new tasks. The BBQ in Hidden Lee Village had been a lively affair, with the team enjoying their meal and sharing stories about their experiences during the graduation test. But as they left the store, Kurenai's words hinted at a looming challenge. "Good job today, team," she said, her voice tinged with a sense of seriousness. "But the real work starts tomorrow. We'll meet up at the Hokage's office at dawn to receive our first tasks." The team nodded, the reality of the situation settling in. Shino's mind was already buzzing with thoughts about what might lie ahead, and he knew that he had to be ready. As they parted ways, Kurenai sunk into the ground and disappeared like a ninja, leaving her team behind. But little did they know, she was meeting up with Asuma, who had been waiting just around the corner. "Smoking again?" Kurenai asked in a soft voice as she appeared behind him. "Ahem, you showed up faster than I thought," Asuma grunted and snuffed out his cigarette before saying with a chuckle, "You sure know how to disappear, Kurenai." Kurenai rolled her eyes playfully. "I have to keep my ninja skills sharp, you know. Or did you not want me to appear? If so, I'll just go." Ahem. Ahem. "That's not what I meant," Asuma stuttered. Kurenai had a mirthful smile as she stared at Asuma. Her face was serious but her eyes filled with playfulness. Seeing this, Asuma's embarrassment gradually vanished as a confident smile appeared on his face. He took out another cigarette and lit it. With a puff of smoke, Asuma's eyes flicked up to meet hers as he spoke in a tone laced with rebellion. "How about I take you somewhere? Interesting?" With a serious look, Kurenai takes a moment to consider Asuma's offer. "But we can't be out too late. I still have to lead our Geinin tomorrow." "I know." The silhouette of the couple then vanished from the alley. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, a pair of dead fish eyes glanced down at the disappearing couple below before returning his focus to the book in his hands. It was a ninja with silver hair and a forehead protector covering his left eye. The lower part of his face remained shrouded in a black mask, lending him an air of enigmatic intrigue. Despite this, his words are often delivered with a lightness that belies the gravity of his experiences. Maintaining a professional demeanor in public, but when no one is around, there is so much dog food being passed out that I don't even need to buy any more for Pakkun. But I have to admit, I still think Gekkei Paradise is the best. Kakashi went back to his reading, lost in his own imaginary world. Moments later, he seemed to have remembered something and snapped his book shut. Glancing up at the sun in the sky, Kakashi muttered to himself. "Almost forgot. It's time to go meet those brats. What excuse should I use this time?" With a step, Kakashi vanished from the rooftop. Meanwhile, Shino had already arrived home, his mind already focused on the challenges that lay ahead. He may have passed the graduation test, but he knew that the real test was yet to come. The upcoming tasks will probably be simple low-level tasks to build teamwork, such as finding cats and helping civilians. There will not be much improvement in strength outside of training. So, I will have to see if I can find another way. There isn't enough time such that I can waste a couple months purely on basic tasks. With a thought, Shino brought up his system interface in his mind. Jonin guidance is not enough. It's time to see what I can do with the biomass I have accumulated today. Chapter 6, Zergisborn Shino Aburame sat in his room, surrounded by the familiar hum of his parasitic insects. Although the parasitic insects can help him convert organic matters into biomass, the insects themselves don't have a biomass storage. So, they can't help him harvest biomass outside his body. The drone is a different story. It has its own biomass storage and can be used to autonomously harvest resources with a command. However, unlike the Aburame clan parasitic insects that can be bred with chakra over time, the Zergs can only be created through biomass. After multiple home-cooked meals and a feast at the BBQ restaurant, Shino finally accumulated more than 50 biomass, just enough to spawn his first Zerg unit. He had been waiting for this moment, the chance to use the Zerg Dominator system to spawn his very own drone. This was just a basic resource-gathering unit, but it may be the most important unit for his development. He closed his eyes and focused, letting his chakra flow through him. He could feel the familiar tingle in his fingertips as he directed his bugs to gather together, forming a small larvae. This was an ability granted to him after the initial transformation into a hatchery. It was like an instinct engraved in his bloodline. He could transform the insects he controlled into a larvae at any time. Unfortunately, it wasn't a 1-to-1 conversion ratio. A mass of bugs must be sacrificed to form a basic larvae. Perhaps this had to do with the structural differences in the chakra bugs and Zergs. Well, these technical details wasn't something Shino had the time to delve into at the moment. Maybe he can get Uncle Snake to help him out with the research in the future? Observing the larvae in front of him, he could sense the power of the biomass, pulsing within his body and waiting to be delivered at his command. He reached out his hand and placed it on the larvae. With a deep breath, he channeled the power into the larvae. The biomass value in his system interface plummeted as he watched the larvae grow and transform into a fully formed drone. Eventually, the larvae collapsed inwards, disintegrating and absorbed by the newly born creature. There was no waste. Shino couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he gazed upon his creation. The drone was sleek and black, with sharp, angular limbs and a pair of glowing red eyes that seemed to stare straight through him. He could feel the power of the Zerg coursing through its veins and its connection with him. The Zergs were a race born for combat and destruction. He knew that even without any training, this weak unit would become an unstoppable force when enough gather. Well, at least against ordinary people. The ninjas in this world certainly can't be measured by common sense, especially during the late game where the black hands behind the scene jump out one after another. "Welcome to the team," Shino whispered, his voice barely audible over the buzzing of his insects. "You will serve me well." He watched as the drone flexed its limbs, testing out its newfound strength. It scurried across the floor of his room, leaving a trail of dirt and debris in its wake. Shino smiled, it was already following his commands, and he had only just spawned it. Checking the structures that can be built, Shino was a bit disappointed. He realized he had no blueprints for the Zerg structures, not even for the hatchery which he had transformed into. It seems he will have to unlock these in the future. Shino then handed a prepared slice of raw meat to the drone. Shino's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed the drone devouring the slice of raw meat. Shino then waited patiently. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his system interface. The meat had been converted into biomass. But, to his confusion, the biomass count remained unchanged. Something didn't quite add up. With a curious look, he beckoned the drone to approach him. As he placed his hand on the sleek surface of the drone, he felt an electric current flow through him, and a surge of unknown energy transferred into his body. He checked his system interface and couldn't believe what he saw. The drone has to return to a Zerg structure to deliver the resource. And I happen to be that structure, in charge of collection and feeding, he muttered with a wry smile as he glanced at his hand. Although he didn't seem to have the ability to spawn creep at the moment, he did discover he could convert his chakra into special bioenergy to feed to his Zergs. However, this energy was not used to fulfill the Zerg's hunger. The Zerg can find food to sustain itself easily. This special energy actually served as the fuel for the Zerg's self-evolution. As long as there is enough bioenergy, all of his Zergs can adapt and some can even evolve special abilities with a slim chance. Alas, the bioenergy he could inject was still limited at this moment, and the injected bioenergy is always diminishing with time, whether there was a significant evolution or not. Evolution is always happening passively, but there may not be a noticeable change until a certain critical point is reached. However, once there is evolution, it means that there will be a harvest for Shino. New strands of gene, a new mutation blueprint that he could apply to other Zergs, and more. This feeding process was like irrigating his crops and waiting for a harvest. I assume this is the ability coming from the merging of the my chakra-infused body that has been altered by the Aberrane clan bug techniques and the Zerg genes of the system. Maybe it could be the genes from the bugs that can consume chakra. Who knows? I just know that my chakra can be converted into an energy that can fuel evolution. Shino's glasses glinted as he pondered over the possibilities. But, the more he experimented with the drone, the more complications he uncovered. Finally, with a deep sigh, he made a decision. This was an energy he doesn't dare to apply to himself until he has more in-depth research. Naturally, it had to be kept hidden. The drone would also have to be kept hidden, at least for now. After all, he was essentially a new species, a blend of chakra and Zerg. He didn't want someone to be interested in his bug and trace it back to him. After a couple more simple tests, Shino finally decided to have the drone hide himself. "Burra," he commanded with his thoughts. The drone obeyed, digging deep into the ground until it was completely hidden from sight. Shino felt a rush of excitement. This was just the beginning. The telepathic communication of Zergs was definitely not just limited to a small range like his room. His drone was finally ready to venture out into the wild and collect the precious biomass he needed to grow his army. But the risks were high. Shino's mind raced with excitement and trepidation as he plotted his next move. Now, I just need to sneak this drone out of the village or into the training grounds so that it can start harvesting biomass for me. Although it can harvest other resources, it will probably not be useful as I can only convert organic matter into biomass at the moment. I will also have to make sure I can be there to collect the biomass when the drone reaches its capacity of 10 units. Otherwise, my hard-earned resources would just go to waste. And I have to do all of this without being discovered. One misstep, and the drone could end up on the operating table, or worse, I end up caught in a dangerous old man's grasp. As he crawled into bed, his mind raced with possibilities. He could imagine commanding armies of drones, sweeping across the battlefield and obliterating his enemies. He could feel the thrill of victory, the rush of adrenaline as he outmaneuvered his opponents and emerged triumphant. Okay. Calm down. That is still far in the future. For now, he should contemplate the paths he needed to take to become stronger. The bugs hold a hidden potential, one that surpasses the fleeting moments that are shown during the anime. Their true potential lies within the shadows, waiting for someone to unlock their full strength. However, he shouldn't show his strength too early. After all, this hidden leaf village has a dangerous old man that loves to take away geniuses and brainwash them. So, even if his bug capacity is full, he wouldn't arbitrarily spawn larvae with the excess bugs unless he is ready to convert them into a mobile unit or find a safe place to hide them. A larva can't move and he can't store it within his body nor have it burrow into the ground to hide. Spawning lots of larvae will only attract unnecessary attention. Even if the Aburame clan seems safe, Shino knew he can never be too careful with old man Snatching. As he drifted off to sleep, a small voice in the back of his mind reminded him that there were more important things to worry about. His duties as a member of Team 8 could not be ignored, and he knew that he would need to be at his best if wanted to integrate into the Hidden Leaf Village 11. Unknown to Shino, in another room of the house, an older man seemed to have sensed something and glanced over when Shino summoned the drone. He was Shino's father, Aburame. The man's glasses glinted with intelligence before a smile appeared on his face. It seems you've also found your own path, Shino. As expected of my son. It wasn't wrong that you attracted the attention of that man. Unfortunately, Aburame sighed as he seemed to gaze into the distance. His expression was one of deep sadness. Not long after, his eyes blazed with a fierce intensity as his voice firmed with determination. He already took away one, I won't let him take you away as well. With a flick of his wrist, hordes of buzzing creatures swarmed across the Aburame clan's compound, a feast for the ages. Insects pounced on one another, ripping apart their helpless prey. Within moments, the bug sentries who had thought themselves hidden were overrun and devoured. The swarm flowed back into the shadows, returning the compound to its tranquility. Aburame adjusted his glasses with a stern face as he locked his eyes on a lonely insect on a windowsill. Tell her, although she works for him now, don't forget her roots. As the insect took off into the air, Aburame's eyes followed it until it disappeared into the distance. The room returned to its calm silence as the man fell into deep thought. It was unknown what scheme was brewing, but it was clear that anyone who can become a clan head is not simple. Chapter 7. First task. Aburame stood at the entrance of the Hokage's office, his teacher Kurenai standing beside him. Behind him were his teammates, Kiba and Yuzuka and Hinata Hyuga. Their Genin forehead guards were worn on their heads, eagerly awaiting their first mission. Watching Kiba clamoring with excitement over the upcoming mission, Shino calmly adjusted his glasses but didn't say anything. Although his parents didn't tell him, he already knew that the Genins will start with low-ranked missions. It wasn't really something to be excited about. The door to the Hokage's office creaked open and revealed a spacious room, with a blinding light pouring out. And then, as Shino's eyes adjusted to the brightness, he noticed the most stunning feature of the room, a wide bank of windows, lining the walls like a gateway to the world beyond. With each pane of glass perfectly aligned, it's as if the entire room has been designed to let the sun worship the owner inside the room. In the heart of the room, bathed in the warm glow of sunlight streaming through the towering windows, stood the Hokage's desk. Before it, immaculate stacks of books stood in perfect order, each one brimming with knowledge and secrets. And on the desk itself, a web of scrolls and documents spread out, each one a precious piece of information in the hands of the Hokage. Kurenai calmly led them inside. Here, Shino's glasses glinted as he observed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, for the first time ever since he came to this world. He was an old man of small stature, with a tapestry of wrinkles and liver spots on his skin, telling the story of a life long lived. His hair hangs in thin strands of gray, like whispers of a time long gone. Yet despite the ravages of age, the old man radiates an aura of authority and power, a testament to the life he has led. And as Shino's eyes trace the lines of his body, they settle on the official uniform he wears with such pride. The hat, the hori, the red kimono tied with a white sash, all symbols of his position and the respect it commands. To stand before this man is to stand before history itself, to witness the legacy of a lifetime of service to his people. To the ninjas, he was a leader. To the children, he was a kind old man. The old man smiled warmly at the young Genins and motioned for Kurenai to pick some tasks. Ah, teammate, Hiruzen said, motioning for them to take a scroll. I recommend these here as your first mission. He handed Kurenai a scroll, which she unrolled and began to read. Kiba leaned forward, eager to hear what their mission would be. It looks like your first task is to assist the villagers with some basic chores and tasks, Kurenai said, looking up from the scroll. Things like cleaning, fetching water, and helping with crops. Shino nodded, taking in the information. It was a simple enough task as expected, but he knew that there was always more to it than met the eye. I'm sure we can handle more than that, Kiba said, grinning confidently. Akamaru and I will have those chores done in no time. Why don't we pick a higher leave tasks, Kurenai-sensei? Kurenai's eyes flickered over to Kiba and said in a calm tone, all Gainins must start with these missions. These are the rules. Kiba uttered in dissatisfaction with hands placed on the back of his head. Hinata smiled shyly, her eyes bright with anticipation. I'll do my best to help, she said softly. Shino remained silent, his mind already turning as he thought about how he could use his insects to assist in the tasks they had been assigned. As they left the Hokage's office and made their way towards the town, he took note of the surroundings, scouting out possible safe routes for his drone. As they arrived in town, Kurenai left them to their own devices after handing the task list to Shino. She told them that they must decide on how to split the work themselves, as this was also a learning experience. Hinata had no opinions. Kiba just looked back and forth between the tasks, not knowing which to take. Shino adjusted his glasses as he saw this and decided to take things into his own hands. How about this? Kiba is suitable for this task because I'll do this one then. Alright, see you guys later. Let's go, Akamaru. Kiba snatched the cleaning task that Shino pointed out. Arf. Before Shino explained how he could complete it easily, Kiba had already rushed off with Akamaru. Shino can only hope that this reckless companion of his can figure out how to tackle the task and not make a mess. Shino then glanced at Hinata, who was shyly poking her fingers together, yet it was clear that she still kept some distance away from Shino. Although she was a girl, Shino had no qualms with assigning her a heavy task. Hinata, would you like to take the fetching water task? I think I am most suitable for MMM. Before Shino could finish, Hinata swiped the task and jogged away, leaving Shino awkwardly standing alone on the street. Shino adjusted his glasses and couldn't help but mutter, am I that scary? Shaking his head, Shino then headed off to do the farming task. Pest control may be a daunting task for others, but not for the Aburame clan. As he walked forward, tiny insects flowed out from his body and slipped away to scout the area. Days passed. After a couple of days of individual tasks, the tasks that Kurenai-sensei took began to gear towards teamwork. Naturally, this had its purpose and Shino could see this clearly. So, he led the group to do the tasks together. Well, in fact, it was usually Kiba leading because he would be the first rushing forward. From performing a show to orphans to searching for a lost cat. Teammates stably completed these missions one by one. Some of these missions were even completed multiple times. Such as finding a lost cat. Shino had to admit that the cat knew how to contribute to the GDP of Hidden Lee Village because it was actually the same cat lost every time. Shino watched as his teammates worked, taking mental notes on their abilities and strengths. He knew that by observing them, he could learn how best to utilize their skills in future missions. He was a bugman that relies on strategy rather than hard power. So, having two melee tanks who rush forward was the best news for Shino, who played the role of support. Of course, that was the original Shino. For him who has the Zerg Dominator system, things may change in the future after he spawns more powerful Zergs. However, for now, he still had to rely on his teammates until he can acquire a stable source of biomass. Naturally, Shino wasn't the only one doing this observation. It wasn't long before Kurenai-sensei showed up to tell them to gather at the training grounds after finishing their tasks. They were now going to split off some task time to receive guidance from Kurenai-sensei. It started with mostly just simple chakra control training such as tree climbing and water walking. Naturally, what followed was a lot training on how to see through illusions and break out of them. After all, Kurenai-sensei was a master of Ganjutsu. Shino took these classes seriously, because he knew that there were some very dangerous Ganjutsu ninjas out there. Of course, Kurenai also customized her personal guidance for each individual. The only downside is that Kurenai-sensei would guide Kiba and Hinata, but would sometimes forget to guide Shino. This was definitely not because she was excluding Shino or had some grudge. It was simply because they forgot his existence when they were too immersed in training. So poor Shino had to play with his bugs alone. Well, at least he got the attention of his father. Shino didn't want to waste too much time, so he had been asking for guidance from his father, mainly focused on illusion immunity. Unexpectedly, this was actually possible in the Aburame clan. There were clear training procedures to establish a bug system that can constantly disturb chakra in order to become pseudo-immune to most illusions. The reason for pseudo is because this method can't make the host immune to illusion. It only creates a system where the illusion-immune bugs would be used to automatically break the host out of an illusion. As for what level of illusion it can dispel? That will have to wait for Shino to find out. After all, he is still mastering this technique and he still can't block Kurenai-sensei's illusion. Although this technique should be useful when learned, his father did tell him that when the technique is active, using ninjutsu outside of the Aburame clan bug techniques would be much tougher due to the disturbance of chakra. This was a downside, but if this method can defend against the Genjutsu of powerful illusionists like Itachi, then Shino was all up for it, but he is doubtful it could. Anyways, learning something was better than just being forgotten. At least Kurenai-sensei can help him test his progress when she remembers he is there. Outside of forgetting his existence sometimes, Kurenai-sensei proved to be an exceptional teacher. Although she wasn't exemplary in strength compared to characters like Kakashi, at least, there wasn't any problem with her punctuality. As the days passed, the team settled into a routine. Kiba and Akamaru would take care of the more physical tasks, while Hinata used her keen eyesight to search for lost items and animals. Shino, meanwhile, used his insects to assist in any way he could, whether it was by tracking, carrying objects, or helping in the fields. Despite the hard work, they all found time to joke and play with each other. Kiba would often tease Hinata, much to her embarrassment, while Shino would quietly observe and take it all in. Inwardly, he already has an inkling regarding the reason why Kiba fought so hard with Naruto during the Chunin exam. Training together and against each other also helped to increase their bonds. Although they still don't like his bugs, his teammates' aversion to bugs seemed to decline over time. Kurenai watched over them all, her eyes never leaving her students. A month after they started their mission, as they made their way back to turn in the task, Shino had finally confirmed a good route for his drone. While doing chores, he had managed to scout out a route without drawing too much attention. Shino's glasses glinted enigmatically, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. After turning in the task, Shino mentioned to his team, "Today, I will be leaving early. I have to go home because," Kiba snorted. "You mean you were just looking for an excuse to play with your bugs, aren't you?" Well, technically, Kiba wasn't wrong. So, Shino just nodded in agreement. Kiba placed his hand on his head as he casually uttered, "Well, then I'll go take Akamaru for a walk. What about you, Hinata?" Hinata, who was poking her fingers together, hesitantly glanced up when she was called. Her hazy white eyes stared at her two teammates as a faint blush crept up on her face. Bowing her head, her soft voice sounded, "Go home and eat." Well, the two boys had no comment. "Yo, then let's meet up later on the training ground," Kiba said with a grin before he walked off with Akamaru. "Let's go, Akamaru." Arf. Arf. So, the trio separated. Walking towards home to pick up his drone, Shino had his head bowed because he felt he wasted too much time. Although his strength did improve, but not by much. If I'm correct, it's been a month, and it's almost time for Kakashi Band to go to the Land of Waves. There, Naruto will definitely hang up and get a power spike with Kurama's chakra. Sasuke would also rediscover his Sharingan sheet and start copying techniques. As for Sakura, well, her forehead became bigger because she had a headache over how to keep up with Naruto and Sasuke. Recalling the coming events, Shino knew he didn't have much time. He also has a golden finger and is also hanging up. Even if he can't match Naruto and Sasuke, at least he should have the strength of self-preservation in the coming Chunin exam. My current route is not perfect, but it'll make do. I can never be completely safe, but it's already good to be less noticeable. I can't wait any longer. I need to gather biomass. I've been subtly increasing my food consumption at home, but just normal food consumption is too slow, especially since I don't want to show that I have extreme change of appetite at home. Shino made the decision to deploy his drone. His target, the 44th Training Ground, Forest of Death. Chapter 8, Deploying Drone. Returning home, Shino summoned his dog-sized drone and watched it burrow out from the ground. He then stored it in a box he had prepared. Leaving the house, Shino discreetly spread his bugs out to scout as he made his way towards his destination, following his route that traversed through less populated areas that he discovered ninjas don't frequent. Shino was ready to be questioned by an Anbu who would pop out of nowhere, but even when he reached his destination, nobody stopped him. Heck, he wasn't even sure anyone noticed him. Shino had a strange feeling inside. He wasn't sure if he should be happy or sad over this fact. Shino carried the box containing the Zerg towards the edge of the Forest of Death, where he saw the metallic fence that was erected to enclose the forest. He paused, looking around for any potential observers. Satisfied that there was no one around, he released his swarm of bugs to scout the area, creating a wall of insects that would alert him to any incoming observers. Shino Ibrahim stood outside the entrance to the Forest of Death, his eyes surveying the area for any signs of potential danger. He then opened the box and released his Zerg, which scurried across the ground towards the entrance of the forest. Shino watched as the Zerg burrowed into the soil, disappearing from sight. He turned and began to walk away, leaving the Zerg to carry out its mission. The drone had been specially designed to collect biomass, and he was eager to see the results of its expedition. But for now, all he could do was wait. Meanwhile, he'll train his own strength. He was close to establishing a passive chakra disturbance system. As the drone burrowed deeper into the soil, it began to scan its surroundings, searching for any signs of life or potential danger. It was equipped with a variety of sensors unique to Zerg's, which allowed it to navigate the treacherous terrain of the forest with ease. The trees were tall and twisted, their branches covered in thick vines and moss. The ground was littered with fallen leaves and debris, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying vegetation, but the drone never stopped to admire these. Its goal was exploration and assimilation. Plants, bugs, dead creatures, were all inside its target book. It didn't matter if they were poisonous or not. Zergs were born with resistance and can adapt to most abnormal conditions. Although small critters such as bugs and most plants don't provide much biomass, the drone was programmed to collect samples of them just for their genes. As it burrowed in and out of the ground, the drone continued to move deeper into the forest. Its sensors scanning the area for any signs of life and potential dangers. It detected the faint sound of rushing water in the distance and made its way towards the source. As it got closer, it could see a small stream winding its way through the underbrush. The water was crystal clear and teeming with life, small fish darting back and forth beneath the surface. There were uncanny leeches mixed in that told careful observers that the water is not always safe. The drone continued to explore the stream, capturing every detail as it knows this information will be transferred back to the hive when they reunite. It saw a family of turtles basking in the sun on a nearby rock, and a group of frogs leaping from one lily pad to another. As it scanned the area, it detected the presence of a small snake, its body coiled up in the branches of a nearby tree. Naturally, these small critters were hunted down. Don't look down on this basic Zerg unit. As a Zerg born for combat, it can only be a predator when faced with normal creatures. Unfortunately, the drone can't swim. So, the creatures within the water could only be let off for now. Continuing its exploration of the forest, it continued to map out the forest and archive the information. It didn't understand why this was necessary. It only follows the command of its creator. It moved through the trees, its optical sensors capturing every detail of the dense foliage. It detected the faint scent of rotting flesh and followed it to a small clearing. There, it saw a large pile of bones, picked clean by scavengers. The skull resembled a bear, but the drone had no way to determine this with its intelligence. As a Zerg, it learned to never waste food. Even bones aren't let off. So, the drone provided free cleaning service and swept away the bones in the clearing. A fine amount of biomass was collected and some fine genetic information was also gathered from the residues of meat on the bones. As the drone continued to scan the area, it detected movement in the trees above. It quickly burrowed into the ground. Peeking out, it saw a family of monkeys swinging from branch to branch, their high-pitched calls echoing through the forest. The drone watched as the monkeys played, their antics providing a welcome distraction from the danger that lurked in the shadows. Although these monkeys were definitely in the drone's target list, but it knows that it was outnumbered. Without the death command of the hive, it would not send itself to die. Quietly slinking away, it detected the presence of a large predator lurking in the trees above. It was a large cat, its sleek body covered in black fur. The cat had not detected the drone, and the drone quickly burrowed into the ground once more, not wanting to attract the predator's attention. As it continued to explore the forest, the drone detected the presence of a large, ancient tree, its branches reaching towards the sky. The tree was covered in moss and vines, and its trunk was massive, its roots buried deep in the soil. The drone approached the tree and began to scrape off samples to devour while scanning it with its optical senses. As it scanned the trunk of the tree, the drone detected the presence of a small colony of insects living in the bark. It saw the ants scurrying back and forth, transferring bits of a dead leech. The drone watched as the ants worked, marveling at the intricate society they had created. Not. The drone doesn't have such intricate and complex emotions. It only swiped its claw to crush the life forms before devouring them. An extra addition to the gene pool. As the drone moved on, it continued to collect samples of various specimens of flora and fauna while accumulating biomass in its storage. As the drone continued to explore the forest, it detected the presence of a group of humans approaching. They were dressed in the attire of the ninjas, and the drone recognized them as Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. The drone quickly retreated, burrowing deep into the ground to avoid detection. Perhaps they were talking about secret or important information, but the drone had no way to find out. Firstly, it had no way to deal with the power of ninjas at the moment. Second, it doesn't have any organ specifically to perceive sound. At most, vibrations can be detected to sense its surroundings. After a while of hibernation, the drone finally burrowed out of the ground and continued its exploration of the forest. It detected the presence of a large tower in the distance, its spires reaching towards the sky. The drone made its way towards the tower to explore its surroundings. As the drone approached the tower, it detected the presence of several traps and obstacles designed to deter intruders. Although the drone was not deterred, it did not trigger these traps unnecessarily. After capturing the details of the tower with its optical senses, it slunk back into the shadows of the forest. As the drone made its way back to the surface, it detected the presence of an extremely large predator lurking in the shadows. Its optical sensors captured the vague silhouette of what seemed to be an extremely large centipede. The drone quickly burrowed deep into the ground, hibernating and reducing its sense of presence. At an unknown time later, it sensed through vibrations that the enormous predator was leaving. After it was gone, the drone slowly burrowed out from the ground and continued its journey. It wasn't until several days later that the drone felt that its biomass storage was full. Following its own trail of pheromones, it made its way back to the entrance of the Forest of Death. It then burrowed into the ground and kept out of sight as it sent a signal back to the hive. The resources were ready for collection. Shino, who was eagerly awaiting its return, was thrilled. Although the drone could communicate with the hive, it was only basic signals and commands. In fact, the drone itself had limited communication as it was only a low-ranked unit. There was no way to send back complicated data such as gene info, nor can it transmit visual info. So, Shino had to manually collect the samples the drone collected. Afterwards, his hatchery ability will passively process the samples for usage. On the day Shino received the signal, he had already initially established a chakra disruption system with his bugs. Now, he can be considered to be pseudo-immune to illusions. Well, lower-level ones. He had tested it with Kurenai-sensei through combat, and he knew that the system can still be optimized and upgraded to enhance its disruption against more powerful illusions. However, this will take time. Nevertheless, Shino knew he had some improvement in strength. Naturally, he also practiced taijutsu and ninjutsu outside of building this bug system. He didn't know if it was more than the original Shino because the original Shino was fairly mysterious, but Shino knew that it still wasn't enough in the face of upcoming danger. He didn't want to bet that he would safely survive like the original Shino. After all, he didn't know if he accidentally caused a butterfly effect somewhere that would result in his early death. So, seeing the return of the drone that marks the milestone for his first improvement in strength through his cheat, Shino was naturally excited. "Excellent work," Shino said as he reached out his hand to collect his harvest. "With your help, I can expand my Zerg forces. I will also be able to map out the Forest of Death before the Chunin exam and have an edge over other competitors." The drone hummed in acknowledgement. It had successfully explored the Forest of Death and collected valuable samples of biomass, all without detection. It knew that its mission was far from over because a drone will work till its death. There was no dissatisfaction, however. They were like model workers. As Shino absorbed the samples with his hatchery ability, he could sense the surge of energy within himself. Not only that, he could also hear the notifications from the system. Notification regarding the research progress of new units. Chapter 9, Research. Shino's eyes glinted with excitement. Commanding the drone to return and continue its exploration, Shino made sure no one was around before discreetly leaving once more. Arriving at the training grounds, Shino sat on the ground. As he awaited the arrival of his team, he checked on his system. Acquired 10 units of biomass. In just a few short days, he had amassed a passive income of 10 biomass. If he wanted to gain the same amount of biomass through food consumption, he had to eat for an entire week. Of course, this is under the condition that he eats normally. If he could afford to eat at a buffet every day, he could gain 10 biomass or more within hours, but that may raise a lot of suspicion if done too often. The original Shino was not a big eater. He couldn't afford to draw too much attention to himself, not when the stakes were so high. After all, the Aburame clan tends to be stared at by that bad old man. It was still safer to harvest slowly and cautiously with his drone. With each new acquisition, he grew stronger, more resilient. And one day, he would emerge from the shadows, a true dominator of the swarm. Moving on to the next notification, Shino's glasses glinted with fervor. Research progress updated. Hatchery 0.1%, Zergling 22%, Hydralisk 1%, Baneling 0.5%, Roach 11%, Overlord 0.1%. With the gene samples collected by the drone, there is finally some progress towards new units. It will still take some time, but it will be worth it in the long run. Not only that. Although the Zerg Dominator was a powerful system, it was more apartment to call it a hive mind. It didn't require a management system outside of its telepathic communication, so it didn't really understand systems such as graphical user interfaces, system functions, or human cognitive processes, such as cartography and depth perception. Despite lacking understanding regarding the meaning of the term, it still used the word system because this term bore an uncanny connection to the fragments of the host's memories that mirrored the enigmatic circumstances of its own mysterious birth. Fortunately, it had the ability to communicate with the host through their mysterious psychic connection, allowing it to learn and transform from Shino's commands. Being an upstart hive mind, Many functions had to be unlocked or programmed by Shino's thoughts and memories. Even its previous status display was in lines of text with no particular interface. And it wasn't until Shino manually took things into his own hands before he acquired a veritable system interface that showed much more data and was visually more appealing. This interface was finally formed after a lot of communication with the Zerg Dominator system. Glancing at the newly optimized system interface in his mind that he organized, Shino couldn't help but have a sense of achievement. The Zerg Dominator system interface now featured a sleek and ominous interface that resembles a spider web. The center of the interface features a large, pulsating orb that represents the hive mind, and held within that orb was a 3D model of himself. Branching out from the center orb are various strands that lead to different submenus for units, evolution, research, and database. The central menu is his status screen, displaying data regarding Shino himself, ranging from physical body data to mental stats and abilities along with their learning progress. This granted Shino a more intuitive approach to understanding himself. Needless to say, the unit's menu displayed the details and status of his available bugs. The database was an archive of important information he had collected, ranging from gene pool data to intel and memories. All of these are categorized and sorted for ease of access. Functioning similar to an evolution chamber, the evolution menu was an assistive interface used to mutate his available bugs. Mutation options, derived from his gene pool, were displayed for each type of bugs, ranging from sensory organs to tougher shells for defense. The variations are limitless. However, there were limited options at the moment because there wasn't enough gene data in the database. But it was clear that more options will be available in the future, allowing him to mutate his bugs accordingly and adapt to a wider variety of situations. Finally, there was the research menu, which showed Shino's current progress on unlocking new units and mutations. In here, Shino's eyes fixated on the creation submenu located at the top, taunting him with its grayed out button. This was different from the evolution menu, which currently only allows for the mutation of his bugs, but still restricted to the same species. This creation menu will allow him to evolve his existing bugs into a new species and even research completely new units based on his needs. He yearned to unlock this forbidden tab, but knew it was currently out of his reach. As a rough estimate, he had to unlock most of the basic Zerg units, from the lowly Zergling to the gargantuan Ultralisk, before the creation submenu would unlock. Outside of the weak drones, which were worker units evolved to adapt to any new worlds, the system required a vast amount of genetic data to be collected in its gene bank before it could begin researching new Zergs. It was a matter of survival. Without sufficient data collected from creatures of the world, the spawn Zergs may fail to adapt and would be rejected by the world. This rejection could potentially lead back to him, the host. Shino was not one to take such risks. He knew the consequences of being rejected by the world could be disastrous. If he were a powerful host, he could lead his Zerg army to conquer the world that was rejecting him, but as a newcomer, he didn't have the strength nor the desire to find out what the consequences of rejection might be. Then again, if it was a powerful Zerg host, it wasn't necessary to go through the troublesome process of gene collection for most worlds because their gene bank was already vast enough to spawn Zerg variations that wouldn't be rejected by the new world. On the other hand, his startup Zerg system had its limitations, but Shino was determined to work within them. He reminded himself that while he couldn't create new Zergs yet, he could still evolve his Aburame clan bugs through the clan's techniques. Not only that, his special bioenergy could be applied to both his drones and bugs. It had a lot of potential yet to be discovered. The natural evolution of the bugs in the world would naturally not face rejection. These would grant him new genetic data to add to his gene pool and bring him closer to the self-evolution he sought. Shino's mind raced with the possibilities that awaited him once he unlocked the creation submenu. Would he be able to create Zergs that could journey through space, or ones that could control minds? Maybe he'll develop an ultimate new species by merging Zerg with Chakra or Immortal mode? His imagination ran wild with the possibilities, and he couldn't wait to uncover them all as it meant that he was one step closer to self-evolution into a perfect godlike existence. Ah, he went on wild fantasy ride again. Ahem. Focus on the present. Shino Aburame stood silently in the training ground, watching as his opponent, Kurenai Yui, approached him. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although the original Shino certainly had an advantage in the early games in the anime, Shino knew his growth speed would eventually be surpassed by other characters, leaving him in the dust as a gag character. He knew that he needed to improve his strength if he wanted to keep up with his batch of graduates, especially with Team 7 going on a mission to the Land of Waves. As Kurenai came closer, Shino took a deep breath and focused on his surroundings. He could feel the presence of his insect companions, ready to assist him in battle. Ready to begin, Shino? Kurenai asked, a small smile on her face. Shino nodded, his eyes meeting hers. He had been training hard for this moment, and he was determined to put his new skills to the test. Hinata and Kiba watched from afar, the latter cheering in his usual comedic tone. Go get him, Shino. Show Kurenai-sensei what you're made of. Shino ignored Kiba's comments and focused on the battle ahead. He knew that Kurenai was a skilled ninja, and he couldn't afford to underestimate her. The two opponents took their positions, and the battle began. Kurenai was quick to attack, using her Genjutsu to try and confuse Shino. But Shino was prepared. He used his new ability, where he used his illusion immune bugs to break free from the Genjutsu. Very impressive, Shino, Kurenai said, a hint of surprise in her voice. Shino didn't respond. Instead, he summoned his insect replicas and sent them towards Kurenai. She was quick to dodge, but Shino wasn't done yet. He created an insect wall, trapping Kurenai inside. You're improving, Shino, Kurenai said, her voice muffled by the insects. Shino nodded, a small smile on his face. He was learning to use his insect shapes to cast Genjutsu. Although he wasn't at the point where they can actually cast any Genjutsu, the disorienting patterns the insect moved in was enough to give some ninjas headaches. Of course, he knew that this wouldn't be too effective on Kurenai-sensei. After all, she was the one that taught him this, and she herself is a master of illusions. Kurenai struggled against the insect wall, trying to break free. But Shino was one step ahead. He sent another wave of insects over, layering on top to form a thicker wall. He also gradually shrunk the box, enclosing the victim within. When he felt the chakra being drained by his bugs, for a moment, Shino thought he had won. But Jonins were never that simple. He felt the chakra signature within his entrapment disappear. Clone? Substitution technique? No, was it Kurenai-sensei's ability to move through surfaces? Before Shino could think further, he felt a kunai place on his neck, signaling the end of the battle. Very good performance, Shino. I did expect more from you, but this should be enough, Kurenai complimented as her red eyes stared at Shino with a smile. As expected. I can't fool Kurenai-sensei. With his words trailing off, the Shino in front of Kurenai turned into a mass of bugs, sending shivers down Hinata and Kiba's spines as they recalled some unpleasant memories. Well done, Shino, Kurenai said as her red eyes locked on the kunai placed on her neck, a small smile on her face. You're ready to start accepting sea-level tasks. Shino felt a surge of pride as he heard those words. He had been training hard for this moment, and he knew that he was finally ready to take on real missions. But never let down your guard, Shino. Shino's eyes shrunk as he watched the Kurenai in front of him transform into a tree. The branches and leaves of the tree extended out to wrap around Shino's body. He wanted to escape, but his body was disobeying his command. In fact, Shino began to feel sleepy. It's the pollens. Shino was hoping his bugs would break him out of the illusion, but for the first time, they didn't respond. This wasn't a low-level illusion. It was clear that his bugs were still not at the level where it can break free from this. Just when Shino thought he was going to fall into eternally sleep, he found himself awake once more, standing in place. With a slight smile, Kurenai-sensei stood in front of him and lectured, don't always rely on your bugs to break free from illusion. Don't forget what I taught you. Shino was silent for a moment before he nodded solemnly. Okay. You passed. Thanks, Kurenai-sensei, Shino said, a small smile on his face. I couldn't have done it without yo-yo. I knew you could do it, Shino. What did I say? Yahoo! Now we can go on a real mission. Kiba interrupted as usual while running over. Kiba was still speaking in his usual comedic tone, but Shino didn't mind. He was just happy to have his teammates by his side. Hinata also came over to congratulate him on his victory. Although he technically lost, but according to Kurenai-sensei, he had passed with flying colors, compared to the other two. Shino didn't know if this was just a compliment for the stoic Shino or if he really surpassed the other two. Although the original Shino made it to the finals in the Chunin exam, it had a factor of luck and it didn't really mean he surpassed the other two. However, it matters not. After all, Shino knew his strength was still weak when it comes to the real deal. Instead of comparing his strength with children, he should set his goal high. Even Jonin isn't enough for the coming dangers. Meanwhile, Kurenai gave her final lecture and precautions for their next mission. She told them to prepare well and explained what supplies to bring. As the sun began to set on the training ground, Shino couldn't help but feel grateful for the opportunity to grow and learn. He knew that he still had a lot to learn, but he was ready for whatever came his way. Kurenai nodded, a proud look on her face. You all have a bright future ahead of you. Keep up the good work, but as a ninja, remember to keep a level head. I don't want to see any of you dragging your own teammates into danger due to your own recklessness and overconfidence, understood? Yes, Kurenai-sensei. X3, Kurenai-sensei nodded, good. Meet at the Konoha gates tomorrow. Don't be late. After the announcement, Kurenai sunk into the ground and disappeared. Watching this, Kiba put his hands on his head as he casually muttered, "Is there really a need to disappear like that every time? Can't Kurenai-sensei just walk away like normal?" Shino glanced over and adjusted his glasses like a scholar. His eyes glinted with intelligence as he had a speculation that Kurenai-sensei did so because she didn't want anyone knowing where she is going to meet next. So, he spoke out, "Perhaps Kurenai-sensei is going to meet Yahoo. It doesn't matter. We are finally going on a real mission, Akamaru. Are you excited?" "Arf. Arf." Shino's hand stiffened a bit before he calmly lowered his hand. Well, he already had gotten used to it. On the side, Hinata twiddled her thumbs as her Byakugan shyly peeked into the distant forest, but no one knows what she was looking at because she didn't say anything. In the end, the team headed back to the village together, excited and ready to take on whatever challenges came their way. After bidding goodbye, they headed their separate ways. When Shino returned home, he found his father, Shibuya, waiting for him in their family's estate with a stern face. Could there be trouble? Did his father discover something, and is he finally going to have the talk with him? Chapter 10, New Bug. Welcome back, Shino, Shibuya greeted him, his eyes betraying a hint of concern, but Shino wasn't able to notice it due to the glasses. Shino raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised to see his father waiting for him. He silently nodded toward his father. Needless to say, he knew his father had something to say. He followed his father into the living room, where they sat down facing each other. Just two men with glasses obscuring the emotions of their eyes and a high collar obscuring the hesitant movement of their mouths. It was hard to tell what each are thinking, and there was silence for a while in the room. "Shino, I know you're a capable ninja," Shibuya began, his voice low. "But I also know that you're still young and inexperienced. Going on missions outside of Hidden Leaf Village can be dangerous, especially for a ninja like us who relies heavily on insects." Shino has a stoic face, feeling slightly insulted by his father's words. "Oh, father, you haven't seen the real power of insects," Shino couldn't help but inwardly comment at his father's remark. The power of insects was something that his father, for all his wisdom, couldn't fully grasp. While his father is limited to seeing them as bugs that are meant for strategic use, Shino knew that his special insects could be a combat force to be reckoned with. In other universes, entire worlds and even solar systems were overrun by the Zerg, and insects were one of the key players in their armies. Not only that, there are so many variations of Zergs and each one had a power buggier than the other. From mind control to traveling in the void, the potential exceeds the boundaries of a simple world. But he kept this thought to himself, knowing that his father only had his best interests in mind. After all, as a mere Genin, he had a long way to go before he could even dream of commanding such a powerful army. Adding on to that, this ninja world was definitely not a simple world. "I understand the risks, father," he replied evenly. "But we both know this is a necessity as a ninja." "I know that, Shino," Shibuya said, his tone softening. "But I also want you to be safe. That's why I've prepared some storage scrolls filled with supplies for you to take on your next mission. Kunai, explosive tags, jars for bug collection, rations, bandages, ointments for wounds and poisons. Oh, and a pair of glasses just in case." Shino's eyes widened in surprise. He had never seen his father so openly worried about him before. "Thank you, father," he said, feeling grateful for his father's concern. Shibuya nodded, his expression serious once again. "There's one more thing," he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small vial containing a black insect. "I want you to have this." Shino took the vial, examining the insect inside as his father explained. "This is a Kashu worm insect, a rare and deadly insect that is tamed by the Ibrahim clan. They can produce a poison that will paralyze their victims and kill them a short while later. They are as imperceptible as mosquitoes yet as deadly as scorpions. Additionally, the poison disappears upon death, preventing it from being found during autopsies. I'm sure you can think of some use cases already in your mind. What do you want me to do with it?" he asked, feeling a sense of unease. Unlike the nano-size Rinkeiku that requires a user to make physical contact, this insect can act independently of the body. "This insect is not to be taken lightly, Shino," Shibuya said, his voice grave. "It's only to be used when you're absolutely determined to kill. This rare breed is known to be difficult to control even for some high-level members of the Ibrahim clan. If you use it, you must be prepared for the consequences. If you fail to control it, it may even end up killing your nearby companions or even yourself." Shino nodded, feeling a sense of dread in his gut. He had heard stories about the Kashu before, and knew that they were not to be used lightly. "I understand, father," he said, tucking the vial away in his pouch. "I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary." "Good," Shibuya said, his expression softening once again. "Remember, Shino, your safety is the most important thing. Don't take unnecessary risks. And Be wary of masked ninjas in black with dandos. Use the kashu if necessary, father will take care of any problems. Hearing the last part, Shino thought for a bit and understood who his father was warning him against. Shino nodded, feeling a sense of warmth in his chest. He knew that his father was only trying to protect him, even if he didn't always agree with his methods. Well, if it was really those brainwashed fellas belonging to the dark side of Hidden Leaf Village, Shino really would not feel any guilt over using the kashu against them. Just hope it's not a poor painter boy, because that may really throw the mid-story plot off the rails. As the conversation came to a close, Shino gathered his things and made his way to his room. After sitting alone in his room, he held the vial in his hand and squinted at the poisonous bugs inside. I don't recall the original Shino ever using this type of bug. Such an unstable, dangerous creature that has a high chance of causing self-harm. There is no way I would use it normally, but who told me to have a system that can deal with this precise problem? Shino had a sly smile as he communicated with his system. A surge of power was aroused in his hand. With a clench, the glass vial shattered, freeing the bugs inside. The ferocious little critters landed on his hand. Just when they wanted to spread their poison on the creature disturbing its rest, an unsettling energy swept through them and caused them to stiffen in place. Moments later, the little critters slowly marched into Shino's body at a crawling pace. Although small, Shino was able to notice their twitching from time to time, showing their sign of struggle, but they could not break free from their controller. Their end was inevitable. When they entered Shino's body, they had entered the nest of the Zergs. The dominating Zerg will crush the minuscule will of the bugs as an unknown energy seeped into the little critters' bodies, altering their gene and assimilating them into the horde. Minutes later, a bug crawled out onto Shino's hand. This time, it was completely under Shino's control with no struggle. Not only that, its poisonous property was completely restrained, as Zergs are born to adapt. With his mutated Zerg nest body, he didn't have to worry about the poison of controlled insects because they won't intermix with his other insects without his command. This was the power of Zerg control. Shino's glasses shone with fervor. With sufficient biomass, any insects, no matter how powerful, can be dominated and permanently converted into his servant as long as it is brought into his body, the Zerg nest. For a trifling insect like this, it didn't even require one biomass. Kashu worm abilities, flight, volatile neurotoxin, size 3 mm, quantity, 20, daily chakra cost. Breeding time and cost. Not only did this update my gene pool with more data, I now have another trump card, a truly deadly killer that I can use to harvest corpses for the growth of my Zerg army. Hopefully, I won't have to use this under the observation of others, and if I do, I should be discreet and make sure all my enemies perishes. A mere gain in will appear very abnormal to have control over such a bug. It will be even harder to explain my perfect control over it, especially since it's known to be difficult to control. However, I should still breed a good amount with chakra and store it in my body just in case. Before the night ended, Shino had returned home with a box. Inside the container was his most loyal 24 out of 7 worker. This will be his second trump card in the mission, and also his biomass converter for organic materials he wouldn't want to personally consume. Despite the hassle of carrying such a large and unwieldy object, Shino knew it was a necessity and may end up saving his life. Who knows what would happen during the mission? A death warrior that can be telepathically controlled can turn the tides of battle at a critical moment. Perhaps there may even be other unexpected uses. After Shino secured a strap to the dog-size container so that he could carry it on his back, he was prepared for his journey. As he lay in bed that night, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease about the mission ahead. He knew that he would have to be careful, and that the kashu would only be used as a last resort. Well, it's not like a mere C-level task will end up being a A or S level 1, right? That only happens to the protagonist like Naruto. It shouldn't have anything to do with me, Shino mused as he closed his eyes. But no matter what happened, Shino took solace in the knowledge that his father had his back. If worse comes to worse, he will use it with no qualms. And that thought brought him a sense of comfort as he drifted off to sleep, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Tomorrow will be an important day. It was finally time for their first C-level task. It was finally time to step outside the safety of the village. It was finally time for Team 8 to face the dangers of the ninja world. And finally time for the world to welcome the arrival of the Zerg Dominator. Chapter 11, Leaving Hidden Leaf Village. The next morning, Shino walked towards the Hidden Leaf Village gates carrying a box on his back. He was met by his teammates, Kiba and Yuzuka and Hinata Hyuga, who were already geared up and waiting for him. Good morning, Shino-kun, Hinata greeted in a soft voice. Sniff. Sniff. Kiba seemed to sniff the air as he hopped over to Shino and curiously poked his box. What's in here, Shino? Shino glanced at him. The benefits of taking the drone along outweighs the cons. He knew he couldn't hide his drone from his team, But it was a risk he was willing to take because he trusted them. He knew that if the wrong person took notice of his drone, it could spell disaster for both him and his team. Well, as long as it's not the dangerous, calculating old man, it should be fine. Of course, he won't reveal the secrets of the drone regardless. After all, corpse consumption is widely frowned upon no matter which world he is in. Even Uncle Snake won't fall as low as consuming corpses. Well, his pet snake does. Isn't that a similar situation as his pet Zerg consuming corpse? Oh wow. He definitely can't reveal what his bug does. Otherwise, he might end up a rebellious ninja like Uncle Snake. So, he decided to only tell them a brief overview of his bug's abilities, minus the alarming parts such as telepathic control regardless of distance, construction, and biomass storage. Shino adjusted his glasses before replying in a solemn manner, "It's my Trumpche, I get it." "Another bug?" Kiba uttered as he backed away. Acknowledgement he guessed right, but can't Kiba let him finish for once? Well, it seems today won't be the day that his trump card gets revealed because Kurenai Yui, their sensei, appeared soon after and gave them a briefing on their first sea-level mission, a bandit hunt in a small village in the Land of Fire. "Glad you all made it. I'm sure everyone has prepared sufficient supplies," she said, her voice firm and confident. Seeing the trio nod in agreement, she announced, "Our mission is to hunt down a group of bandits who have been terrorizing a small village in the Land of Fire. This is a sea-level mission, so be prepared for anything." Shino nodded, his mind already working out various strategies. "To gather biomass secretly." Kiba snickered, "Bandits? That should be easy. Right, Akamaru?" "Arf. Arf." Kurenai shot him a sharp look, "Don't underestimate them. They've caused enough damage to the village to warrant our attention." Hinata spoke up, her voice gentle, "What's the plan, Kurenai-sensei?" Kurenai smiled, "We'll travel on foot, keeping our guard up at all times. This will be a good experience as you'll learn how to survive in the wild. Once we reach the village, we'll gather information from the villagers and track down the bandits. It won't be easy, but I have faith in each of you. Remember to stay with the group. I don't want any of you getting lost, understand?" "Yes. Kurenai-sensei." X3, the team set off, trekking through the forests of the vast Land of Fire. On the way, Kurenai-sensei lectured them regarding survival tips in the wild, things to look out for, and how to arrange camp. As the sun set, they decided to set up camp for the night. Kiba, being the restless one, started pacing around. "Ugh, I'm so bored. We should play a game or something," he said. Hinata giggled softly, "What kind of game?" Kiba scratched his chin, "I don't know. Truth or dare?" Shino looked up from his bug journal, which he stares at when he accesses his system to not appear too obtrusive. "I'd rather not." "Arf. Arf." Akamaru interrupted. "Akamaru says you're no fun, Shino." Kiba shrugged, "Suit yourself." Shino adjusted his glasses as he glanced at Akamaru. Even the dog was infected. Hinata looked around at their surroundings. "How about we play I Spy?" Kiba rolled his eyes, "That's a game for little kids." Hinata blushed as she twiddled her fingers with head bowed. "Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought it would be fun." Kurenai-sensei interjected, "I think it's a good idea. It'll keep everyone alert." They played I Spy for a while, having fun. Until everyone realized that Byakugan was a cheat in this game. Well, Hinata definitely knew how to pick her game. Still, they bonded over it at least. Eventually, they all settled down and fell asleep after determining the rotations of the night watch. Kurenai-sensei didn't participate in this rotation, but Shino knew she would probably be on the lookout regardless. Still, Shino let his drone out from the box and had it burrowed into the ground as a sentry for the entire night. It can be the first to alert him if it detects vibrations from approaching individuals. The days following were uneventful and full. There weren't any surprise encounters on the way. No sudden rogue ninjas popping up to assassinate them. Well, this was a good thing. After traveling for days, they finally reached the village. The village looked deserted, and they were greeted by an old man who introduced himself as the village chief. He explained to them that the bandits had ravaged their village and had left them helpless. Kiba let out a snort, "Why don't you guys fight back?" The old man looked at Kiba with a pained expression, "We're just simple folk, son. We don't have the strength or the means to fight these bandits." Hinata's gentle nature kicked in, "Don't worry, sir. We'll take care of them." The old man's eyes lit up, and he gave them a grateful smile. Shino stood silently, observing the village and its people. His bugs scurried around, secretly gathering information. He noticed that the villagers seemed to be living in fear. He didn't know why, so he didn't say anything, but he kept this fact in his mind. After resting for a bit, they set out to find the bandits. The village chief had given them a general idea of where they were hiding, in the nearby mountains. It wasn't a tall mountain, and the bandits were simply hiding in a cave that they didn't even bother to cover up. Honestly, it wasn't difficult to find. Perhaps, even too easy. As they approached the bandits' hideout, they could hear the sounds of laughter and shouting. They took cover behind some rocks and observed the bandits. There are so many of them, Kiba whispered. Hinata nodded, we'll have to be careful. Shino's bugs discreetly flew closer to the bandits and gathered information. He frowned, there's something odd about these bandits because Kiba excitedly interrupted, what do you mean? Shino adjusted his glasses and couldn't help but complain inwardly. If Kiba could just let him finish talking. Shino explained, my bugs picked up some strange chakra. It's like nothing I've ever. Kurenai-sensei glanced over at Shino and nodded in approval. Shino is right. I've also detected chakra signatures in some of these bandits. It seems that some of them may be ninjas. Shino looked over at his teacher with shocked eyes. No. Not even you, Kurenai-sensei. Unfortunately, no one noticed his shock because it was hidden behind his glasses. Instead, the Hinata and Kiba looked at each other nervously, wondering what they were up against. Shino adjusted his glasses as he came up with a safe plan. We should suddenly, a bandit appeared from behind another set of rocks nearby. Well. What do we have here? I only went out to take a dump and come back to find a bunch of little hidden leaf village ninjas. TSK, what amazing luck. The brothers will enjoy this. Kiba growled, we're not little. We're big enough to take you down. The bandit laughed, is that so? Let's see what you've got then. Everyone, we have guests. With his holler, the bandits began to close in, encircling the team. Wild grins appeared on their faces, revealing missing teeth and scars earned from a lifetime of crime. Some licked their knives hungrily, while others cracked their knuckles in anticipation of the fight to come. Kiba took Akamaru from his head and placed him on the ground. A wild grin appeared on his face as he drops down to all fours, his hands clenching like claws. Byakugan. Hinata raised her hands and took a low stance with her arms positioned in front of her in a defensive posture, ready to give her enemies a taste of her gentle fists. Glancing around, Shino noticed that Kurenai-sensei had already disappeared at an unknown time. As expected of a Jonin. It seems this will be training for them. Outnumbered and the enemy also has ninjas in the mix. This will be a tough battle. Bugs flowed out from Shino's body, surrounding him and intimidatingly danced to the rhythm of its buzzing. Shino adjusted his glasses as he stared at the bodies of the bandits with a greedy glint in his eyes. The bandit leader stepped forward, his eyes glinting with malice. You've made a grave mistake, coming here, he spat. But since you're already here, we might as well have some fun. Get 'em boys. The bandits erupted into cheers and jeers, taunting the team with crude insults and threats before charging at them. Their first battle begins. It will be one that will not end unless there is bloodshed. Chapter 12, First Blood. Shino Abraham, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba in Yuzuka, stood ready to face a group of bandits. The group had been causing trouble for the villagers, and it was their duty as ninja to put a stop to it. The team tensed, ready for battle. This was what they had trained for, what they had been assigned to do. They would not back down, no matter how outnumbered or outmatched they might be. The bandit leader drew his sword, and the battle cry went up. The team launched themselves into the fray, their training and instincts taking over as they fought for their lives. The clash of metal on metal, the grunts and cries of pain and effort, filled the clearing. Shino took the lead, as he sent his swarm of insects towards the bandits. They were quick to react, but not quick enough. Shino's insects covered the ground and the bandits themselves. As they swarmed around the enemy, Shino adjusted his glasses and calmly announced the name of his attack. Insect Swarm J. Let's go, Akamaru. Kiba excitedly commanded as he rushed into the enemy formation, tossing out a small ball. Puff! A cloud of smoke exploded in the midst of the bandits, obscuring their sights, but the smoke could not stop Kiba's smell. With claws outstretched, he pounced forward using his four legs jutsu. The poor bandits couldn't even react in the face of his attacks. With a couple of swipes, Kiba drew bloody gashes on the bodies of the bandits that were distracted by Shino's bugs. They were quick and fierce, tearing through the enemy's flesh. Sensing blood, the insects intensified their attacks, biting and infiltrating the bodies of the bandits. After one fell, Shino's insects would focus on another enemy, closing in like a hunter entrapping a prey. The ninja bandit tried to evade them, but he was too slow. The insects swarmed around him, biting and stinging him relentlessly. Hinata stood in place, but she didn't waste any time. Any bandits who tried to approach were her target. Her defense was impeccable. Stably standing in place, her Byakugan targeted the weakest points in her enemies' bodies. Her palms landed on her enemies' bodies, and they were thrown back with a force that surprised even her. Seeing one of the bandits being launched in his direction, Kiba cheered, thanks for the pass, Hinata Wolf Fang Fist. Ha! With a strong jab, Kiba sent the bandit flying further. The bandit tumbled on the ground, spat out blood, and finally laid still. Seeing this, Kiba stiffened in place for a moment, falling into confusion. At this moment, a bandit suddenly appeared behind Kiba. The bandit's speed was far beyond a normal human. It was a ninja bandit. Die, brat. The ninja bandit growled with a fierce face. He aimed his kunai at Kiba's neck. Caught off guard, Kiba had no time to react. Shino's glasses glinted as he raised his hand. With a thought, the ninja bandit's attack came to a halt. Moments later, the ninja bandit's eyes widened as he grunted in pain and fear. With a slight grin that no one saw, Shino clenched his fist, parasitic destruction Tekage. The ninja bandit's scream drowned out Shino's words. Hearing the horrid scream, both enemies and allies paused their battle for a moment. Suddenly, the scream stopped, and a hush fell over the battlefield. Everyone turned to look at the source of the noise, and what they saw sent shivers down their spines. From the ninja bandit's mouth, nose, and ears, a horde of insects began to emerge, burrowing their way out of his body. The sight was both gruesome and terrifying, as the bugs wriggled and squirmed in the open air, their sharp pincers and menacing exoskeletons on full display. The ninja bandit, once so fierce and fearsome, was now reduced to a lifeless husk, drained of all chakra and bodily fluids. As the lifeless husk crumbled to the ground, Shino stood calmly near the body, his eyes focused and his bugs swarming around him. The other hidden ninja bandits watched in stunned silence. When was there an extra ninja brat on the field? It was finally then that they paid attention to the unassuming bug boy who had been silently standing alone with no bandits attacking him. It turns out that the annoying bugs distracting them came from him. How did they not notice? For a moment, no one moved, no one spoke. The horror of what they had just witnessed was too much to bear. Even Hinata had stiff faces as if she recalled some undesirable memory. Kiba had it worse as his face became pale. After all, he got front row seat to the performance. But then, the moment passed, and the battle resumed, more fierce and more determined than before. The bandits, now aware of the deadly power of Shino's insects, sent bandits over to harass him. The rest redoubled their efforts to defeat him and his allies. Seeing the two bandits rushing in his direction, Shino adjusted his glasses with a slight smile. A good support is one that can draw aggro. It was finally time for him to shine. The tension in the air was palpable as the two bandits charged towards Shino Abraham, their faces twisted into fierce snarls. Shino stood his ground, his hands raised and his insects buzzing around him like a boss battle background track. His glasses glinted menacingly, signaling to the bandits that they were in for a world of hurt. The two bandits finally approached. Shino's eyes squinted in preparation. But just when he was about to command his insects to commence their assault, his face stiffened as he watched the two bandits continue to scream and scream until they ran way past him. Without even glancing at him, they continued to bolt forward at breakneck speed, faster and faster, away and away. Shino awkwardly stood there, dumbfounded. Is the script wrong? When did fierce bandits start fleeing from battle like scaredy cats? Turning around and locking his eyes on the bandits fleeing into the distance, Shino's eyes shone strangely when he observed their route. A sly smile slowly arose on his face. It seems my pet won't go hungry today, Shino thought inwardly as he returned his focus to the battlefield. If anyone were to pay attention to Shino, they would have noticed that he wasn't carrying his box on his back. Alas, no one paid attention to when he had taken it off. Maybe if this was a story, even the author will forget to mention it. Surveying the battlefield with his eyes, Shino noticed that a strange fact. Besides the bandit that Kiba accidentally killed and the one finished off by himself, the number of bandits didn't actually dwindle. There were many in the group of bandits suffering from injuries, but none fatal. Shino's eyes locked onto Hinata, who was constantly knocking bandits away. Sweat had begun to appear on her forehead, hinting at her exhaustion from the constant harassment and usage of her abilities. Once she becomes exhausted, she knows would be in a desperate situation. Yet, she is still so soft-hearted. On the other hand, Kiba was more fierce. Most of the bloody injuries were caused by him. Some bandits were also brought down to the ground by him, but it seems he also avoided making the final blow. The first one was an accident, and now even he seemed to be hesitating and holding back. Shino knew there was a first for everything, and murder should not be on the curriculum for children like them. Alas, this world was crooked. If they are to survive as a ninja, this was a necessity. His companions will have to learn sooner or later. Shino was sure Kurenai-sensei will make sure of this. In the meantime, Shino will do his duty and play his role of support perfectly. For what felt like an eternity, the team battled against the bandits. Kiba's fangs flashed as he lunged at his opponents. Hinata's hands moved with blinding speed as she struck at their vital points, trying to immobilize them. Shino's insects swarmed around him, biting and stinging with deadly accuracy all who approached. He wasn't sure if they were afraid of him or if they didn't notice him, because nobody came to fight him. He wasn't sure if he should be happy or sad over this fact, but this did let him fully focus his attention on supporting his teammates. Hinata was almost hit by a kunai thrown by one of the ninjas hidden in the midst of the bandits, but Shino's insects intervened, blocking the attack just in time with an insect wall. "Thanks, Shino," Hinata said, as she caught her breath before she continued to knock enemies back with her gentle fists. In the midst of battle, Akamaru was punted and sent flying. Shino caught him and gave him a cushion with his insects. He returned a shivering pup to Kiba, who thanked him. After seeing his partner hurt, Kiba became more fierce and began to use his signature moves. After doping themselves with pills, Akamaru's fur turned red. Crouching on all fours, Kiba had a menacing face as he commanded. "Akamaru. Man-beast clone." Arf. Akamaru leapt onto Kiba's back. Poof. In a puff of smoke, now there were two Kibas on the battlefield. Before the bandits could understand what was transpiring, Kiba's eyes narrowed as he growled, fang over fang. Both Kiba and Akamaru began to spin rapidly like a drill. With a growl, they launched themselves at the crowd of bandits, sending enemies flying as their claws sank into their body. A deafening howl resounded on the battlefield when the assault came to its end. Boom. Crashing onto the ground in an unsightly manner, Kiba did a roll to stabilize himself and caught Akamaru, who had transformed back into a little pup, both panting in exhaustion. It seems this move still hasn't been mastered by them yet. Still, many bandits lay at his feet, writhing in pain and clutching their wounds. Kiba stood over them, his chest heaving with exertion but his eyes blazing with ferocity. It was unknown how many bandits were killed by his move, but when he saw his lifelong partner hurt, Kiba had awoken his inner ferocity. The bandits that had once been so eager to engage in battle now quivered in fear, realizing the true power of Kiba's jutsu. In that moment, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that Kiba in Yuzuka was a force to be reckoned with. Just because he became a stepping stone for Naruto doesn't mean he is weak. However, that technique was costly. It drained Kiba's chakra and he was also injured. Shino noticed that one of his arms seemed to be trembling, probably injured from his reckless behavior. He still has a long way to go, but he should have mastered it by the Chunin exam. Shino drew blood. Kiba drew blood. But Hinata still hasn't had her first blood. Shino adjusted his glasses and made no comment. His eyes secretly swept around. It's about time that she shows up. Meeting his expectations, Kurenai-sensei entered the battlefield in an imposing manner, rising out from the ground. Moments after her entrance, her red eyes swept the battlefield. The remaining ninjas and bandits stiffened in place as if there was an unknown force holding them. Kurenai-sen, Hinata exclaimed with relief, but suddenly fell silent. Swish. Without warning, Kurenai-sensei whipped out a kunai with a swift whirl. In one fluid motion, she calmly sliced the throats of the remaining bandits, leaving only one alive. Her eyes then locked onto Hinata, who was panting in exhaustion. As she sauntered towards the panting Hinata, the air was thick with tension. Coming to a stop in front of Hinata, with another twirl, she handed the bloody kunai to her student. Hinata's white eyes fixated on the kunai still dripping with blood. With eyes filled with confusion, she blankly looked up at her Kurenai-sensei, whose red eyes bore into Hinata's with an intensity that made her shudder. Chapter 13, Return Trip. Hey, Shino, Kiba said, grinning while ruffling Akamaru's head. Do your bugs get motion sickness? Carrying his box, that served as the ride for his drone, on his back, Shino gave him a flat look. No, they, Kiba continued, undeterred. I bet they get bored, though. Do you ever give them bug puzzles to solve? Shino replied, his face impassive. I assure you, Kiba, my bugs are quite content with their work because they don't bug you, right? Yay, I get it. You're a bug lover, Kiba confidently finished as he placed Akamaru on his head, then peeked at Hinata. Yay, they don't bug you, get it, Shino? Ha ha ha. No. Because they are absolutely obedient. Of course, Shino didn't mention this. His glasses seemed flash as he nodded in acquiescence, his obscured eyes sweeping towards the quiet Hinata. As they walked, Kiba had started making jokes, trying to lighten the mood. Hinata twiddled her fingers as she listened with her head bowed, but her body trembled from time to time. Shino occasionally had a slight smile, but it was hidden by his high collar. However, it was clear the mood wasn't that great. The silent Kurenai-sensei who was walking beside them with a serious face was definitely not helping. They had made it out alive, and they had accomplished their mission, but the ending wasn't a happy one. But it can't be blamed on anyone. Can't blame Hinata for having a kind personality. She was born that way. Can't blame Kurenai-sensei for being cruel. She did it for Hinata's own good. After all, if Hinata didn't change soon, she may risk losing her position in the clan. In that case, she may truly face the cruelty of being a caged bird. It's not anyone's fault that this world is a cruel one. That night, the camp was silent. The air was crisp and cool as the moon cast its pale light upon the forest. It was Shino's turn to take watch, but as he made his way through the trees, he heard the soft sound of sobbing. Curious, he followed the noise until he stumbled upon Hinata, alone and crying. Hinata's shoulders shook as she wept, her hands clenched into fists. Shino stepped back, not wanting to intrude on her private moment. Shino hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if he was the guy for the job. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Shino calmly stepped behind a tree and hid himself, lurking in the shadows. A figure emerged from the darkness. It wasn't an enemy. Shino breathed a sigh of relief before lowering his presence further. "Sensei!" Hinata exclaimed, standing up to greet Kurenai. Kurenai's eyes swept Hinata, taking in her disheveled appearances. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Hinata hesitated for a moment before blurting out the truth. I killed someone today," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Kurenai's eyes softened as she approached Hinata. "Come here," she said, pulling her into a tight embrace. "I'm so sorry, Hinata. I wish I could take your pain away." Hinata buried her face in Kurenai's shoulder, her tears soaking through the fabric of her shirt. Kurenai held her for a few moments before pulling back and cupping her face in her hands. "I know this is difficult, Hinata. But you must remember that this is the life we have chosen. We are shinobi, and sometimes we have to make difficult decisions." Hinata looked up at her sensei, her eyes filled with confusion. "But how can you be so calm about it? How can you just accept that we have to kill people?" Kurenai's eyes darkened as she took a deep breath. "It's not about being calm, Hinata. It's about understanding the reality of our world. We live in a world of violence and bloodshed, and sometimes we have to do terrible things to protect the people we love. But we must never forget that every life we take is a weight that we carry with us for the rest of our lives." Hinata nodded slowly, taking in every word that Kurenai-sensei spoke. She could feel the weight of her first kill pressing down on her, but she knew that she had to listen to her sensei's words. "I understand," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "But how do I live with this? How do I move on?" Kurenai's eyes softened as she looked at Hinata. "You don't forget, Hinata. You never forget the lives that you take. But you use that memory to become stronger, to become better. You use that weight to fuel your determination to protect the people you love. Don't you have someone you love?" As an image arose in Hinata's mind, she seemed to calm down as a faint blush appeared on her face. Hinata nodded slowly, taking in Kurenai's words. She knew that it would take time to come to terms with what she had done, but she also knew that she had the support of her sensei, her friends, and that boy who is her beacon. "Thank you, sensei," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Kurenai gave her a small smile before standing up. "Come on," she said, holding out her hand. "Let's go back to camp. We have a long day tomorrow." Hinata took Kurenai's hand and stood up, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. She knew that the weight of her first kill would never leave her, but she also knew that she had the strength to carry it. As they made their way back to camp, Kurenai's red eyes silently locked onto a tree. In the end, a soft smile appeared on her face, but she didn't say anything and continued forward. The moon shone down upon them as they walked, casting a pale light upon the forest. The weight of the world was heavy upon their shoulders, but they walked forward, ready to face whatever challenges may come their way. The forest returned to its tranquility. Shino stepped out from behind the tree that Kurenai stared at. Looking in the direction where they left, Shino couldn't help muttering, "Still discovered in the end. My low presence didn't kick in. Should I be happy or sad?" The next day, the team seemed to have returned to normal. Noticing the shy Hinata that was no longer trembling with head bowed, Kiba's mood seemed to be better. Shino was no exception. Kurenai looked at the group sternly, her eyes scanning the area. "You three have a lot to learn. Your teamwork is sloppy, and you're too focused on your individual attacks. You need to work together better and not put yourselves in danger. You can't rely on others to save you every time." Shino nodded, his face still impassive. "Sensei, we'll do better next time." "Right, Akamaru?" Kiba growled, his eyes narrowing as he patted Akamaru on the head. "Arf. Arf." The pup cutely responded. Hinata nodded, her eyes determined. "We won't let you down, Kurenai-sensei." Kurenai smiled, her eyes softening. "I know you won't. Now let's get back to the village." The group nodded in agreement, their faces determined. Team 8 continued their return journey, but the mood was noticeably better. Kurenai-sensei had returned to her lecturing mode. They talked about what had gone wrong in the battle and how they could improve. Kurenai listened intently, offering advice and guidance as they walked and ran. As they approached the village gates, Kurenai turned to them. "Remember, You are ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. Your duty is to protect the village and its people. You must work together to become the best ninja you can be." The group nodded in agreement, their eyes focused on their sensei. They knew they had a lot of work to do, but they were ready for the challenge. As they parted ways with their sensei, the group felt a renewed sense of determination. They knew that they had a long way to go, but they were ready for the challenge. They were ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, and they would do whatever it took to protect their home and its people. But they knew that there would be more battles to come, more dangers to face. They would need to remain vigilant and continue to hone their skills if they were to survive in this world of shinobi. Perhaps the others may not know, but Shino was clearer than anyone regarding the crisis to come. After this mission out, the roller coaster of time is quickly approaching its climax. Shino knew he needed to get stronger fast. That was the reason why he risked taking his drone out. And it was definitely the right choice. Shino's glasses flashed as he thought about his abundant harvest. He then calmly strolled off. After discreetly dropping off his drone at the Forest of Death once more, his steps were more brisk than usual as he headed home. It wasn't long before Shino was back in the safe confines of his room. He finally could sit down and put his resources to good use. Time to check my harvest. Observing the greatly increased values in his interface, Shino had a grin as he muttered, "There is so much more I can do this time. It's time for my power to get a boost." Chapter 14, Abundant Harvest. Staring at the system interface in his mind that showed his abundant savings of more than 200 biomass, Shino calmly played with the bug in his hand as he evaluated his assets. Normal human corpses average around 50 biomass. My drone devoured 2 for a total of 100 from the escaping bandits. The last bonus was from Kurenai-sensei telling the US to handle a corpse each, he thought to himself. Learning to dispose of corpses was a must, either through burying, incineration, or other means. Although I was eager for more, but it would have been strange to ask for bodies I didn't kill. It wasn't easy to resist the temptation, especially when he knew ninja corpses provided an average biomass that was well above 50. If his speculations were correct, the stronger the ninja, the more biomass he can collect. Unfortunately, the only ninja he killed was a trash fish. Although he did harvest more biomass from that ninja compared to the normal bandits, it was still under the 100 value range. However, it is still worth it. There is no way I could accumulate biomass so fast in the village with just one drone. This outing really brought me lots of benefits. He closed his eyes and looked at the interface in his mind. He could feel the excitement building inside him over his progress. As expected, I finally collected more genes of humans and ninjas, he said, his voice barely a whisper. This boosted the research progress for new Zerg units greatly, with the Zergling being the highest at over 50% completion. Unfortunately, it is still not enough to unlock a new Zerg. According to the gene list displayed under the Zergling, I may need to find the genes of some desert creatures in order to satisfy the requirement. Other Zergs also have unique gene strands that don't overlap with others. He had always been fascinated by the Zerg, by their ability to adapt, evolve, and overcome any obstacle. Now, he was a part of that, a part of something greater than himself, but he needs to work hard to catch them all. And no, he won't stuff them in a ball after catching them. He will simply have them devoured. But there was still much to do. He had to keep pushing forward, no matter what. For now, let's start with spawning more drones. System, show me the data on my Zerg, he said, his voice firm and commanding. The interface responded with a series of numbers and graphs, showing the growth rate, the biomass levels, and the number of drones he could create. Excellent, he said, his lips curling into a smile. Now, let's see to it that I turn these biomass into working drones as soon as possible. Once again, Shino's hands slowly raised up as bugs surged out from his body. Arise. After watching his 5th drone enter the Forest of Death, Shino recovered the buzzing bugs into his body. He calmly stood there as he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. He turned, ready to face whatever danger lay ahead. But it was just his classmate, Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru is known for his intelligence, analytical skills, and strategic thinking. Despite his reputation for being lazy, Shikamaru is actually a highly capable and observant ninja, which have earned him the nickname the Lazy Genius. He is certainly not someone he can underestimate. What are you doing out here? Shikamaru asked, his voice laced with boredom. I'm training my bugs, Shino replied, his voice calm and even. Here? Shikamaru asked, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the forest. Yes, Shino repeated. This environment is perfect for their growth. What a drag, Shikamaru said, scratching his head. Why bother with all the secrecy when you could just send it over like normal? Because it's my trump card, Shino replied as he adjusted his glasses. I don't want anyone discovering them until I am ready to use them, which may be soon. Soon, huh? Shikamaru rolled his eyes as his thoughts spun. Moments later, it seems that he had confirmed something in his mind, What a drag. Man, just don't get too carried away. Watching Shikamaru lazily stroll away, Shino bowed his head deep in thought. I'm still not careful enough. I was overly excited and eager to get my drones to work as soon as possible, but carrying a box over multiple times attracted attention. Fortunately, it's just Shikamaru who finds it troublesome to dig deeper. However, I don't know if there are other observers. Although he didn't discover anyone else with his bugs, he knew he couldn't underestimate any ninja. Shino furrowed his brows, but in the end, he smoothed it out. It's meaningless to think of this now. I'll just take things as they come. I just need to be more cautious in the future. Perhaps, this was also a reminder from Shikamaru. Shino's glasses glinted. He doesn't know if he is overthinking. After all, it is always difficult to speculate the minds of geniuses. Holding a bug journal in his hand, Shino Aburame sat on the grassy training ground, staring at the system interface in his mind. The system interface blinked back at him, displaying a detailed report of his biomass points he had collected in the past week and the number of drones he could create. With 5 drones working for him, he could acquire 50 biomass points every couple of days, which was enough to create a new drone. The more drones he had, the more efficient his collection process would become. It was like a snowball effect, and Shino knew he had to keep the momentum going. But he also knew that he had to be careful. The forest was a dangerous place, filled with dangerous predators and shinobi who might hunt his drones. He couldn't risk losing all of his hard work in a single moment of carelessness. Every loss in the early stages of the game would be infinitely magnified, delaying his growth towards his apex. This is also the reason why it takes multiple days to fill up the biomass storage for each drone. If he decides to unscrupulously let his drones run amok, he could gain biomass much faster, but the result will be the annihilation of his drones. After all, there are always ninjas checking up on the forest to prevent the ecosystem from being destroyed and to prevent the birth of creatures that has strength exceeding the safety index of the training ground. That's why Shino had chosen the Forest of Death to be the primary location for his Zerg. It was an ideal hiding spot, and even if discovered, it wouldn't be hunted due to its danger index not exceeding the estimate. However, he knew that relying solely on one location could become problematic. The Forest of Death is certainly not the only dangerous training ground in Hidden Leaf Village. Perhaps I should start diversifying my Zerg's workspace and station them in different training grounds. However, I have to find the right balance between the number of training grounds and the collection efficiency. After all, harvesting is also a risk in itself. After confirming this thought, Shino made a note to spend the break time between missions to scout for training grounds that meet his requirements. As for why Shino mentioned break time, that's because Shino. It was Kurenai-sensei. He was so engrossed in his planning that he didn't notice when Kurenai-sensei appeared in front of him. I've been looking for you. Teammates' break is nearly over. We have a new mission. Shino nodded, his expression blank. What kind of mission? It's a sea-level mission, Kurenai explained. We're to investigate a series of disappearances in a nearby village. We leave in 2 days. I've already told Hinata and Kiba. We'll gather at the gates. Shino nodded again, his mind already racing with the possibilities. This could be a perfect opportunity to collect more genetic material and increase his biomass points. But he had to be careful, as always. Kurenai nodded and remember to rest well before the mission. Understood, sensei, he said, his voice low and measured. I'll be ready. As Kurenai turned to leave, Shino couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. There was less than 5 months before the Chunin exams, and he knew he had to speed up his gene collection if he wanted to have any chance of implementing his plans. And with the return of the infamous Kakashi team from his bridge builder mission in just a month, the competition would only get tougher. Don't expect that Shino could downright excel in the Chunin exam like the original. No character was powerful from the very beginning. Due to his portrayal, many fans may hold the belief that Shino was a character inherently endowed with greater strength compared to the other members of the Hidden Leaf Village 11. But beneath the cover of the original, Shino's formidable prowess, shrouded in secrecy, remained a hidden tale of tireless effort and untold sacrifices leading up to the fateful Chunin exam, a chapter missing from the annals of his character development. In order for the new Shino to strive for a semblance of parity with the original, he also must exert significant effort. Of course, Shino's goal was never to win the Chunin exam. After all, he knew there was no winner. His final goal was to be recognized and be promoted to Chunin just like Shikamaru. With the promotion, his freedom will be less restricted, and he can go implement some of his plans outside of Hidden Leaf Village. Honestly, the protection for a Geinin is great and all, but it also makes it hard for them to hide anything. No wonder geniuses like Shishui and Itachi were so easily discovered and exploited by that bad old man. They were under observation from the very start. Although his situation wasn't as bad, but it's true that he is restricted in his Zerg development due to being a Geinin. However, For now, drones are enough. If I spawn enough, the harvest may be exceptional by the time the exams start. Instead, I should focus on improving other factors, such as my own strength. Perhaps, I should ask my parents for a sealing technique, such as the enclosing seal, which will be a great assistance for my Zerg transport. My Shuriken jutsu also needs practice. After pondering a bit, Shino felt that he didn't have enough life-saving means. Even if I have an insect clone, it was best to have one more life-saving skill for the Chunin exam. So, the body substitution technique should also be mastered. The illusion disruption system definitely still needs fine-tuning. Although it didn't seem to be prominent, who knows if there is a genin that could use illusions during the second phase of the Chunin exam. After all, I can't just base my info off the groups shown in the anime. It'll be bad if someone controls me with illusion and have me spit out all the secrets regarding my system. After confirming his plans, Shino stood up and began his arduous training. 2 days later, Shino found himself standing outside the gates of the village, his team gathered around him. Once again, he was carrying a box on his back, but heavier. This time no one questioned him. It seems this might become part of his image in the future. With the appearance of Kurenai-sensei, it was time to set off. It was time for their second sea-level task. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly like the first time. Chapter 15, Mysterious Enemy. Although it was said to be nearby, the village was still nearly a day away. Shino and teammate had been on the road for what seemed like forever. The weight coming from his back only made the journey feel longer. The sun was high in the sky, casting a bright light over the rolling hills and the small villages that dotted the countryside. Scouting these villages with his bugs, Shino noticed the villagers have a tendency to hide indoors, as if afraid of something. It wasn't long before they arrived at the village that commissioned them. As they walked through the gates of the small village, they were greeted by the village chief. It seemed he'd been informed of their arrival somehow. He was an older man with a kind face, but his eyes were filled with worry. "Welcome to our village," he said, bowing deeply. "I am the village chief. We are honored to have you here to help us with our problem." Kurenai led the group and nodded respectfully in return. "We are here to assist in any way we can," she said. The village chief nodded, his eyes darting nervously around. "As you may have heard, we have been experiencing some strange disappearances here in our village," he said. "Yes, we heard about it on our way here," asked Kurenai. "Can you tell us more about what's been happening?" "Well, they didn't really, but it sounds professional." Shino inwardly mused as he let his bugs discreetly crawl out to investigate. The village chief sighed heavily. "It started about a year ago," he began. "At first, it was just a few children who went missing. We searched the entire village, but we couldn't find any trace of them. Then, a few weeks later, it happened again. Months later, even some of the adults started to disappear as well. We tried everything we could think of to find them, but it was as if they had vanished into thin air." Shino nodded, his mind already racing with possible theories. "Human traffickers? Root? Uncle Snake? Do you have any idea who or what might be behind these disappearances?" Kiba asked the obvious while sniffing around with Akamaru. The village chief shook his head. "No, we don't. That's why we've asked for your help. We think this is no longer a problem normal people like us can solve. So, we are placing our hopes on the ninjas of the Leaf Village, and we're hoping that you can find out what's happening here." Kurenai nodded in acknowledgement as he red eyes swept around. Hinata bowed slightly. "We will do our best," she said. With that, the village chief led them to a small building on the outskirts of the village. Inside, there were several maps and charts spread out on a table, along with a few other village elders who were there to help with the investigation. After bowing respectfully, he left the group to their own devices. Kurenai-sensei, as a jonin, immediately went to work. "I'll leave the investigation here to you three. I'll see if I can find anything in the dark." With that announcement, she sunk into the ground. Who knows where she went to spy on others? "Yo, I'll take Akamaru out for a walk. Maybe we'll sniff something unusual," Kiba said as he casually walked out with hands on his head. It was doubtful if he could investigate anything, but Shino was sure he was escaping from the table of charts and maps. Well, can't blame him. There were memories of topography education in his mind, but even Shino can't understand some of the scribbles on these custom maps. Hinata on the other hand stared at the maps with interest. It seems she understood the scribbles. Perhaps topography was part of the education for the noble Hyuga clan. After all, if their eyes let them see terrains but not being able to recognize or accurately describe them, that would be embarrassing. Shino, on the other hand, sent out his insects to scout the area. He wanted to get a sense of the village's surroundings and see if he could pick up any clues. If he really picks up any clues that points towards certain groups, then he can only do his best to advise Kurenai-sensei to give up the mission. As he watched his insects fly off into the distance, Shino couldn't help but recall the village of their first mission and feel a sense of familiarity. Perhaps this event was more widespread than they thought, but how come it wasn't until now that the investigators were sent out? Strange. However, Shino didn't have any info to speculate any further. He could only take things step by step. After a few hours of investigating, the team reconvened to discuss their findings. Kurenai had found several areas where the disappearances seemed to be centered, while Shino had discovered a strange scent in the air that he couldn't quite place. As they shared their information, the village chief listened intently, nodding along with their every word. "This is all very helpful," he said. "But we still don't know what's causing these disappearances." Suddenly, Shino's insects returned to him in a flurry, buzzing around his head. He pretended to listen to their buzzing, as if he was trying to decipher what they were trying to tell him. In reality, their recorded information was already telepathically transferred back to him. Although there were no visuals, he understood what his little friends were trying to convey. "What is it, Shino?" asked Kiba. Noticing the commotion, he closed his eyes and allowed some time for himself to find the words to convey. "There's something in the forest," he said, opening his eyes. Something. The village chief's eyes widened in shock. "The forest?" he said. "But that's where we've been searching all this time. We've never found anything." Shino adjusted his glasses. Well, he was used to it. Shino nodded and continued. "It's possible that whatever is causing the disappearances is hiding from you, but my ins. So, it's in the forest. That's all we need to know. Alright, let's go monster hunting, Akamaru," Kiba exclaimed in excitement. Kurenai looked at Shino, then at the village chief. "We should go and investigate," she said. "If there's something in the forest, then that might be our best lead." The village chief nodded. "Yes, I agree," he said. "But please be careful. We don't know what kind of danger might be lurking in there." With that, the team set out towards the forest. As they walked, Shino's insects continued to buzz around him, guiding him towards their destination by following the scent. Kiba also had Akamaru sniff around, only to get a whimper from him. It seems even the dog detected something out of the ordinary. The forest did appear a bit gloomy as faint cries seemed to be carried by the wind to their ears. Outside of this, there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. But then, as they approached a clearing in the forest, they saw something that made their blood run cold. There, in the center of the clearing, was a strange structure made of stones and bones. It was like an altar of some sort, nothing they had ever seen before. At least, Shino never remembered seeing it in the anime. However, it was clear that it was the source of the strange scent that Shino's insects had detected came from here. As they approached the structure, they noticed something else. There were cages scattered around the clearing, each one containing a person or a child. They were all alive, but they looked terrified. Kurenai motioned for the team to stay back, then approached one of the cages. "What's going on here?" she asked the person inside. The person, a young woman, looked up at her with tears in her eyes. "We don't know," she said. "One minute we were walking through the forest, and the next thing we knew, we were here." Kiba approached and squatted down before another cage, this one containing a small child. "What happened to you?" he asked. The child, a boy no older than 6, looked up at him with a scared expression. Hinata followed up with a soft voice, "Don't worry, we won't hurt you. You can tell us, we can help you." The boy hesitated. Kiba scratched his head before putting Akamaru in front of him. "Akamaru, you tell him." "Arf. Arf." Akamaru cutely barked as his tail wagged. Seeing the cute Akamaru, it seemed to have relieved of some of the boy's tension. After hesitating a bit, he then replied, "I was playing with my friends in the woods," he said. "And then someone grabbed me from behind and put me in here. I only remember that bad guy saying they need more people." It was clear that they had stumbled upon the source of the disappearances. But who was behind it? As they continued to investigate, they noticed something else. There were strange markings on the walls of the structure, markings that none of them recognized. Kurenai approached one of the markings, examining it closely. "This isn't just any kind of marking," she muttered with furrowed brows. "This seems like Fu in Jutsu, but not quite. It seems a bit familiar." Shino raised an eyebrow. "Sealing technique? It doesn't look like anything is sealed under those bones, Kurenai-sensei," Kiba chimed in. Kurenai furrowed her brows deep in thought. Her red eyes scanned the markings once more before she uttered, "Could it be remnants from that group?" "Kurenai-sensei?" Hinata asked hesitantly. Kurenai hesitated for a moment before speaking. "They're a group of ninja who practiced a forbidden jutsu," she said. "It was a jutsu that allowed them to control people's minds and make them do their bidding." Kiba looked at her in shock. "You mean that like mind control? Like Ino's clan?" he said. Kurenai shook her head. "No. Rather than mind control, it's more accurate to say corpse puppet. Hearing this, Shino squinted his eyes as he swept them over the cages nearby. He noticed that some of them were strangely quiet. Bugs began to discreetly spill out from his body and flowing on the ground. Corpse puppet? What you mean, Kurenai-sensei? Kiba asked, both his and Akamaru's head tilted a bit to show their confusion. Literally. Unlike the Yamanaka clan's mind control, this one is an unfinished forbidden jutsu that completely wipes out the will of the sacrifice, turning it into a living corpse with enhanced strength but no intelligence, completely under the control of the caster, Kurenai said with a solemn face. What, how could that be? Hinata exclaimed in a soft voice. Yay, Kurenai-sensei, I've never heard of this jutsu, Kiba exclaimed. That's because they should have been wiped out long ago. However, seeing this case, it seems there are some remnants who survived. Then, Kurenai-sensei, what about these people? Hinata asked hesitantly while fidgeting her fingers. Yo, Hinata, they look fine to me, Kiba comforted. Shino adjusted his glasses. I'm afraid thump. 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 The sound of splintering wood echoed through the clearing, sending shivers down the spines of the team members. As the wooden cages crumbled, the pale, lifeless bodies within began to stir. These were not ordinary bodies, their skin was pallid, their eyes dull and pupil-less. They moved with a slow, uncanny stiffness, their limbs creaking and cracking with each step. Shino felt a wave of both fascination wash over him. Were these creatures truly what they appeared to be? Zombies. Moments before, they still looked like normal humans, but now their appearance alone was enough to make the bravest warrior's blood run cold. They looked like corpses that had been unearthed from a long-forgotten tomb, their skin stretched taut over their bones, their limbs twisted and gnarled. As the creatures stumbled out of their broken cages, their movements became more pronounced, their moans filling the air with a sense of impending doom. His insects seemed wary of these creatures, conveying a sense of disgust because these corpses actually didn't have chakra. On the other hand, Shino's pet Zerg wriggled and buzzed with anticipation, eager for the chance to feast on their decaying flesh. It seems they had something within them that could be useful for the Horde's evolution. What could it be? Shino had an excited glint in his eyes, anticipating the spoils of the battle. Of course, no one noticed. Everyone else had tensed up, ready for battle. Kurenai looked around the clearing, her red eyes scanning the forest. It seems this was a trap meant for us. Get ready for battle. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. Chapter 16, Zombies don't hesitate, they are no longer living, Kurenai-sensei reminded. Hearing this, Hinata froze for a bit before she nodded with firm determination. Shino immediately took action and commanded his pre-released bugs to attack the zombies. The bugs lifted off the ground and ambushed the zombies. The zombies didn't understand that they should keep the bugs out. Naturally, they became dead targets. In a matter of seconds, the bugs had infiltrated their dead bodies, destroying them from the inside. The zombies were defeated. Kiba was disappointed. That was too easy. Who knew Shino alone could handle it, he said. I was expecting something more challenging. Shino adjusted his glasses as he stared into the forest with squinted eyes. Be careful what you arf. 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 Akamaru's warning bark loudly resounded besides Kiba. Their celebration was short-lived. More noises came from the forest around them, and they realized that they were surrounded by a horde of zombies. We have to be careful, Kurenai warned. Don't judge them based on how Shino managed to slay a few with ample preparation. These zombies are not like normal humans, they are stronger, faster, and more aggressive. Normal attacks from shurikens and kunais may not be effective. Hinata activated her Byakugan and scanned the area. There are at least 20 of them, and more are coming, she said. How can there be so much? Kiba growled in shock as he crouched onto all fours, ready to pounce. Kurenai frowned as her red eyes calmly swept around. Suddenly, her eyes locked in one direction. Shino. Can you handle it here? Shino was a bit shocked by Kurenai-sensei's abrupt question. Seeing her serious face, he gauged the incoming zombies and his thoughts spun. Moments later, he nodded. Of course we'll be fine, Kurenai-sensei. Why only ask Shino, you got to trust us. Kiba butted in with a grin. Hinata also confidently nodded. Good. Remember to work as a team, Kurenai-sensei commanded before sinking into the ground. Yo, guess it's just us now. Just how I like it, Kiba exclaimed with a wild grin. Ready, Akamaru? Arf. Arf. Shino raised his hands as swarms of bugs rose into the air. Hinata stood behind him, preparing to defend their backs. It didn't take long before the zombies began to attack. They were fast and agile, and their movements were erratic. Kiba attacked first, using his claws to shred the zombies. Thud, a couple of shallow scratches appeared on the zombie's body. What? So hard? Kiba exclaimed in surprise and leapt back and delivered another strike, Wolf Fang Fist. He was able to take down a few of them with his strikes, but they kept coming. Seeing the number of enemies, Hinata could only resort to desperate measures. Burning money. Boom. Explosions decorated the battlefield, sponsored by the Hyuga clan, one of the biggest clans in Hidden Leaf Village. But, as the crowd of zombies encroached upon their defense line, there was less and less room for setting off explosions. In the end, she could only resort to close combat to keep the zombies at bay. Hinata used her gentle fist technique to attack the zombies' chakra points, but they were already dead and it wasn't really effective. So, she can only resort to knocking them back like she did with the bandits. However, her knockbacks weren't as effective because of the velocity of the zombies' charge, and some zombies managed to slip through the defense net. Fortunately, Shino had their backs. Unlike the duo who had to slap the hard defense of these zombies, he did it the easy way and reaped them from the inside. Still, the number of bugs he controlled was limited. Seeing the increasing number of zombies, Kiba leapt back into the defensive circle. Crouching down, Akamaru hopped onto his back. Poof. Fang over fang. Rumble. The twin drills crashed into the wave of zombies, sending a large group tumbling and flying. It didn't take long for Kiba to come to a stop, knocking away a group of zombies. Laying around him was damaged zombies with twisted limbs and bodies filled with deep gashes that didn't bleed. Panting, Kiba caught Akamaru as a wave of insects formed a wall to protect him. With not much injuries, he swiftly retreated back to the circle. Focusing his attention back on the battlefield where the zombies were already filling up the gap he made, Kiba couldn't help but complain, "Che, just how many of them are there?" Hinata surveyed the forest with her Byakugan. "There seems to be 30 now." "What? How is there more?" Kiba exclaimed in disbelief, but his hands didn't stop as he smashed another zombie down. The team continued to fight, and they were making progress. But then, they noticed that the zombies were becoming more aggressive. They were no longer just mindlessly attacking. They seemed to be working together, and they were using tactics. "How long do we need to do this?" Kiba shouted. They seemed to be getting smarter. The team intensified their attacks, and they were able to take down several more zombies. But they could feel their energy beginning to drain. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise, and they turned around to see a giant zombie charging towards them. It was twice the size of the other zombies, and it was covered in spikes that were inserted to seal all open gaps in its body. Feeling the response from his insects, Shino knew that they couldn't get inside the big guy's body. Shino's eyes squinted. Although this one seemed to be troublesome, he could feel his heartbeat with excitement. Boss battle. Even better loot. What is that? How do we fight that? Kiba growled as he smashed another zombie down onto the ground. Don't lose hope, Hinata exclaimed with trembling hands. Kiba growled, get ready to dodge. Shino adjusted his glasses as he said calmly, there's no need seeing the giant zombie moments away from crashing into them. Kiba commanded, dodge. He leapt out of the way with Akamaru. Hinata also shifted out of the way as she knocked away some zombies to make space. Suddenly, she looked back and her eyes widened. Shino-kun? Kiba also looked back in shock. He saw Shino standing in place and the giant zombie's thick hands smashing down. Then, the upper half of Shino's body disappeared. Shino-oa. The giant zombie roared in triumph. How dare you, Kiba raged, and just when he was about to rush forward, a hand was placed on his shoulder to calm him down. Eh? Shino-kun? Hinata exclaimed in shock. Kiba looked back to see Shino behind him. His mouth gawked. He looked forward to see the Shino in front of the giant zombie deform into a mass of bugs. Che, should have known it was your bugs, Kiba grunted in dissatisfaction. Shino's adjusted his glasses as he stared at the zombie giant with a sly smile. With a thought, he commanded, go. His insect clone surged like a wave and wrapped around the giant zombie, applying force to tug it downwards. Just when the zombie began to topple over, the ground below it collapsed, revealing a hole. A dog-sized insect shot out from the hole and swiped its sharp claws towards the incoming head of the giant zombie. It was Shino's drone that had been laying in ambush. Puff! The sharp claw of the drone dug through the spikes and cut into the neck of the zombie. Unfortunately, the claw encountered strong resistance and eventually came to a stop after cutting halfway through the neck. Surprisingly, the giant zombie didn't die. It only roared and waved its thick arms, smashing the drone and crushing it into meat paste. Shino's eye twitched. Dang, that's 50 biomass down the drain. This better be worth it. His eyes turned fierce as he raised his hand. Buzz, the gashing wound on the giant zombie's neck, welcomed a wave of unfriendly guests. Shino felt waves of pleasure as he sent his bugs into the hole over and over again. Just when the giant zombie wanted to charge over, it was already too late. With a grin, Shino clenched his raised hands. Bug funer thud, and normal zombie crashed into Shino from behind and almost knocked him over. Shino hurriedly turned around and kicked the zombie away. Yo, sorry. Wrong direction, I forgot you were standing there, Kiba apologized with a grin as he panted in exhaustion. Shino calmly stood there and silently mourned for 3 seconds. Shino couldn't help but feel a sense of reluctance as he prepared to call out the names of his moves, especially knowing that he has a high chance of being interrupted. It felt like a childish practice, something that a skilled ninja shouldn't have to resort to because it would only result in the enemy predicting and countering their move. But Kurenai-sensei had made it clear that this was an essential method for cultivating teamwork within the group during battle. New Gainins often struggled with the concept of working together, and even those who understood it could easily make mistakes if their techniques happened to conflict. It was a delicate balance that required precise coordination and communication. By calling out the names of their moves, each member of the team could associate names with the techniques, allowing for a deeper understanding to be formed over time. Once they were familiar enough to know the upcoming move just from the gestures of their teammates, they no longer needed to do this. Returning his attention to the battlefield and seeing the bugs surging out from its body, Shino knew the giant zombie was definitely out of commission. Just when Shino was about to command his insects to continue clearing the battlefield, all the zombies suddenly stiffened in place. Moments later, they all began to wither abnormally, losing their tough, enhanced appearances. Not long later, they toppled over like harvested wheat, resting on the ground like dehydrated corpses. Shino's eyes rolled and realized that Kurenai-sensei may have solved the real trouble behind. Shino adjusted his glasses and calmly said, "It seems that Kurenai-sensei finally. We won. That was too easy." Kiba let out a cocky smirk as he crossed his arms over his head, yet his sweaty face and mouth that was panting like a dog betrayed him. Hinata lowered her hands and gently smiled as she also gasped in exhaustion while looking into the distance. Kurenai-sensei is coming back. Hearing this, Shino fixed his eyes upon Kiba. Is he intentionally only doing it to me? However, Shino's attention was soon attracted by the dead body of the giant zombie. Shino decided to begin harvesting before she comes back. With a thought, another drone burrowed out from the ground and began to dig into the giant zombie's head. There was something in there that it desired. Yo, Shino, you kept 2 bugs in that small box? Must be really tight in there, no wonder they don't get motion sickness. Kiba joked as he panted. Shino glanced at Kiba with a stoic face and didn't respond. It didn't take long for the drone to find its prey. After receiving the signal, Shino's eyes secretly lit up because he knew he had gotten it. Shino then directed the drone over to the meat-paste remnant of his other drone. With a command, his drone collected the biomass before heading over to re-enter his box. As he came into contact with his drone, he paused for a moment as a refreshing sensation rushed into his body and mind. Shino closed his eyes, trying to focus on the sensation. It was familiar, a sign of growth, of evolution, not of his bugs, but his own body. His insects began to riot and buzz with fervor. Shino's brain was used to the whispers of the insects in his mind, but this was different. He felt a buzzing sensation, a strange itch that he couldn't scratch, but it gradually faded away. The rioting bugs in his body gradually calmed and everything returned to normal. However, he was still lost in that sensation until the notification from the system interface that caught his attention. His eyes glinted as he saw the notification, but he didn't check any further. Returning to reality, Shino calmly sealed the box and carried it on his back once more. They still need to stay vigilant. Danger may strike at any given moment on a mission. If he closes his eyes and focuses on reading notifications, it'll be tragic if he is given the bento by a sudden ambush. Not long after, Kurenai-sensei leapt down from a tree, and the team snapped to attention. Shino couldn't help but notice the traces of exhaustion on her face, despite her best efforts to conceal it. Her clothes were torn, and some of her bandages were ripped, but she appeared to be fine overall. It was clear that she had just been through a tough battle. Surveying the battlefield with her red eyes, Kurenai nodded in acknowledgement. Good job, you 3. I didn't expect to bump into something like this on a mission. This mission will be upgraded to a B-level task and potentially A-level, depending on the results after we bring the bodies back. Whoa. We actually did an A-level mission. I bet none of the other Gainins did the same. Kiba exclaimed in excitement. Shino adjusted his glasses and glanced at Kiba. Sorry, but the Kakashi team did. Kurenai shook her head and said in a calm tone, most likely not. The intel extracted must be very valuable for this to be upgraded to A-level. Don't get your hopes up. Che, B-level is B-level, Kiba uttered as he hugged Akamaru. I bet none of the other Gainins can do better. Poor Kiba, still wrong. And Shino, well done this time. Your strategy to lure an enemy beyond your size and using its weakness against it was well thought out. Kiba, Hinata, you 2 also did well at keeping the enemy at bay, Kurenai-sensei complimented. Shino's eyes shrunk in disbelief. Had Kurenai-sensei been watching them the entire time? So, did she see everything that happened, including what he retrieved from the zombie's brain? As a Jonin, Kurenai had a wealth of knowledge and experience. Shino couldn't help but wonder if she had noticed something unusual in his behavior. Perhaps Hinata and Kiba had been oblivious, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Kurenai was different. She was always watching, always analyzing, always making wise judgments. But how was she watching? How much did she see? Was he exposed? Chapter 17, Exposed? Shino couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He had always prided himself on being stealthy and efficient, but now he couldn't help but wonder if he had slipped up. After a little thought, he understood. There was no way for the Jonin in charge to really leave the Gainans in a dangerous situation without supervision. Perhaps she really did go to solve a powerful enemy, but not before she left means to ensure that they were safe. Although the anime had never shown Kurenai using it, but it's possible that she had left a shadow clone behind. After all, it was highly probable that the shadow clone was part of the kit of a skilled Jonin. Even if not, skilled Jonins must have mastered other methods to gather intelligence from afar. Shino adjusted his glasses and secretly piqued his teacher, who was chatting with Kiba and Hinata. It seems that she doesn't pay much heed to his new bug. Or perhaps she just didn't mention it. Maybe this was how the Jonins really are. They won't meddle in the secrets of their Gainans, especially if the Gainans come from a big clan. Only a bad old man would play nasty tricks and extend his hands once he sniffs any signs of secrets. But he had to be more careful, more vigilant. He couldn't afford to let his guard down, even around Kurenai-sensei. The ninja world is cruel, and there were many dangerous ninjutsu techniques that were morally wrong. The Aburame clan bugs were an example, as their bugs could consume the enemies from within and suck enemies into a hollow husk. But this was a means of combat and sustenance. Other ninjas may find it disgusting, but it was acceptable. Perhaps she has seen him consuming corpses with his zergs. She probably did not mention it because she acquiesced, but Shino knew this would only be the case if he doesn't overdo it. If he were to unscrupulously harvest all the corpses in battle, Kurenai-sensei would most likely warn him to stop. It wasn't because she couldn't stand it. It was for his own good. Bugs that treat human corpse as a food source has a high chance of a horrific backlash, resulting in out-of-control bugs that consume its host. Of course, his own bugs were under his absolute control thanks to his Zerg Dominator system. So, the chances of this happening was nil. But he knew that he couldn't reveal this secret to anyone else. To the outside world, bugs that consume corpses were a ticking time bomb, prone to turning on their controllers at any moment. The risk is only higher for Gainians, who shouldn't have the strength to control their bugs perfectly, even if they were from the Aburame clan. And if he shows no problems even after his bug's constant consumption of corpse, then any Jonin will notice a problem worth reporting. Most likely, it would be a good report, recognizing him as a genius, but that in itself turns into a bad thing once the report gets into the hands of the suspicious old man living in the dark. So, it wasn't worth risking his exposure due to his greed. He just needs to be steady for now, and harvest bit by bit. He would continue to push the boundaries of what was socially acceptable, until his Zerg army has grown strong enough to let him break free of his restrictions. But, what truly needed to be hidden was his Zerg spawning power. He knew that any Jonin who caught wind of his unorthodox methods would report it immediately. Even Kurenai-sensei will definitely report him to the Hokage if she discovers that he could instantly spawn such powerful insects within moments through the merging of insects. That was clearly not normal, and a Jonin may be able to see the potential dangers in it. And if his report ends up on the Hokage's table, then it means it also ends up in the hand of stinking old Mr. Mkaznatcher. That would be bad news. Recalling his actions, Shino had a bit of cold sweat. Originally, he was debating whether to only bring one drone and keep some biomass to spawn another when needed. Fortunately, he decided to crowd 2 drones in one box. Due to Shikamaru's reminder, he decided to be cautious, spawning the bugs beforehand and treat the extra bug as weight training. Now, it actually indirectly saved him some trouble. Shino stood at the edge of the battlefield, gazing out at the sea of corpses that lay before him. The air was thick with the stench of death, and the ground was slick with strange bodily fluids. It was a gruesome sight, one that would turn the stomach of most people. But for Shino, it was a treasure trove of resources for his beloved bugs. He glanced over his shoulder at his teacher, Kurenai, who was surveying the battlefield with a look of grim determination on her face, pondering how to handle the corpses. "Kurenai-sensei," he said, bowing respectfully. "May I request permission to use some of the corpses?" His words trailed off, but as if knowing what he wanted to ask, Kurenai nodded and replied, her eyes never leaving the field. "Yes, but be careful, Shino. We don't know what kind of diseases or poisons these corpses might be carrying. And remember, your bugs can become unpredictable if they consume too much human flesh." Shino bowed again, showing his gratitude for her warning and secretly thanking her for indulging his unorthodox behavior. He knew that Kurenai was only looking out for him, and he respected her greatly for it. Kiba, who had been listening to their conversation, wrinkled his nose in disgust. Ugh, that's so gross, he said, his lip curling in distaste. Why do your bugs have to eat dead people, Shino? Can't you just give them something else? I thought your bug clan feeds bugs with chakra. Shino shrugged, adjusting his glasses. That is true for my normal bugs, but I've tamed a new variant that requires woe. I get it. There's no need to explain. It makes me icky when you talk about bugs. You feel the same, don't you, Hinata? Hinata twiddled her fingers, peeking at Shino. Her kind self didn't allow her to blatantly say hurtful comments. Shino-kun is very skilled at controlling his bugs, she said quietly. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Kiba rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, I still think it's gross, he grumbled, before turning his attention back to the battlefield. Shino, meanwhile, had already sent his drone out to harvest a few corpses. He watched as it skittered across the ground, its sharp mandibles tearing into the flesh of the fallen warriors. It was a gruesome sight, but to Shino, it was also beautiful in its own way. As the drone returned with its haul, Shino discreetly touched it to collect his harvest before letting it return to harvest. Still, he marveled at the efficiency of his Zerg, the way they could strip a body clean in a matter of minutes. Kurenai watched him with a mixture of contemplation and concern. This was the first time she had seen this type of bug. Was it a newly developed variation of the Aburame clan? She didn't know and didn't mean to delve into it. Big clans have their own secrets, and prying into them will result in unnecessary trouble. However, she made a mental note of the event. After harvesting a couple of corpses, Shino noticed that there were no special discovery in their brains. It seemed that all traces of secrets will perish with the death of its controller. Fortunately, he made the decision to harvest the giant zombie's brain before Kurenai-sensei gave the enemy a bingo. Unfortunately, it wasn't known if their genes were destroyed whilst withering, but Shino was barely able to harvest any new gene data from them. At most, he acquired more variations of normal human gene data. These zombie corpses didn't provide much besides biomass. In fact, even the harvested biomass was less than normal humans. So, Shino wasn't greedy and stopped when he harvested around 250 biomass. This may seem little, but in fact, it was a windfall and is almost pushing the boundary of what Kurenai-sensei can accept. Even with this amount, she was already concerned over the dangerous appetite of his drone. Fortunately, he prevaricated her by using the excuse that these corpses were lacking in nutrients, which was clearly observable due to their withered bodies. After Kurenai cleaned out the corpses by sealing some into scrolls while destroying the rest, they left the battlefield and began the return journey. On the way back, Kiba continued to grumble about the gross behavior of Shino's bugs. Hinata, meanwhile, remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. But Shino walked with a sense of purpose, his mind already churning, coming up with plans for using his abundant harvest of biomass. This time, his harvest exceeded his imaginations. An abundant amount of resources, plus special upgrades. His glasses seemed to glint with anticipation as he recalled the intriguing organism that his Zerg acquired from the giant zombie's brain. Due to the Zerg conveying its desire, an evolution was expected. What was truly unexpected was that he would personally benefit from it. Not only that, he gained a new Zerg structure as an ability, the Infestation Pit. Shino adjusted his glasses as a sly smile appeared on his face. With this, things will get very interesting. Chapter 18, New Upgrades. As the group disbanded for their break period, Shino decided to head to the Forest of Death to collect the harvest from his drones. The air was crisp and refreshing as he made his way through the alleys and streets of Hidden Leaf Village, the conversations of nearby people and bustling noises of tools filling his ears, clearer than ever before. It was an interesting sensation, yet one that he still requires time to get used to. He finally arrived at his designated location, where his drones were burrowed and awaiting his collection. Moments after collecting the precious harvest, he watched all his drones bustled back into the forest, starting their diligent work anew. Never tired, no complaints, the dream worker of every employer. Satisfied with the progress, Shino decided to head back to his home to check on his Zerg Dominator system. As a member of the Aburame clan, he still feels it is the safest to spawn bugs within his home. The chances of exposure were high, yet he knew he had the support of his father. This in itself marked his home as a safe zone. Well, technically, there is no safe zone in this dangerous ninja world. His home was just relatively more secretive compared to other places. As he arrived at his home, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation as he delved into his Zerg Dominator system. He really didn't expect to find a parasitic insect that could achieve neural control in the zombie's brain. This sudden windfall brought him sudden benefits that he didn't think was possible. Now, he finally had time to understand the evolution of his body. The changes it brought were too great, and it would definitely allow him to become a more efficient and powerful ninja. Elena, Analyze the upgrades brought by the assimilation of the new gene strand. A soothing female voice greeted Shino in his mind. This was his Zerg Dominator system. It had always been able to communicate with him, but only in a fixed robotic manner. It wasn't until the recent upgrade that it had gained a semblance of artificial intelligence. He discovered this on the journey back and spent some time figuring it out during rest time. Besides increasing the ease of using the Zerg Dominator system and gaining analytical capabilities, Alina could also help him manage his Zergs in the most efficient way, based on his pre-existing command. Shino didn't know if this was good or bad, but regardless, it was bound to him. He easily came to accept it, especially since he knew that the eye won't arbitrarily interrupt his speech like everyone else. So, Shino customized its voice, and gave it the name Alina, referencing the Queen of Zergs from a certain universe. Overmind, the recent changes to your body are due to a genetic mutation that has given you the ability to become an infestation pit. Due to this ability, your body has become a hotbed for plagues and viruses. You can now develop antibodies and store viruses, allowing you to quickly adapt to new diseases and become immune to them as long as you do not die. As a side effect of the transformation, your senses and perception have been moderately enhanced. Shino nodded imperceptibly. Although he discovered the changes in senses, but he would have never guessed that his body can now adapt to plagues if he didn't have a system. This was thanks to his new ability, Infestation Pit. Just like the hatchery, it was merged with his body. Shino's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the magnitude of this revelation. Although not prominent in the story itself, he knew that the ninja world had many powerful plagues and diseases running amok. It's just that the medical techniques of this world is a bit abnormal and can solve most conditions. Also, diseases and plagues usually don't pose a threat to ninjas due to their stronger physiques. But, there are some powerful ninjas who are still affected by chronic illnesses. Even the Sage of Six Paths had a deadly disease until he resolved it with polar particles. Now, Shino had gotten the ability to resist these powerful diseases. He had never imagined that he would one day gain the possibility to become immune to them. This would greatly reduce the risk once he encounters some dangerous diseases like chakra virus. Of course, the prerequisite of this was the gradual buildup of resistance through the self-administration. He will first have to find a way to gain access to these diseases. Perhaps Hidden Leaf Village had strands of viruses and diseases stored in its medical department. He will need to look into this without attracting suspicion. It seems there is another dangerous activity of collecting and injecting viruses added to his training schedule. Ahem, please, don't try this at home. This story is not meant to encourage dangerous suicidal thoughts. Back to the story. Although the Infestation Pit granted him a powerful ability, this Infestation Pit unfortunately was unlike the game structure, where it can be used for researching new units and spawn powerful units like the Infestor. Instead, this transformation only allowed him to spawn a new type of unit derived from the Infestor, the Neural Parasite. Elena, show me the details of the new Neural Parasite unit. Oh, and call me Master or Little Shino. Affirmative, Overmind. Shino's brow twitched a bit. Although Overmind wasn't a bad name, he had been trying to correct the way that Alina addressed him the entire journey back, wanting to match a certain fantasy queen. However, he still couldn't change a thing. He wasn't sure if its intelligence wasn't high enough or if it did this purposefully to mess with him. The interface in his mind was automatically accessed by Alina, pulling up a zoomed-in display of a small, parasitic organism with multiple tentacle-like appendages on their heads. Neural parasites are one of the iconic abilities of the powerful Zerg infestors. Injecting the neural parasite into an organism can allow the host to control the other for a limited time, depending on the organism's strength and resistance. Neural parasite are created within the infestation pit in the host's body, and require a 25 biomass to produce. Once strained, they can hibernate in the host's body and await usage. Note: neural parasites are relatively fragile and can be quickly destroyed if not injected with adequate procedures. Listening to the explanation and reading the displayed data, Shino couldn't help but be excited for a bit before becoming deflated. The cost is high, and the control is not permanent. Not only that, I don't have the infestor unit itself, so I have to manually inject the parasite into the target's brain. Unless I have a complete lab with proper equipment, the chances of me doing so is slim. This unit is rather tasteless. Hey, why couldn't it be the hyper-evolutionary virus being unlocked? If that were the case, I would have the initial ability to push the world. Shino couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, it was expected. There was no way one random species can unlock the full extent of his abilities. He should be thankful he even got an infestation pit upgrade. Still, this could be useful in some limited situations. For example, interrogation. Well, the Yamanaka clan's ability may be a better option for this job. Who knows? Perhaps, I may need to secretly interrogate ninjutsu from others? After some pondering, Shino simply shelved this unit. It wasn't something he needed at the moment as it was not useful in combat or development. He could spawn one when needed in the future. Perhaps when he unlocks the infestor, these parasites would become outdated. Overmind, please note that the neural parasite gene is a requirement for unlocking the infestor unit. Every organism will remain relevant for the development of the hive, as it should be. Are there any other changes that should be noted? Overmind, please note you can now evolve your Zergs to become more resistant to certain diseases or become disseminators of plagues themselves. Note that the strength of the plague is restricted by the upgrade of the infestation pit ability. Please note, it is advised that the Overmind contribute the Kashu worm insect to the infestation pit. Due to host's absolute control over it, its poison can upgrade the infestation pit ability with low risk. Shino tilted his with a bit of confusion. What does poison have to do with plague? Anyhow, he nodded in agreement. Let's do as you say. Moments later, a good portion of the Kashu worm insect in his body melted and integrated into his body. Shino felt a sudden sting of pain surging through his body. Minutes later, the pain vanished and Alina greeted Shino once more. Overmind, the infestation pit's plague had been upgraded. Plague bacteria can now secrete weak neurotoxins. Antibodies have been optimized to be immune to weak neurotoxins. Neural parasite strength slightly increased. Shino's eyebrows raised with surprise as he made a fascinating connection. It was no coincidence that numerous stories link plagues and poison to the same deity, for they seem to complement each other in some ways. If there wasn't Alina to remind him, he would have never thought to have tried this. Perhaps, this was the true power of the hive mind, optimized with an unparalleled ability to utilize every available resource for the sake of evolution. Great work, Alina. Remind me again when you discover targets that can be used to enhance my abilities. Affirmative. Overmind, Alina shall always be at your service. Exiting his mind space, Shino opened his eyes. I need to train, he said to himself, his voice resolute. I must learn how to control my powers so that I can use them to protect my village. Well, he wasn't sure if anyone is watching, but it's always best to come up with good excuses that conform to the will of fire. However, his eyes obscured by his glasses were deep, hiding the real reasons behind his desire for strength gain. And with that, he set off to hone his skills. Although it was said to be a break from mission, but the truth is that it was time allotted for the Gainins to train. If a Gainin really treated break time as a real break, then they may end up dying on the battlefield one day. Only idiots would waste their time having fun in this dangerous ninja world. Even the geniuses with cheat-like bloodlines are working hard, what say an average ninja like Shino? Oh wait, he also has cheats now ahem, it seems his goal is to at least keep up with the power of Naruto and Sasuke. If he can't even do that much with his golden finger, then he should just smash his head with a tofu during the late game, lest he ended up in a dream where he reveals all the secrets of his Zerg Dominator system. It'll be April soon if I'm correct. Team Kakashi should be heading back from the Land of Waves soon. Naruto and Sasuke had already activated their cheats, and the coming events will continue roll forward like a growing snowball. I don't have much time left. Alina, optimize my training schedule. Affirmative, Overmind. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months as Shino alternated between missions and training tirelessly, pushing himself to the limit in order to master his new abilities. His progress was slow but steady, and with each passing day, he felt more in control of his powers. As he practiced, he engaged in long conversations with Alina, seeking its advice and guidance on how to improve in the most optimal fashion. Overmind, it is determined to be optimal to spawn another X number of drones to be deployed in training ground number Y. Overmind, a new route of collection optimized for efficiency and safety has been recorded. Please review. Overmind, Chakra disruption system has been optimized and integrated into system functions. Alina is ready to be of service once the host falls into an illusion. Overmind, automatically bug defense system has been established and integrated with the system. Alina is ready to guard the Overmind whenever and wherever. Overmind, the enclosing seal, acquired from the host's biological overseer, is being optimized by the hive mind for Zerg integration. Basic Zergs can now hibernate and be enclosed in scrolls. Optimizing further for integration with biological body. The progress is 4%. More Fu in Jutsu data is required to increase the efficiency. Overmind, strands of new disease detected in passing biological life form. The Overmind is advised to collect a sample of the target's blood for Overmind. The construction is lacking biomass and natural resources of Overmind. Your reflexes are still too slow. You need to work on your hand dexterity and chakra control if you want to be effective in battle. This can be done by Overmind. Biomass points is insufficient for body recovery and optimization. Please avoid self-harm in training until sufficient biomass is acquired. With the assistance of Alina, he trained harder than ever before, pushing his body to the brink of exhaustion as he honed his speed and agility. He spent countless hours running, jumping, and dodging, constantly pushing himself to be faster and more agile, so much so that he received a training invitation from a passing duo dressed in green jumpsuits. Fortunately, he escaped. He was definitely not ready to compare with those two training maniacs. Outside of this, the hand speed was also trained to ease his usage of the body substitution technique. No, not that type of hand speed. He's talking about hand signing. And so, as he trained and grew stronger, Shino remained vigilant, always on the lookout for any signs of danger. Then, one day, Elena alerted Shino to a preset important event notice. Overmind, Sand Village Gara and his entourage has been discovered in Hidden Leaf Village by surveillance bugs. Please take notice, the Chunin exam was about to begin. Chapter 19, Participation Check. As he solemnly stared at the notification from Elena, Shino was interrupted by the familiar ruckus nearby. He quickly opened his eyes and glanced towards the noise, where he was greeted by his teammates Kiba and Hinata, who had arrived at the training grounds. "Hey Shino, what's up?" Kiba asked, a smirk on his face. Shino adjusted his glasses and silently stared at Kiba with a stoic face, hesitating to answer, but in the end, he spoke up. "Just," Kiba naturally interrupted, "training right? Yo, I could guess it just by taking one look. Akamaru could smell the sweat of your bugs miles away, right Akamaru?" "Arf. Arf." Akamaru yipped with a wagging tail. "We were just on our way to grab some food," Hinata chimed in, her voice soft and sweet, but anyone could hear a tinge of excitement in her usually shy voice. Kurenai-sensei offered to treat. When he heard this, Shino was dumbfounded for a moment. "So good? Kurenai-sensei is actually treating their team of rice buckets?" Shino hesitated for a moment, considering his options. He knew he had work to do, but he also knew the importance of bonding with his teammates. Plus, his teacher was calling, and he had a hunch regarding what it was about. With a silent nod and affirmation, he agreed. "Whoa, that's great. Then, let's go. I'm starving," Kiba excitedly uttered with a grin. The trio made their way to a nearby restaurant, where they were greeted by their sensei, Kurenai Yui. She had already secured a table and was waiting for them to arrive. "Hey guys, how are your trainings? Are there any questions?" Kurenai asked, a slight smile on her face. "Yo, not bad, Akamaru and I are ready for anything," Kiba replied, taking a seat at the table. "Kurenai-sensei, we are ready to eat." "That's great to hear," Kurenai said, her eyebrow twitching imperceptibly. Taking a sip of her drink, she continued, "Remember, if you ever need advice or guidance, don't hesitate to come to me." The group chatted and laughed over their meal, sharing stories and making plans for their upcoming missions. Well, mostly Kiba talking because Shino and Hinata were busy. As they finished up and prepared to leave, Kurenai stood up and addressed them. "Teammate, I have some important news to share with you," Kurenai began. "As you may already know, the Chunin exams are coming up. This is a great opportunity for young ninja to showcase their skills and earn a promotion in rank." Kiba looked up, his eyes wide with excitement. "The Chunin exams? That's awesome. We should definitely participate." Hinata, on the other hand, looked unsure. I don't know if I'm ready for something like that," she said softly. Kurenai nodded understandingly. "I know it can be daunting, Hinata. But the Chunin exams are a chance to prove yourself and grow stronger. And don't worry, I'll be there to support you every step of the way." Shino, who had been silent up until now, spoke up. "Sensei, could you tell us more about the Yay?" "Tell us more, Kurenai-sensei." "Chunin exams? Are dogs allowed? Who are we fighting?" Kiba butted in like usual. Shino adjusted his glasses, and simply stared at Kurenai-sensei. Inwardly, he questioned Elena, "Did you add a count to the Kiba interruption variable?" "Affirmative, Overmind." The life form marked as Kiba Inuzaka had interrupted the Overmind for a total of 30 times in the past 3 months. As long as the Overmind gives the command, Elena will grant the lowly target retribution. Would the Overmind like to grant permission? "Not now. Just keep it on the tab for now," Shino commanded with a sly smile, his glasses glinting ominously. Of course, the other 3 didn't notice anything. Poor Kiba, still excited over the Chunin exams, not knowing that he had offended a future galactic overlord. Kurenai smiled at her inquisitive students. "Of course, Kiba. The Chunin exams consist of 3 rounds. The first round is a written test that evaluates your knowledge of ninja techniques, tactics, and history. The second round is a survival event. And the final round is a tournament-style event, a series of one-on-one battles between the remaining participants where they fight until only one is left standing." Kiba pumped his fist in the air. "Sounds like a blast. I can't wait to take on some other ninja and show them what teammate is made of." Hinata looked uneasy as she twiddled her fingers. "But what if we get hurt, or we don't make it past the first round? Won't that be embarrassing? Kurenai shook her head. It's true that participating in the Chunin exams carries some risks. But as ninja, we're trained to face danger and overcome it. And even if you don't make it to the final round, participating in the exams is a valuable experience that will help you grow as a ninja. I see, Shino nodded thoughtfully, before pausing a moment. Seeing no one interrupt him, he raised his brow and continued, and what are the benefits of becoming a? That's right. What happens if I become a Chunin? Kiba exclaimed excitedly as he ruffled Akamaru's head. Overmind, the Kiba interruption variable has been incremented. Shino's eyebrow twitched, but nothing was shown on his stoic face. This dog is almost forcing him to strangle him. But he had to hold back. Be stable. Kurenai smiled. For starters, Chunin are given more challenging missions and higher pay. But more than that, becoming a Chunin means that you've proven yourself to be a capable and reliable ninja. It's a mark of respect and honor within the village. You will have the privilege to lead a Geinin team and be proctors or teachers of exams. Kiba grinned. Count me in, sensei. I'm ready to take on the Chunin exams and show everyone what I'm made of. Just wait, everyone will need to call me Kiba-sensei soon. Kurenai's red eyes locked onto Kiba with an imperceptible playful look, but she didn't say anything in the end. It was good to be confident. The Chunin exam was meant to snuffle out this overconfidence. Hinata still looked uncertain, but Kurenai could see the determination in her eyes. Are you sure, Hinata? She asked gently. As she recalled the cheerful young man in an orange jumpsuit in her mind, Hinata took a deep breath. Why yes, sensei. I want to try. Shino glanced over at Hinata imperceptibly and knew that some events were already set in stone. The protagonist's radiant aura never fails to penetrate where it counts. Kurenai beamed with pride. That's the spirit. I have every confidence that you three will do your best and make teammate proud. Of course, there are still necessary precautions and risks that you must know. The four of them continued to discuss the Chunin exams and strategize their approach to the upcoming challenge. Kurenai knew that the next few weeks would be intense, but she was excited to see what her students were capable of. The Chunin exams were a chance for them to prove themselves, not only to the village, but to themselves. She has seen their hard work in the past months, especially the two quiet ones. And as their teacher, Kurenai was honored to guide them on their journey of growth. Remember, stay focused and always work as a team, she said, her eyes locking onto each of theirs. I have faith in you all. Now, go home and inform your parents. It is best to get their consent for this. If they disagree, come to me and I will help you persuade them. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. X3, Shino knew that this was perhaps the only line he could say without being interrupted, but his voice was still drowned out by Kiba's. So, it sounded like he was interrupted? Huh? Elena, add another one to the counter. Affirmative, Overmind. The group bid their goodbyes and made their way out of the restaurant. It was time to prepare for the Chunin exam. With all the optimized training in the past months, Shino knew he was ready, at least for the opponents he was destined to meet. He may not be able to defeat powerful monsters like the one with Angara, but surviving should not be a problem if he doesn't get struck by a random tailed beast ball. Alina, how is the mapping of the Forest of Death? Overmind, 98% of the location marked as the Forest of Death has been mapped out. A virtual map has been generated and can be displayed at any time. Good. However, the difficult part is the end of the Chunin exam. Uncle Snake should probably arrive soon, huh? Seems I'll have to stop my resource collection for a while. I better play it safe until he gets busy with the old man. Uncle Snake is very good at sensing geniuses, and I definitely don't want to be on his radar, lest I end up with a cursed seal. Looking into the distant, Shino fixed his eyes upon the grand edifice that stood proudly in the center of the village, the Hokage building. Its towering height and commanding presence evoked a sense of reverence and awe, a testament to the power and authority it represented, yet it is this authority that will soon be vanquished. Shino adjusted his glasses as he muttered, Hidden Leaf Village Crush Plan, huh? Veiled behind the shadowy confines of his raised collar, an imperceptible grin appeared on Shino's face. With danger, comes opportunities. Become the nourishment for my Zerg army. With a measured gait and an air of quiet composure, Shino turned on his heel, receding into the distance, while unbeknownst to the unsuspecting village, the seeds of an impending tempest were poised to shatter the tranquility and unleash an ominous maelstrom. Chapter 20, Chunin exam begins. Naturally, the simple illusion set up by some troublemakers did not stump Team Kurenai. If it did, it would be a shame to Kurenai-sensei who had been teaching them about Ganjutsu for so long. Shino Ibarame stood at the entrance to the exam hall, flanked by his teammates, Kiba and Yuzuka and Hinata Hyuga. The atmosphere was tense as the Geinin of all ages from all over the village gathered for the Chunin exams. Not only that, Geinin from other villages were also mixed in, many from unknown small hidden villages not mentioned in the anime. They were an intimidating bunch, except, their focus just happened to intentionally or unintentionally avoid Shino. So he didn't feel intimidated at all. Soon, they will pay attention to him. Shino had prepared extensively for this moment, and he was determined to play his cards safely, but with enough flair to gain just the proper amount of attention. Unlike the original, their team seemed to have come a bit late, as the rest of Hidden Leaf Village 11 had already shown up. In a peculiar twist of fate, their team appeared to have come later than the original, their arrival delayed amidst the swirling currents of time. The tapestry of destiny had woven a different path, one where the remaining members of the class had already congregated. As he scanned the crowd, he noticed the usual suspects: Naruto Uzumaki, the loud-mouthed ninja with a heart of gold, who was clamoring to be Hokage; Sasuke Uchiha, the brooding prodigy with a love-hate relationship with Hizuna-chan; and Sakura Haruno, the pink-haired kunoichi with the outstanding ability of being useless until she gains the power from the blonde one-punch woman later on. Now, she was on par with another blondie. At being idiots drooling over Sasuke. Shino observed them from a distance, taking note of their body language and interactions with their own teams. He also noticed that Sasuke was a bit ruffled up, seemingly just coming out of a fight. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure approach: Kabuto Yakushi, Uncle Snake's spy. Shino had encountered Kabuto before when he went to retrieve some virus strands from the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital and knew he was a skilled ninja even though they did not interact. Just from the fact that Kabuto could notice him in a crowd proved that Kabuto was an exemplary spy. Kabuto walked with confidence, his long silver hair tied back in a ponytail, and his glasses glinting in the sunlight. He stopped in front of the trio, his gaze swept past the aggressive-looking Kiba and fidgeting Hinata, before locking on to Shino. "Hello, Shino Aburame," Kabuto said with a sly smile as he adjusted his glasses. "I've got some good intel on other participants. Would you be interested?" Shino remained stoic, similarly adjusting his glasses, and replied in an emotionless tone, "No, it seems not. There is no need to be so vigilant. I'm simply here to observe." The Chunin exams are always such a fascinating spectacle, Kabuto chuckled before walking away, looking for his next prey, which happens to be the group with the Naruto trio. Shino followed him with his eyes, remaining wary of Kabuto's true intentions. Kabuto then began his good performance with good intentions. "Yahoo! It seems that'll be interesting, let's go join them, Shino, Hinata." Kiba went to reunite with his classmates, joining the listening crowd. Kabuto threw them a glance, and nonchalantly continued his performance. Seeing him pay further heed to his group, Shino inwardly breathed a sigh of relief before refocusing his attention on the other examinees. As for the intel of Kabuto, can he know more than him as a transmigrator? Even if he did, would he be willing to divulge it? Channeling his attention towards other conversations, he couldn't help but overhear a nearby group of nameless Gainen side characters discussing their strategies for the upcoming exams. "I heard the first test is a written exam," one of them said. "Easy peasy," another replied with a grin. "I've been studying non-stop for the past week. I've got this in the bag." Shino raised an eyebrow. He had also prepared for the exam extensively, but he knew better than to underestimate the challenges that lay ahead. Although Shino knew that one could even pass with a blank paper like a certain idiot, Shino didn't want to take any chances. It wasn't mentioned in the anime, but Naruto's endeavor was probably reported directly to the Hokage. Although the old man was about to be given a bento, he still didn't want his report ending up on his desk. So, with the assistance of Alina, he invested a couple of weeks poring over dusty tomes and rare manuscripts within the confines of his clan's scroll room and the public library of Hidden Leaf Village, archiving all sorts of books into his database. Every word, every page, was meticulously added to his database, no matter how obscure or seemingly irrelevant. For he knew that in the game of strategy, one can never be too prepared. Even if the books may not be useful now, it may come in handy in the future. With Alina at his side, there is no limit to the data that can be analyzed and mined for its secrets. So, no amount of data can be considered too much. The hive's collective growth relies not only on their genetic adaptation, a vast and ever-expanding knowledge base is essential. Final verdict: yep, he definitely prepared extensively. Shino believes he could handle anything that is thrown his way, even without cheating. As the conversations continued, Shino caught snippets of dialogue from the other teams. As the sound of Choji's constant snacking set the background beat, Shino observed as the Hidden Leaf Village 11 and Kabuto bantered back and forth, Sasuke's competitive spirits on full display. He also saw several other familiar faces, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. As he scanned the bustling crowd, inadvertently brushing past the Sand siblings mixed in the crowd, his eyes were drawn to a singular figure. A young girl with vividly red hair caught Shino's attention, yet her face was concealed as she huddled against her own knee, seemingly distancing herself from the world around her. After a brief observation, Shino's eyes strayed and continued to search amidst the bustling crowd, and it didn't take long before his attention was drawn to an iconic figure, a young man with a strikingly thick eyebrow, clad in a vibrant green jumpsuit that seemed to glow in the sunlight. This was none other than Rock Lee, a geinin renowned for his impeccable physical prowess and unyielding dedication to mastering the art of taijutsu. Sitting stoically beside Lee was another figure, same as Hinata, a member of the revered Hyuga clan, known for their powerful Byakugan eyes and strict adherence to tradition. Despite his silence, the intensity emanating from this Hyuga was palpable, as if he were channeling his focus into an invisible force that surrounded him like a shroud. This was Neji Hyuga, a tragedy in the making. The contrast between the two was striking. Lee's exuberance and energy seemed to radiate outward, while the Hyuga's quiet intensity was like a tightly coiled spring, waiting to be unleashed. It would be difficult to find a timely match to fit in with the brilliance of their team, except at the exact time of 10:10. Together, they formed a formidable trio, a testament to the diversity of talent and skill that the geinin of the Hidden Leaf Village possessed. Peeping at Hinata besides him, Shino inwardly breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed she was focusing her attention on Naruto instead of Neji, who was still in the hating phase. Then, he peeked at Kiba and noticed his eyes followed Hinata's to glare at Naruto. Oh no! Shino didn't remember this happening in the anime. Was he thinking too much and making things up with his mind? Well, not his problem. The Hidden Leaf Village 11 were all here, with Sasuke being excluded because he would become hot-headed loving his brother and end up running off to cry to Uncle Snake. The atmosphere was electric as the geinin waited for the exam to begin, with Naruto spicing up the atmosphere even more through his provocative declaration. Shino could feel the excitement building within him as he prepared to watch the show, a wonderful performance between a spy and the hired actors from the Sound Village. As the friendly play unfurled its intricacies, Kiba's nerves began to get the better of him. Hey, guys, he said, turning to his teammates. What if we don't make it through this exam? Hinata opened her eyes, regarding Kiba with a gentle smile. We'll do our best, she said softly while fidgeting her fingers. That's all we can do. Shino nodded in agreement, his stoic expression betraying nothing of the thoughts swirling in his mind. Shino had always admired Hinata's quiet strength and unwavering determination, despite the many obstacles she had faced in her life. Kiba, on the other hand, had always been brash and impulsive, traits that could be either an asset or a liability in the world of shinobi, but at least he had the courage and confidence. He couldn't help but wonder why Kiba, of all people, was expressing doubts at a time like this. Honest to goodness, Kiba. Hinata should be the one with the least confidence. Why has it suddenly turned around, and now he needed her to comfort him? Or maybe it was to get her attention away from a certain boy in orange jumpsuit. Huh? Probably not, right? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the hall, announcing the start of the first test. Quiet down, you degenerates. The real performers appeared in a puff of smoke, bringing an end to the fake performance. All geinin, turn in your applications, and take a number card and please report to your assigned seats. Afterwards, we'll hand out the paper test. As the geinin filed into their assigned testing locations for the first phase of the Chunin exams, they were met by the proctor, a tall, imposing figure with a stern expression. The proctor's name was Ibiki Morino, a veteran of the Anbu Black Ops and a skilled interrogator. His reputation preceded him, and the geinin knew that they were in for a tough challenge. Naturally, the cards were clearly not random, rigged to separate each team. Separating from Hinata and Kiba, Shino couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The Chunin exams had finally begun, and he was ready to implement some of his plans. As for success or failure, Shino didn't consider it. He knew that doing something was better than doing nothing. As the pressure mounts, one must weigh the cost of revealing their closely guarded secrets against the risk of being forced to spill them under duress. It's a delicate dance, and one misstep could be catastrophic. But what if the key to survival lies not in holding back, but in strategic disclosure? If he does nothing, he might end up having to reveal secrets just to stay afloat. That would be worse than preparing secrets he was willing to reveal beforehand, but just enough to keep him within the safety line. He had already discussed with Alina and arranged the optimal revelation, considering his situation. Sweeping his eyes over the examiners appearing in their chairs one by one, Shino took a deep breath and sat steadily. With a thought, he commanded, Alina, send out the parasitic insects that can camouflage. Affirmative, Overmind. Scanning, targets acquired. Deploying parasitic insects, chameleon variant. According to pre-programmed protocol, tiny bugs began to march out from Shino's sleeves, gradually turning transparent and blending into its environment. This was his normal Aburame clan insects, but mutated through the merging with the gene of a chameleon-like creature he collected from one of the training grounds. This Chunin exam will be the perfect place for it to shine, and it starts now. No one said he couldn't start before the exam started, right? Or maybe the exam had already started the moment the proctor stepped into the room. Shino's glasses glinted ominously as he watched his bugs discreetly crawl towards their targets. He knew that not all of them will succeed. He can't underestimate the other exam takers just because they were Gainins. Ibiki stood at the front of the room, his arms crossed over his chest as he surveyed the young ninjas before him, explaining the process and rules of the exam. The final question won't be given out until 15 minutes before the end of the testing period. You have 1 hour in total. His sharp eyes scanned the room, taking note of every detail, from the nervous fidgeting of some of the Gainin to the confident posture of others. There was also an exceptional few who seemed to have lost their souls ever since they saw the paper test, one of them being the orange jumpsuit Jinchuriki he was told to pay more heed to. His eyes even seemed to imperceptibly sweep over some transparent bugs discreetly crawling in the room. But he didn't say anything. After all, there had to be some leniency for his own fellow villagers, right? It was clear that the method was too clever, and he didn't see anything. Finally, Ibiki's eyes fixed on the clock. Seeing the time has arrived, he announced with a loud roar. Begin. Chapter 21, First Exam Ends. Shino Aburame sat at his desk, pen poised over the blank page of his Chunin exam written test. He had prepared for this moment for months, memorizing every aspect of the test material, and training his mind to recall everything he needed to know, so he called out to Alina in his mind. Alina, analyze the test questions and fill in the answers. Set the result to an 80% accuracy. Affirmative, overmind. Analyzing. Searching database. Matching. 100% of data found, modifying temporary data to reduce accuracy. Generating answers. Overmind, the 80% correct answer sheet has been completed. Please review. A visual image of the test paper appeared in Shino's mind, completely filled with answers. The power of an agile artificial intelligence was impeccable. With a smile, Shino calmly filled in the wrong answers. After filling in 20% of the test paper with wrong answers, he completed the rest of the paper with short, random answers that could easily be changed later. Afterwards, he paused. He looked around the room. He could see that not everyone had prepared as diligently as he had. There were students staring at their test papers with looks of shock and despair, others frantically scribbling answers down before the examiners could catch them. Then, there were some, confidently sitting in their seats and waiting for others to fill out their answer sheets. Adjusting his glasses, a sly smile appeared on his face. The pit had been dug. Shino wonders who would cheat off him. In the meantime, Shino hesitated for a bit before commanding Alina to send bugs over to secretly help Kiba as planned. Although Akamaru was smart, he couldn't expect a dog to accurately explain the answers to every one of these complex problems. Naturally, Shino won't give Kiba the wrong answers, despite the tempting allure to give him retribution for all his interruptions. He couldn't afford to play a prank here, lest he shoots himself in the foot and end up being disqualified. Turning Hidden Leaf Village 11 to Hidden Leaf Village 8. Now that would really cause a big butterfly effect, something he didn't want to see. As for Hinata, an occasional checkup revealed she had no problems. The shy lady had an outstanding mind. It was only her hesitation holding her back her growth. The rest of the time, he focused his attention on Alina's reports. Target 19 has discovered the marker. Marker has been eliminated. Target 43 has crushed the marker through her unintentional movement. Expected reason, anxiety, scent of target San Ninja Temari gathered. Establishing index in database, marker 32 has been discovered by examiner and obliterated. Target Kiba Inuzaka had failed to comprehend the provided answer, simplifying answer. Rearranging bugs, marker 9 infiltration success. Target, disguised puppet of Sand Ninja Kankuro, has been marked. Implementing second infiltration, attempt number 4 in establishing a marker on Sound Ninja failed. Implementing attempt 5, marker 12 has been obliterated by unexpected sand. Suspected to be Sand Ninja Gara, executing avoidance protocol, Shino had a stoic face, not showing any emotions despite the many failures in his plan. He innocently looked down at his paper, as if he was just an innocent scholar doing a test and the sneaky actions of planting bugs had nothing to do with him. Of course, Alina was still extending the tentacles of his Zerg army outwards. At the same time, he received feedback from his bug's surveillance of the exam room, looking out for cheaters of interest. As the time ticked, it didn't take long for Shino to discover the first cheater. This was never a paper exam in the first place. It was a test of intelligence gathering, and the real test had now begun. As the exam progressed, Shino noticed that some of his fellow students were getting more and more creative with their cheating methods. Some were easy to discover, such as using ninjutsu to peek over their neighbors' shoulders. Others were more discreet, such as spawning an eye of sand in the air or using their special eyes. Then, there were some Shino could probably guess, but couldn't see, such as Ino, who was probably using her Yamanaka clan ninjutsu to communicate with her team, most likely to get the answers from Shikamaru and share it with Choji. As for stealing answers from Sakura like in the original anime, that was only used to verify answers for some questions. One Shikamaru was too lazy to answer. Shino watched as one student summoned a tiny insect that crawled along the desk and whispered answers into their ear. Was there another Aburame clan in here? Another used a transformation jutsu to make themselves look like the examiner and casually walked around the room, checking other students' answers. Not long later, an examiner patted him on the shoulder. Even a 6-year-old can think of this, be more creative next time. The examiner then dragged the shocked examinee out of the exam room. Hey! Did you miss the other brat who did the same with his puppet? Even when caught in the act, the puppet master oddly didn't get disqualified, but others weren't so fortunate. Despite their ingenuity, the examiners soon caught on to their tricks, or maybe, it was just simply time for elimination. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with students glancing around nervously and trying to avoid the gaze of the examiners. One examiner walked up to a student and snatched a tiny insect from their hand. Nice try, he said, a stern expression on his face. But cheating won't get you anywhere in life. Unless you do it right. Shino adjusted his glasses. Perhaps his camouflage bugs set the standards too high? Why else would the other bug users get sent out? Another student was caught using a jutsu, clearing displaying his hand signs, to copy their neighbor's answers onto their own paper. You're lucky we're only disqualifying you from this exam, the examiner said, shaking his head in disappointment. If you're caught out gathering intelligence behind enemy lines, the consequences will be much more severe. Shino felt a sense of satisfaction watching the cheaters getting caught. After all, he knew it had nothing to do with him. Shino also discreetly glanced at the few unlucky fellas who were copying from his paper. He knew that hard work and dedication were the only true paths to success, and cheating that relies on others was a deep pit that placed the cheater at the mercy of others. As the exam approached the 15-minute mark, Shino finally began to fill in the rest of his paper, changing the fake answers he had written. It wasn't difficult with his hand speed, and he was just directly copying from the answer sheet in his mind. As he completed his answer sheet, he looked up and found some examinees around him staring at him in disbelief while some were scribbling furiously. Well, it seems they won't have time to copy. As the 15-minute mark arrived, the proctor of the exam, Ibiki, stood up and began his speech. There is 15 minutes to go. I now inform you that you've made it to the final question of the first exam. But before we get to that, there are some more rules that you need to be aware of. Shino Aburame sat with a stoic expression on his face as Ibiki began his intimidating speech. The proctor's words echoed through the cavernous room, his voice carrying a menacing tone that sent shivers down the spines of many of the examinees. Shino, however, remained unmoved, knowing full well what was to come. With a serious face that enhanced the fierceness of his scar, Ibiki began in a solemn tone. Now that we've weeded out most the useless cases, but now we'll see who truly has what it takes to become a chunin. Listen carefully. You have a choice to make: attempt the final question, or fail the entire exam. The examinees exclaimed in shock and disbelief. A ruckus of noise arose in the room as some examinees loudly questioned Ibiki in anger. If you choose to give up, the rest of your team will also be disqualified. If you choose to answer the question but get it wrong, you will be barred from taking the chunin exams forever. Think carefully before you decide. Several teams hesitated, but eventually stood up and left, unwilling to risk their chance at becoming chunin. However, it was unknown if these teams were true geninins or actors inserted by Ibiki, the mind game master. Shino calmly remained seated while observing the other examinees with interest. He had foreknowledge, so he was like an outsider watching the show. Noticing the fidgeting Hinata, Shino didn't remind her because he knew the true protagonist will jump out soon, radiating his confidence to all despite his own lack of. However, someone else on the team couldn't hold back Bam. Naturally, the aggressive Kiba couldn't stand it. Pointing his finger at Ibiki, Kiba complained in angrily, "Hey! That's bull, man. That's ridiculous. What kind of bogus is that?" Shino adjusted his glasses. "Sorry, but he doesn't know that guy." Well, at least it made Hinata less nervous. It had some effect? But too bad, Kiba, you'll still lose to the protagonist's art of negotiation. Sweeping his eyes over to Naruto, who was next to Hinata, Shino's eyebrow imperceptibly twitched. With his face showing intense struggle, the poor boy seemed to have lost his soul as he sweated and frantically tugged on his own hair. A sly smirk appeared on Ibiki's face, one that Shino would definitely feel like smacking had he not known of the jerk's motives. If you don't feel confident, you can skip it and come back to try again next year. As the pressure mounted, the exam room descended into silence. Shino silently adjusted his glasses. The pressure was daunting for others, but he knew what was coming. So, he commanded Delina to prepare for the final infiltration. Affirmative, Overmind. Markers have been deployed near unmarked targets, awaiting signal for action. Just a couple more, and the game will be complete. Suddenly, everyone's attention was attracted to an orange jumpsuit boy who was slowly raising his hand. Just when Shino thought he caused a butterfly effect that made Naruto not play his role, the orange jumpsuit boy slammed his hand down onto the table, and with a determined face, he delivered his speech filled with confidence. Don't underestimate me. I don't quit and I don't run. Standing up aggressively, his charm seemed to radiate the exam room as he declared, I don't care if I get stuck as a genin for the rest of my life. I'll still be Hokage, Dappeo. Meant to calm and encourage himself, Naruto's outburst also radiated to the rest of the teams, removing all traces of wavering. Honestly, it's amazing how his emotions flip from despair to courage, and how just simple words can infect everyone's mood. As expected of art of negotiation, the most powerful technique in the ninja world. This technique was also a powerful distraction, one that served as the perfect assist for Shino. With Naruto drawing the attention of every genin, Alina was successful in marking a couple of genin who were particularly difficult to get close to, including the Sound Village genin, Daisuke Nuda. Thanks for the assist, Naruto. Unaware of his role in completing a sly boy's plan, the innocent Naruto sat down, arms crossed with a face of confidence, deepening the admiration of the cute Hinata next to him. Shino glanced over at Kiba and noticed his stiff face. Welp, at least he won't become a dog-licking man in the future, right? Meanwhile, Ibiki couldn't help but curse inside. Remarkable. But the orange jumpsuit boy just made his job that much harder. There were much more than he expected. Now, his colleagues would mock him for having such a low elimination rate. This decision will change your life. If anyone wants to quit, this is your last chance. Ibiki continued to pressure. The 10th and final question. Those who don't want to take it, raise your hands. Man, this guy never gives up till the last moments. Props to him for trying so hard. Needless to say, the group had passed, but this was only the beginning. As the real intentions of the exam were divulged, with a thunderous crash, an unassuming young woman with a slender frame bursts through the window, defying all expectations. She boasts piercing, pupil-less eyes the color of light brown. Her signature violet hair is styled in a spiky, fanned-out ponytail that would intimidate any foe. She adorns a custom-made metal mesh outfit that fits her body like a second skin, covering her from neck to thigh. Her outfit also includes a tan overcoat with a purple inseam and a pocket on each side, a dark orange mini skirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards that scream warrior. Not content with just a typical forehead protector, she also dons a small pendant fashioned to look like a snake fang, hinting at the dangerous secrets she may hold. Confidently standing in place after her dynamic entrance, she grinned and announced, "You guys, this is no time to be celebrating. I'll be your next proctor, Anko Mitarashi." Adjusting his glasses, Shino knew the real test was about the beginning. He had prepared for months just for this. It was time to survive like true ninjas, through cruelty towards fellow ninjas. And it was time to harvest the fruits of his labor. Chapter 22, Second exam begins as the sun rises over the Hidden Leaf Village. The air was thick with tension. The second part of the Chunin exam was about to begin, and the young ninjas of the village were all gathered together, waiting to be tested. Shino Ibarame stood with his team at the entrance to the Forest of Death, his arms crossed over his chest as he watched the other genin milling about. Kurenai-sensei had led them here, warning them of the dangers that lay ahead, but Shino had already prepared himself for whatever lay ahead. He was the kind of person who always planned ahead, always made sure he had a backup plan in case of unexpected events. With months of preparation, Shino felt that he was more than ready. Sweeping his eyes over his two teammates, Shino noticed their tense bodies. He knew they were nervous. Kiba was still trying to put on a brave front, but his constant petting of Akamaru betrayed his anxiety. Needless to say, Hinata openly displayed her emotions, fidgeting her fingers while peeking at Naruto. Naruto, on the other hand, was acting as confident as ever, grinning widely as he complained animatedly. To no one in particular? Or maybe he's talking to Sasuke and Sakura? Well, he was just doing the protagonist thing and standing out no matter where he goes. Shino couldn't help but feel a little envious of Naruto's carefree attitude, but he knew that there was no room for complacency in the Forest of Death. Poor boy doesn't even know that their group have been targeted by Uncle Snake. "Welcome to the Forest of Death," Anko said, her voice low and dangerous. "I'm sure you all know who I am. Listen up, everyone," she barked, her eyes scanning the sea of faces before her. The second part of the Chunin exam is about to begin. This is where things get serious. You'll soon realize why this place is called the Forest of Death. As Anko spoke, Shino's attention was drawn to a commotion at the back of the crowd. Naruto Uzumaki, one of his fellow competitors, was causing a ruckus, imitating Anko in a mocking tone. It was unknown if he was trying to draw attention or if he was doing it to reduce the tension. Maybe both. But he certainly got the beauty's attention. As Anko locked onto Naruto, a kunai slid into her hands, and Shino subconsciously tensed as his bugs felt a dangerous atmosphere diffuse from nearby. Shino's glasses glinted as he bowed his head, while his obscured eyes peeked towards a genin in the grass ninja group. Whoosh! The kunai arced through the air, but then something even stranger happened. As the kunai neared Naruto, it suddenly changed course, hurtling towards a nearby ninja instead. Naruto stiffened in place as the kunai flew past him, leaving a cut on his face. However, as an observer, Shino was clear that the kunai's target was never Naruto in the first place. The kunai sliced right through the hair of the female grass ninja named Shior, yet she was just as calm as before. However, the dangerous killing intent secretly radiating off her caused the bugs in Shino to become unsettled. Perhaps a normal genin would not feel the intensity of the danger at this moment, but Shino's danger-sensing bugs that had been evolved through the Zerg Dominator system could clearly feel the danger. Others may not know, but Shino knew from the plot that this grass ninja was Uncle Snake, also known as Orochimaru, one of the most feared ninjas in the world, a dangerous mad scientist who had been responsible for countless deaths and atrocities. As expected of a legendary Sannin, the second most dangerous one at that. Oh, if you're wondering who the most dangerous Sannin is, it has got to be the one titled as the #1 enemy of women, the erotic sage who trained disciples who all turned out to be dangerous existences one after another. Well, that man was not here. Probably. However, Shino wasn't completely sure. Shino had his bug surveillance network thoroughly distributed all over Hidden Leaf Village. Shino even made sure to station his bugs at some popular bathhouses. Naturally, the purpose was to camp for that man and there was no other ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Shino discovered no traces of the man. Shino understood he really could never underestimate a Sannin's anti-tracking abilities. Sannin, Shino knew this was a level of power that he could never match even with his extreme growth in the past months. Shino bowed his head further, not daring to peek. Seeing her temptation fail, Anko was already moving. Within moments, Anko stalked over, appearing behind Naruto, her eyes flashing coldly as a creepy grin appeared on her face. She hissed and berated Naruto in an intimidating tone, seemingly trying to scare Naruto, but if one were to listen closely, it seemed more like a secret warning. But did you expect Naruto's brain to comprehend her warning? Nope. Seeing her warning falling on deaf ears, Anko wanted to be a bit more clear. However, it seemed that someone saw through her intentions and didn't want her to ruin his plans. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as the female grass ninja silently appeared behind Anko. Shino's eyes narrowed as he watched Anko, noting the sudden change in her demeanor. Although she was smiling, it was clear that something was amiss. Perhaps she had already recognized her teacher, but for some reason, she did not reveal him. Shino could feel the tension in the air. For a moment, no one moved. Then, suddenly, Orochimaru, disguised as Shior, spoke lightly and returned the kunai with her long tongue, as if trying to defuse the situation. However, the wicked grin that arose on her face as she swept her eyes full of malice over the nearby genin said otherwise. It was clearly a blatant threat. As someone who knew her teacher well, Anko clearly understood this. These genins were a shackle for her and all nearby ninjas. She knew that she couldn't risk the lives of the future of Hidden Leaf Village and other villages. If a battle breaks out, none of these genin will have a chance of surviving if the legendary Sannin personally wants them dead. A gnawing sense of helplessness overtook Anko. She knew she couldn't do anything. Deep down, she realized that the only hope of thwarting this menacing threat lay in the hands of the revered Hokage. As Anko grappled with the futility of her situation, a chilling realization dawned on her: unless this shadowy figure willed it, no one would be able to make a successful report. There will be no reinforcements, not unless she lets him through. Shino also understood this, and he could only pull up his collar to hide himself even more. That gaze of malice sent chills down his spine, and he barely managed to prevent his bugs from rioting. He had absolute control over his bugs, but at the same time, this meant that his bugs were a reflection of his own emotions, which was clearly not stable at this moment. As Orochimaru strolled back to her position, the bugs within Shino settled down as the dangerous atmosphere vanished. Shino swept his eyes over Naruto and Anko, watching Anko speak in a confident tone, yet the slight trembles in her body betrayed her real emotions. Naruto, on the other hand, still hadn't realized the coming danger. Unbeknownst to him, the very catalyst that ignited his burning passion for Sasuke had already revealed his true colors, like a sly fox baring its tail. It was a pity the fox inside Naruto didn't remind him. As she tried her best to calmly walk back to the front, Anko continued, her voice steely. Let me make one thing clear. This is not a game. You are not here to make friends or have fun. You are here to survive. As she turned around, it seemed she had calmed herself, at least on the outside. As expected of a Jonin, none were simple. Anko held out a pile of paper forms, and Shino recognized it as the death consent form. In a playful tone, Anko continued to speak about the form before explaining the rules of the survival test, an anything-goes scroll battle. These are the Heaven and Earth scrolls, Anko barked, holding up 2 scrolls. Your goal is to bring both of them to the central tower within 120 hours, or 5 days. Only a maximum of 13 teams will pass in the end. This was a battle royale meant to cut down the numbers. It was also a training course, one that no one could bail from until the 5 days are over. Well, unless you bail from the very start. Anko's speech gradually came to an end. As her eyes swept over the Gainins, particularly a certain grass ninja. Lastly, a word of advice, she paused and imperceptibly swept her eyes over a particular grass ninja before sighing helplessly. Don't die. The Gainins were provided with sufficient time to think over their choices. There were some hesitating, while others confronted each other like children. Oh wait, they really were children. Alright, don't think too deep regarding the details of this world or it'll only feel more and more wrong in many senses. Shino signed the death consent form without hesitation, knowing that there was no other choice. If he chooses to not participate at this juncture, it would definitely attract unnecessary attention to him. Albeit he could hide some cards, Shino knew he still couldn't avoid the storm that will be coming soon afterwards. He might as well show a part of his hand, and turn this situation into one that benefits him. Alina, how are the preparations? Overmind, everything is ready. The expected risk of discovery is 5% and the expected survival rate is 98%, good. Shino adjusted his glasses as he swept his eyes over his team. If Sasuke goes, Naruto chases. If Naruto signs, Hinata should not be a problem. If Hinata goes, Kiba will naturally follow. Eh? Why does this sound wrong? It didn't take long, the time had arrived to turn in their forms. Adjusting his glasses, Shino handed in the form and retrieved their scroll. Naturally, the team voted that he kept the scroll. After many missions together, it seemed they had recognized his ultimate power, being less noticeable than others. After retrieving their scroll, the group stood in front of Gate 16 of the Forest of Death, preparing to enter. Yahoo! Survival is our forte. Hinata, don't show your weakness. Kiba grinned, his excitement palpable. Hinata agrees in a soft voice. Shino adjusts his glasses and stares at Kiba. Hinata is stronger than she looks. In front of Naruto, she will truly show that ultra-shy, timid side of hers as portrayed in the anime. However, when out on a mission with the team, she was definitely not as timid as portrayed, especially with Kurenai-sensei guiding her towards a tougher personality. In fact, this dog boy who is acting brave on the outside is the real worry. Although the months of missions together had tempered him into a ruthless killer who is willing to use strategy, his reckless personality is still the same, but with an added touch of bloodthirstiness, just like a beast, a rabid dog that had tasted blood. Nevertheless, these teammates weren't problems he had to worry too much about. Let Kurenai-sensei worry about how to teach these two. He just needs to do his part well. Once his power base has grown to a tipping point, perhaps they will no longer be his team. Kaka. The Hidden Leaf Village ninja guarding the gate unlocked the chain. With the chain rattling as it settled onto the ground, the gate swung open. As the Gainins filed into the Forest of Death, Shino could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Although his drones had explored the Forest of Death thoroughly, he himself had never been in here before. This was his first time, and he knew that there was no going back, at least not anytime soon. Chunin exam, Forest of Death, begins. Chapter 23, Report. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office, surrounded by stacks of paperwork. It seemed like the more he completed, the more piled up on his desk. He let out a sigh, rubbing his tired eyes with his wrinkled hands. Just as he was about to resume his work, the door burst open and Anko Mitarashi stormed in, a look of urgency on her face. Anko, what's the matter? Hiruzen asked, slightly taken aback by her sudden entrance. Lord Hokage, I found traces of that man. Anko exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Orochimaru. Orochimaru had long been a thorn in his side. He had been his favorite student, yet his betrayal was like a ticking time bomb, waiting to detonate and bring harm to Hidden Leaf Village. Although he regretted it, he had thought that he would never see him again after their last encounter, but it seemed that he was back. Hiruzen stood up, his back straightening as he glared at Anko. Are you sure? He asked in a serious tone. Positive, Anko replied confidently. I felt the searing pain from my seal, and noticed an abnormal chakra signature in the grass ninja Gainins. After a simple temptation, Who would have thought he would reveal himself if it wasn't because I was worried about the Gainins? I would have fought him right then and there. Hiruzen's expression softened as he took a deep breath. Very well. We must be cautious. Follow his trail and observe him from a distance. Do not engage him unless absolutely necessary. Anko's eyes widened in confusion. Observe him? Lord Hokage, why can't we just take him out now? Hiruzen gave her a stern look. Orochimaru is not to be underestimated. He is a master of deception and is always planning something. We need to gather as much information as we can before we make a move. But, sir, isn't his goal clear already? It is the ginger, not necessarily. He was one of my proudest too. Hiruzen paused and sighed. I know him best. His goal is never as simple as a Jinchuriki. Perhaps his interest lays elsewhere. We can't startle the snake until we confirm his goal, lest he goes back into hiding. A snake under the sun is much less dangerous than a snake in the shadows. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Anko clenched her fists but could only nod and obey orders. Understood, Lord Hokage. I'll make sure to track him down and stay hidden, but I request permission to initiate battle if the Gainins are in danger. Permitted. Proceed with caution and try not to show abnormality in the eyes of other villages. We do not want to give them excuses to intervene. Report back to me with any new information as soon as possible, Hiruzen instructed before dismissing her. As Anko left the room, Hiruzen sank back into his chair, surrounded the weight of his responsibilities as Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. He couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at the thought of Orochimaru being back. He knew that he needed to be cautious and prepare for the worst. He was a wise and experienced leader, but even he couldn't help feeling a sense of unease at the decisions he had made. As he pulled out his smoking pipe and began to smoke, he turned over to the window behind him and stared out at the scene of Hidden Leaf Village. The village was bustling with activity as ninja and civilians went about their daily lives. Hiruzen watched as children played in the streets, vendors sold their wares, and shinobi patrolled the perimeter of the village. It was a peaceful scene, but the Hokage knew that danger always lurked in the shadows. After a few moments of silence, Hiruzen spoke aloud, his voice carrying a weight of certainty. Do you think my decision was the right one? He said to seemingly no one in particular. As if on cue, a figure suddenly flipped through an open window of the Hokage's office, attracting Hiruzen's gaze. The figure landed gracefully on the floor, revealing himself to be a tall, muscular man with broad shoulders and a chiseled physique. His fair skin was smooth, but it was his hair that drew attention, waist length and spiky, a shock of white that he usually kept tied back into a tight ponytail. Two shoulder-length bangs framed his face, drawing attention to the red lines that ran under his eyes and extended all the way down to his jaw. Wrinkles formed around the corners of his mouth as a wart sat unapologetically on the left side of his nose. His attire was typically functional, consisting of a green short-sleeved kimono, a red hari adorned with two yellow circles on each side, and matching pants. Underneath, he wore mesh armor that could be glimpsed at his wrists and ankles. A large scroll is carried on his back, containing the secrets of his jutsu and other important documents. On his head, he wore a horned forehead protector emblazoned with the kanji for oil, signifying his affiliation with Mount Myabaku. This was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Despite his rough exterior, Jiraiya had a kind and caring heart, and his warm smile could light up a room. He was known for his jovial personality and his love of women, but beneath the surface, he was a fierce warrior, a seasoned intelligence collector, and a wise mentor. Of multiple powerful and dangerous existences in the past, present, and future. As he dusted himself off, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in surprise. Doubting your own decisions again? Your age is catching up to you, old man. Hiruzen shook his head. I know. When did you come back? Jiraiya's eyes rolled as he replied with an honest face, just now. Hiruzen glanced at his lascivious disciple, knowing all too well of his deeds, but he didn't mention it. You heard everything? What do you think? Jiraiya's playful expression was gone, his expression serious. There's not much to work with at the moment, he said. I need to understand the situation before I can offer any advice. Orochimaru. He's a difficult one, especially with all the life-saving methods he had researched. I've been chasing him all these years, and it's clear he won't reveal himself unless he is confident, but, if I were to guess what he is after, Jiraiya paused as he took out a scroll and handed it to his teacher. I have collected some intel from that organization. It seems Orochimaru had lost to Itachi Uchiha when he first joined. When the Jiraiya finished, there was a long moment of silence as Hiruzen considered his words while reading through the scroll. Was it right for me to risk their future? It's a tough call, Jiraiya said finally while hesitantly scratching his hair. But I think you made the right decision, old man. He is finally willing to come out from the dark. We should understand his motives as much as possible. This will allow us to handle the situation accordingly. With me and you here, and so many other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, he can't make waves alone." Hiruzen sighed, his shoulders slumping in relief as he placed the scroll on his desk. "Thank you, Jiraiya. Your words give me some peace of mind." Jiraiya grinned. "Hey, although I don't support many of your methods, but Hidden Leaf Village is still my home, and I won't let anyone bring harm to it, not even if he is." Jiraiya then paused, his eyes imperceptibly glanced at the old man. Noticing the old man's hesitating expression, he shook his head in distress. Still indecisive at this time? Is Orochimaru really that much better than him? Why has the treatment always been so different when it comes to himself? Hiruzen read the emotions on his disciple's face, but could only lament inside. He hesitated a bit, wanting to defend himself, but in the end, the words spoken were different. "How long will you be staying this time?" Jiraiya paused for a moment before he mumbled hesitantly, "Who knows? This time, I came back to see Minato's child. He should have grown up by now. I heard he is participating in the Chunin exam." Hearing this, Hiruzen hesitated a bit before sighing in acquiesce. "Just don't startle the snake. Do it moderately, or someone will come clamoring to take the Jinchuriki away again. TSK. I still don't understand how you can tolerate him, old man, after all he had done." Jiraiya expressed his dissatisfaction as he hopped onto the windowsill. "Okay, you're the sand dame, and you have your own thoughts. I won't care about these, I'll just do what I do best." When Hiruzen heard Jiraiya say this, a strange expression arose on his face as he stared at Jiraiya with look that men would understand. He cleared his throat and shamelessly asked, "Ahem. When is the next book coming out?" "Don't worry, I'm going to gather material now. As long as you don't drop dead suddenly, you'll be able to read it, old man." Jiraiya rolled his eyes and leapt out the window. Hiruzen choked on the smoke coming from his pipe a couple of times as he cursed inwardly. However, moments later, he shook his head. An imperceptible smile rose on his face as his expression softened. Walking over to the open window, he leaned against it as a chuckle escaped his mouth. Moments later, his expression turned solemn and serious. "I won't not anytime soon. As long as I'm here, he better not jump around. Tell him this," Hiruzen muttered out loud as he locked his eyes on a bug hiding near the windowsill. As if understanding that it had been discovered, the bug took off into the air and disappeared into the city. Hiruzen watched it go, squinting his eyes as his thoughts turned to the Aburame clan. He couldn't help but mutter, "Aburame clan. But since when did they develop insects that can camouflage?" Despite the intrigue, he shook off the thought, muttering to himself, "It doesn't matter, as long as I can get my message over to him." Hiruzen closed the window with a composed demeanor, his footsteps calm and measured as he strolled to his chair. He reached for the scroll Jiraiya had brought back, his brows furrowed with every word he read. Pinching his forehead in consternation, Hiruzen couldn't help but mutter, his voice low and contemplative, "There's movement from Akatsuki, and Orochimaru shows up at the same time. Is this a coincidence or premeditated?" A sudden intensity flickered in Hiruzen's eyes as he muttered, his words pregnant with meaning, "Danzo. You better not be a part of this. There is only so much I can tolerate." Unbeknownst to the characters entangled in their own affairs, an ominous storm loomed on the horizon, its brewing fury a secret yet to be unleashed. And yet, for some, even the most transparent of signs are disregarded, their eyes refusing to see what lies ahead. Just like a certain transparent bug who was unwittingly ignored. Blind to the impending tempest, he let it return to its mother nest safely, an unwitting harbinger of the coming chaos. Chapter 24, Forest of Death. Shino's eyes glinted with a dangerous intensity as he received the details from Elena regarding the transparent bug that had just returned from its reconnaissance mission. It seems that those ones at the top have a wait-and-see attitude. No wonder no one came to support Sasuke's group. They clearly want to use bait to catch a big fish. TSK they are more cruel to Gainans than I thought, Shino mused inwardly as he followed his team to rush through the forest. Ever since the group stepped through the gate and into the forest, their senses immediately assaulted by the unfamiliar surroundings. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the sound of rustling underbrush surrounded them. Shino took point, his insect companions scouting ahead for any potential dangers. Hinata and Kiba followed close behind, their eyes scanning for any signs of movement. As they walked deeper into the forest, the tension began to mount. The group could seemingly feel eyes watching them from the shadows, and the rustling of leaves sounded like whispers in their ears. Kiba and Hinata were vigilant as their eyes scanned around, but noting that both Shino and Akamaru didn't alert them of danger, they silently continued forward. However, it wasn't long before Kiba became impatient with running on a wild goose chase. So, he proposed a different plan, using themselves as bait. Now, the group had remained stationary in the forest, nonchalantly speaking to each other. Well, mostly just Kiba speaking because both Shino and Hinata were quiet people. As Shino adjusted his glasses, his obscured eyes peeked at the top right corner of his vision. To others, there was nothing there, but in Shino's vision, there was a 2D minimap display. It was a radar detecting the area around him. This was a part of his new system interface function that he chose to project in his own vision. Checking the radar and confirming it was safe nearby, Shino's obscured eyes closed as he delved into the full system interface in his mind. After months of growth, there were naturally new functions. The interface in his mind sprang to life and displayed the function currently in use. A 3D map of the forest appeared in his mind, constructed from months of exploration with his drones. In the holographic display, Shino could see everything in the forest, from the towering trees to the smallest blades of grass. With months of drone exploration, Shino had created this 3D model of the Forest of Death with the assistance of Alina. At first, it was meant to be a static map, but a fortunate turn of events a month ago allowed him to collect a strand of gene that completed his Zerg communication ability, upgrading it into a veritable Zerg network. Now, Shino could receive information from his bugs over long distances, without physical contact. These include both visual and audio data. Of course, there was still a transmission time depending on the data size. With this upgrade and the power of an army of insects, Alina was able to transform the static map into a pseudo-real-time map. Scattered out across the map were many green dots. They were his drones and insects, which he used to gather information and scout out the area, keeping the map updated when there are changes. Alina will analyze the received data and modify the map as needed. An uncountable number of yellow dots appeared on the map, representing creatures living in the forest. Shino didn't have to worry about finding a food source in the forest. Well, even without this function, his team was fully capable of doing so. The truly useful function of the map was the tracking of scattered orange dots, representing dangerous animals that lived in the Forest of Death. Shino made a mental note to stay away from those areas. There were also over 50 red dots, indicating the positions of enemy Gainans marked by Shino's bugs during the first exam. They were scattered throughout the forest, but Shino was confident that he could take them down if necessary. Right now, the map was zoomed in and focused on a white dot that represented his location. Besides him, 2 blue dots appeared on the map, representing Hinata and Kiba. They were close by, within a few meters of his position. Alert! Multiple enemies has been detected to be approaching over Mine's position. Several bold, red dots appeared nearby on the map, indicating the positions of enemy ninja that were moving quickly, heading in their direction. Adjusting his glasses, Shino opened his eyes and saw the incoming red dots on the mini radar. It seems the first batch of enemy has fallen into their trap. We have company. Prepare for finally. Thought they would never come yo, play along, don't reveal anything suspicious. Kiba reminded before he continued his loud speech. Anyway, the tower is everyone's goal, right? It would be smart for us too. Shino glanced at Kiba with a stoic face as he heard the ding sound, signifying the increment of a certain variable once again. Shino then looked forward calmly, while the corner of his vision locked onto the incoming humanoid shapes that were highlighted in red by Lina. Pity, they weren't at a level where they could hide from his detection. Heck, they couldn't even hide from Akamaru's detection. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting enemy Gainans hid in the trees, discussing their ambush plan while observing the trio that they had determined to be prey. Alas, they met the wrong team. Detected enemies in range of established trap. Executing Flying Leech's protocol. Moments later, surprised exclamations echoed in the forest, followed by screams of pain and agony. They were caught in the trap the team had prepared. With the flying leeches of the forest that Kiba had discovered, the group set up an ambush for unsuspecting enemies drawn to them. The enemies were surprised by the giant leeches falling from above, and when they tried to escape the assault, they would end up in the deadly traps below. A simple yet efficient trap. Kiba, who came up with the plan, confidently boasted out loud to the enemy regarding the inner workings of the plan. Fortunately, he wasn't facing the protagonist, so he didn't die from talking too much. It wasn't long before the side characters were given the bendo as they ended up trapped in a net. Moments later, Shino's bugs had already started to consume the trapped Gainans alive, causing them to scream in agony. That's one team down. Kiba watched with a mixture of awe over his own trap design and disgust as he saw Shino's bugs devouring their enemies. He still couldn't get used to seeing the spectacle, no matter how many times he saw it. It was a horrifying feat, but after months of being a ninja, he had learned the harsh truth of the ninja world. It was cruel, and Shino's bugs weren't completely unacceptable compared to some of things they had seen on missions. Plus, this was the Chunin exam, they had to do whatever it took to win. Shino, can you hurry it up? Kiba asked, his voice laced with disgust. The longer you take, the more disgusted I feel. Arf. Arf. See? Akamaru agrees. Shino turned to look at Kiba, his expression unreadable. My bugs can only eat soyo. I get it, your bugs can't eat that fast. You told me many times already, sheesh, Kiba said with a grin as he ruffled Akamaru's head. Meanwhile, Hinata looked away, unable to watch as the screams of their enemies echoed through the forest. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for what they were doing, but she knew that it was either them or their enemies. As the screams died down, Shino turned his attention back to the task at hand. Don't underestimate his months of exploration. These leeches had long been under his control. With the genetic lock of Zerg Dominator system, even the new generations of leeches were born under the influence of the hive. If he could also dominate the other creatures of the forest of death would become his own domain. Alas, his absolute control was limited to insects at the moment. Thanks to his Aburame clan technique, he could coerce insects into entering his body, designed as a veritable haven for bugs, but he didn't have the ability to control the other smaller species to enter his body, let alone trying to fit the massive forest creatures that were multiple times the size of his body. But this was only for now. After all, the Zergs were never limited to being measly insects. For now, his domination was limited to most of the relatively powerful insects in the forest of death. He couldn't even expand beyond the scope of Hidden Leaf Village. Also, he just couldn't keep these dominated bugs, such as the leeches, in his body because it would be difficult to explain when and how he had tamed them. It was well known that the Aburame clan could tame bugs with their own chakra or special methods, but it wasn't something that can be done instantly, nor was it something that could be applied to every type of insects. So, Shino could reveal that he had tamed any of these bugs. At most, Shino could reveal that he could prevent the leeches from assaulting the team along with the hidden characteristics of the leeches, such as their heat and sweat sensing. Fortunately, Kiba wasn't a brute force idiot, and he was able to come up with a plan after Shino dropped some hints. Under the guise of using his bugs to carrying them, he arranged the living leeches in their ambush positions, ensuring that no enemy was able to escape their grasp. Hinata and Kiba were in charge of setting up the traps all around the area, preventing their enemies from making a break for it. Now, the results paid off. They had drawn first blood, and it felt like a victory. Naturally, the trap was almost triggered a couple of times by wild forest creatures. However, the team's scouting abilities were a great asset, and they had learned to use them to their greatest advantage over the course of months. As long as it wasn't an enemy beyond their level or hidden mist ninjas with anti-perception mist, their enemies didn't stand a chance. So, the trio worked together, their teamwork seamless as they continued to eliminate the cannon fodder and finally waited for the big fish. Of course, this was under the condition that they were trash fish mobs and not the overwhelming monsters of the forest. As they retrieved their first matching scroll, Hinata approached them with a worried look on her face. "Are you guys okay?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. Kiba grinned, his confidence soaring. "We're more than okay," he said. "We finally completed our first set of scrolls, thanks to Shino's bugs and our trap skills. Now, we can start heading over to the central tower. We'll be the first ones." Shino remained stoic as always while Hinata seemed a bit relieved that things would be over soon. Shino adjusted his glasses while he inwardly shook his head. Things that were meant to come still had to come. Their journey was far from over. "Well done, Shino-kun," Hinata encouraged, sweetly smiling at him as she handed over the scroll. Shino nodded and kept the scroll. A mischievous glint in his eye, Kiba nudged Shino with his elbow. "Hey, Shino, you better not lose them. I don't want to stay out here for a couple more days, right Hakamaru?" "Arf. Arf." Shino looked at Kiba, his expression unchanging. Kiba grinned, understanding he could trust Shino. Little did Kiba know, he had already been etched into the black book of his companion. "Yahoo! Let's head over to the tower," he said. "Hinata, point us in the right direction." Hinata smiled, nodding in agreement. "Byakugan." With a goal, the team rushed forward, chatting happily on the way. However, Shino was inwardly wary. And his vigilance was well-founded. Alert! Alert! Sand Ninja Conqueror detected en route. There is a 99% probability that high-risk target, Gaara, will be nearby. Overmind is advised to implement avoidance protocol. Shino adjusted his glasses and glanced over at the reckless Kiba and Hinata whose Byakugan had already detected the situation. Although he wanted to plan a route that avoided Gaara, this was an extravagant hope. After all, Gaara is on the same route as them, and they would have to go a long way around if they wanted to avoid Gaara. Let's not say that Shino didn't have a reason to do so, even if he did, Shino didn't want to risk it. Bumping into Gaara has a risk that Shino can still control because he believed in his current strength. However, if he took a detour and accidentally bumped into Uncle Snake, it would truly be game over. After all, the original Grass Ninjas' corpses were already cold. The current Grass Ninjas had no trackers on them, and it was impossible for Shino to know their movement. The anti-tracking capabilities of Uncle Snake were top-notch, something that he was unwilling to risk his drones and bugs to test. Plus, the reality of Gaara's true strength was a necessary lesson that Kiba needed to learn, lest he foolishly provoke the future Kazekage once they reached the central tower. This young man's ego had begun to swell with each successful mission, ignorant of the possible dangers that lay ahead. It's time for him to tone down his reckless and bloodthirsty nature. So, he can only hope for the best and that everything would end well, just like in the anime. If not, then, Shino is afraid that the Shukaku may have to arrive ahead of schedule. Chapter 25, End of Survival Battle. Shino, Kiba, and Hinata were making their way through the forest of death, each one trying to keep their senses alert and focused, except Shino, who was secretly monitoring the situation with his map and deploying his bugs to prevent accidents. Kiba was leading the group, with Akamaru by his side, his keen sense of smell aiding them in avoiding any traps or enemies, or so he thought. Little did he know, Alina was babysitting him at Shino's orders, feeding the group with danger simulated to match their strength. Giant creatures, annoying insects, poisonous plants, and traps were arranged to test their wits and agility. This was the welfare package Shino provided to the team, for free. Suddenly, the group came to a pause as Hinata seemed to have discovered a situation. Shino silently adjusted his glasses as Hinata explained what she saw. "Hey, Shino," Kiba said suddenly, turning back to look at the bug user. "What do you think about grabbing some extra scrolls while we're at it? You know, Kurenai-sensei never said we couldn't grab extra scrolls and knock out a couple more competitors." Shino remained silent as he adjusted his glasses, staring at Kiba with a stoic face. "This dog boy is just asking for it, isn't he? That would not be wise," he finally said. "The risk of encountering stronger opponents," Kiba interrupted like usual and shrugged. Worth a shot," he said, grinning. "Can't blame a guy for trying to gain an advantage, right?" Hinata looked over in shock. She was undoubtedly the only person in the group that prefers to avoid conflicts whenever possible. Alas, Kiba didn't listen to her persuasion. Seeing Kiba rush off, she looked over to Shino for help, but Shino only shrugged and showed that he was helpless. Hinata sighed inwardly and chased after Kiba, her Byakugan activated as she scanned the area for any signs of danger. Suddenly, Akamaru began to shiver in fright, his fur standing on end. "Stop," Kiba said, his voice low and urgent. "Something's wrong. Akamaru is sensing danger." Kiba tensed, his hand rubbing Akamaru to comfort him. "Stay alert, everyone," he said, his voice low. "We don't know what we might be facing." As they cautiously made their way through the forest and hid behind some bushes, they were suddenly greeted by a gruesome sight. Gaara, the infamous sand ninja, was crushing enemy Gainans to death with his sand. Watching the bloody rains clattering through the air, Hinata gasped in horror, while Kiba looked on in disbelief. "Damn," he muttered under his breath. "That's some messed up stuff right there." Shino was silent, his eyes focused as he prepared his bugs for interception. Go. Go. He'll kill us if we're discovered." Kiba was the first to show signs of retreat, but they barely moved before they felt a gaze lock onto them. Warning. High-risk target Gaara malice detected. Expected probability of target neutralization in Phase 1 is 86%. Overmind, please give permission to engage. Shino held back the urge of having an all-out battle with a worthy opponent and commanded, "No. Hold on. I don't want to trigger his second form unless absolutely necessary." Suddenly, Kankuro jumped out first to stop Gaara. Temari also appeared, her fan on her back as she persuaded Gaara to leave. Cold sweat rolled down the faces of everyone, except for Gaara and Shino. Gaara stared in the direction of Team Kurenai, and his eyes seemed to lock onto Shino. His face didn't show any emotions, but Gaara finally reined in his bloodthirstiness and corked his gourd. He turned around, strolling off, leaving a battlefield painted in blood. With that, Temari breathed a sigh of relief and glanced in the direction of the trio. She then followed Gaara and Kankuro, disappearing into the forest, leaving behind the group with two frightened individuals. On the following journey, the group moved cautiously, each one on high alert for any sign of danger. As they made their way through the forest, Kiba suddenly spoke up. "Man, did you guys see the look on Gaara's face?" he said, grinning. "I mean, I know she knows bugs are disgusting and all, but that guy is seriously messed up." Hinata nodded in agreement, a look of concern on her face. "I've never seen Chuck Raw like his before. He's very dangerous," she said quietly. Shino was silent, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of danger. Suddenly, he spoke up. "We should be careful," he said, his voice low and serious. "Gaara is not someone to be." Kiba rolled his eyes. Yeah, I know, don't take our enemies lightly," he said, grinning. "But hey, at least we're not the ones getting crushed by sand, right?" Hinata gave him a stern look. "Kiba-kun, that's not funny," she said, her voice firm. Kiba shrugged as he rubbed the still shivering Akamaru. Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood, he said, his grin fading. To think we will have to fight someone like that soon. This exam is really starting to get to me, you know. I mean, we're fighting for our lives out here. I think it's best we head to the tower directly and turn in our scrolls. Who knows when we will bump into another dangerous guy. Shino nodded in agreement. Finally, this boy learned to rein in his temper. His eyes flicking to Hinata, who now seemed happy over the turn of events. Hinata nodded, her Byakugan scanning the area for any signs of danger. As they made their way through the forest, they encountered several traps and obstacles, but managed to navigate them with ease. Some were set by other ninjas, some were the training Shino had Alina secretly arrange. Finally, they reached the central tower hours later, their goal within reach. Handing the scrolls over to Kiba, the trio figured out the clues, opened the scroll, and turned in the scrolls with no problems, completing the exam. Sadly, the Chunin who appeared to receive them was a simple, unknown Chunin in the village. It seems that only the protagonist trio gets the special Iruka treatment. Looks like we made it, Kiba said, grinning. We're the second group to finish the exam. Not bad, huh? Hinata smiled, relief flooding through her. I'm glad we made it, she said softly. I was worried for a moment there. Shino was already studying the tower, finding a good spot to rest so he could start the next step of his plans. Kiba nodded, his eyes scanning the area. Right, he said, his voice serious. But to think they came hours before us. It seems they really aren't simple. Let's find a place to rest while we wait for the rest, and hope we don't bump into them. Both Shino and Hinata nodded in agreement. As they made their way over to an empty corner, they talked and joked, the tension of the forest of death slowly fading away. Kiba even made a few more jokes, but this time, Shino and Hinata couldn't help but chuckle along with him. Unlike the original, Shino didn't ask about Akamaru, so Kiba continued his role of reducing tension and pleasing Hinata. With a grinning face, Kiba soothed Akamaru who had begun to tremble slightly once more. Hey, although Shikamaru has no chance of becoming a Chunin due to his laziness, but I still hope he can pass this part. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a figure emerged from around the corner. With spiky, auburn hair framing his fair skin and striking green eyes, a boy walked in with arms crossed. His lack of distinctive pupils or eyebrows only adds to the intensity of his gaze. Dark, tanuki-like rings circle his eyes, giving him a menacing appearance. On the left side of his forehead, the kanji for love is deeply carved and visible only when his hair is parted. His attire consists of a black bodysuit with t-shirt-like sleeves and almost full-length leggings. Over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips, he wears a white cloth. His forehead protector denoting the symbol of the Sand Village wrapped around a wide leather band stretches from his left shoulder to his right hip, allowing a sand gourd to be carried on his back. This was the dangerous Geinin they had bumped into earlier, Gara of the Sand. Following behind him was Temari, with sandy blonde hair gathered in 4 consecutive pigtails, and Konkuro in his puppeteer suit, a black, baggy, full-body suit and hood with cat-like ears. The intimidating trio passed by silently, the brother-sister duo's eyes locked onto Team Kurenai with a dangerous glint, as if recognizing them and at the same time, radiating a sense of superiority. Watching the sand trio disappear, Shino adjusted his glasses. Having foreknowledge of the future, Shino didn't feel degraded to be looked at that way. He could only feel sympathy for the poor Gara. Soon, the boy will be brainwashed by art of negotiation. Damn. Akamaru is scared again. Kiba muttered before he fell silent while soothing his pet. Hinata fidgeted with her fingers as she whispered softly to bolster her own confidence, Naruto-kun. Hearing this, Kiba seemed to have twitched unintentionally, but in the end, he silently continued to comfort Akamaru. Shino surreptitiously glanced at his 2 teammates, wondering what thoughts were running through their heads. He couldn't help but notice the glint of relief in their eyes as they realized they had completed the exam and were in a safe zone. But for Shino, this was just the beginning of a new game, one that he had been waiting for. Shino closed his eyes, his mind racing with plans and strategies. His harvest was waiting for him in the forest, and he knew it was time for the Zergs to move. The hunt was on, the feast begins. Chapter 26, Zerg Feast. The Forest of Death was known to be a dangerous and deadly place. It was home to all kinds of wild beasts and creatures, but today, it was host to a different kind of predator. Shino Ibrahim sat on the ground of the central tower, remotely deploying his bugs with the assistance of Alina and receiving feedback as they feasted on unsuspecting prey. Shino knew that the battlefield filled with corpses of ninjas, a feast for his Zergs. Using his tiny bugs, he would scout for targets and remnants of the Gainins. After locking on a target, his bugs would make sure the coast was clear. Shino had to be careful not to attract too much attention, as he didn't want his plan to be foiled by an errant ninja stumbling upon the scene. Then, the nearby hidden drones would burrow out of the ground, collect the remnants, and burrow back into ground to hide. His plan was working perfectly, and nobody suspected a thing. The Zergs were careful not to leave any trace behind, and the bodies of the ninja were consumed cleanly, leaving objects that normal predators won't consume. As the Zergs continued to feed, Shino couldn't help but think about the hidden lead Village 11. Outside of the Sasuke trio who were being guided by Kabuto, Orochimaru's spy, he had carefully tracked other members, making sure that he collected their blood left on the battlefields without them ever suspecting a thing. As for the Sasuke trio, he decided that he would only gather their blood after everyone had long left. This was to prevent even the slightest risk of his drones being discovered by Orochimaru or Kabuto. Like a conductor of a symphony, Elena wielded his commands with effortless precision, orchestrating a symphony of actions that moved almost autonomously. Shino's approving nod was a testament to the mesmerizing power of her capabilities. Despite his advanced Zerg network ability, the drones were unable to transmit the gene data through telepathy. Their inability to analyze the genes left him with no other choice but to venture out and manually harvest the data before letting Elena analyze it for him later. He knew that it was a dangerous game he was playing, and that eventually, his luck would run out. But for now, he was safe, and he planned for it to stay that way for as long as possible. He still needed time to grow. "Keep me updated," Shino said, turning his attention back to his teammates to not show anything suspicious. "Tell me when it is time to implement the plan." His mind was already racing ahead, contemplating the intricacies of the plan that lay ahead. "And when the time is right," he continued, his mind focused on learning from the database, "signal to me that it's time to put the wheels in motion for the HSP plan." Affirmative, Overmind. Project, Hero Save the Beauty logged. Monitoring target. As the day wore on, Shino watched as his Zergs continued to feed in the forest. He knew that he had to be careful, as he couldn't afford to attract any unwanted attention. With Elena's fine control, his Zergs moved quietly and efficiently through the forest, collecting samples without being seen. And so, as he watched the other ninja fall one by one, the Zergs that burrowed out from the ground, he kept a close eye on the one he was looking for, Karen. Karen was a Genin with the Uzumaki bloodline, and Shino knew that she could be the key to unlocking a potential upgrade to his system. Naturally, characters like Naruto and Nagato would have been the best choices, but Shino knew those choices were definitely not an option. So, he settled for Karen. Shino knew that her first appearance was in this Chunin exam and she was saved by Sasuke, but he intends to intercept this fate and steer the course in his favor. Shino wasn't afraid he would affect the upcoming events. After all, Karen's true contributions to the plot will be far in the future, and she will not contribute much in the upcoming plot. And once the timeline reaches the time when Karen will play a role, Shino knew he would be more than capable of bearing the fate of changing the very trajectory of the story itself. A quiet intensity settled over Shino as he deployed his swarm of bugs around Karen and her team. With each passing moment, his anticipation grew, fueled by the knowledge that he was about to witness a pivotal moment in the story's timeline. As he watched, Elena's expertly compiled visual feed began to take shape, the culmination of countless images captured by his bugs. Then, as if on cue, the moment finally arrived. Alert. Overmind, current visuals has a 92% match with expected scenario in database. Initiate Project HSP. The time for action was now. Begin. In the depths of the forest near Karen's location, a gathering swarm of bugs coalesced into a humanoid shape, taking on the form of none other than Shino himself, but with major enhancements in his appearance such that it resembled a future better-looking version of himself. As the figure's outline solidified, the thrill of excitement coursed through Shino's veins, a sensation he had longed for since arriving in this world. With a steady hand, he adjusted his glasses, his eyes fixed on the intricate dance of his bugs as they buzzed about the avatar's hands. This was no mere replica, this was a tool, a weapon to be wielded with deadly precision in the game of life and death that lay ahead. For Shino, this was the ultimate expression of his desire, a game-like feeling that he had always sought in his previous world. And now, at last, he had achieved it in this new reality. A sly smile crept across Shino's face as he marveled at the power of his latest creation, a simple insect clone, brought to life with the aid of Elena's advanced capabilities and his upgraded Zerg communication ability. As he watched, he felt a strange sense of immersion, as though he himself were controlling the clone with his own hands. Guided by Elena's expert hand, Shino's main body went through the motions flawlessly, every movement executed using his database as reference, with a precision that left no room for error. This was the key to his success, the power to seamlessly inhabit multiple roles without ever showing a hint of weakness. With this, I can play multiple different characters in the future. With a single glance at the mini radar, Shino was on the move, his steps measured and purposeful. His eyes were fixed on his destination, His mind focused on the task at hand. With a quick nod, he addressed Alina, his trusted partner in this game of strategy and deception. "Alina, has Sasuke been led away?" he asked, his voice low and steady. "Affirmative, Overmind. Bugs have been deployed to modify the movements of creatures nearby, using them to redirect target Sasuke's route. Good." A sense of satisfaction filled Shino as he heard the news. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the culmination of countless hours of planning and preparation. With each passing second, he knew that he was getting closer to achieving his ultimate goal, to change the trajectory of the story, to mold it to his own will. With a steely determination, he pressed on, his mind focused on the path ahead. The game was afoot, and Shino was ready to play his part to perfection. Although Shino didn't expect Karen to fall in love with him just like she did with Sasuke, Shino still decided to implement this plan, no matter how tedious or time-consuming it might be. After all, what if it succeeds? As he moved forward with his plan, a nagging doubt began to creep into his mind. What if Karen was nothing more than a face woman, a shallow creature with no substance or depth? In that case, he knew that he would have to resort to more drastic measures, to take her away by force, if necessary. This was the only chance he could get his hands on her. When Shino recalled that Karen showed up as a subordinate of Orochimaru, he couldn't help but want to shrink a bit, but then he remembered the power that lay within Karen's blood, and he knew that he couldn't let it slip through his fingers. Although she may have been noticed by Orochimaru, Uncle Snake still hasn't paid much attention to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent with the grass ninjas into the Chunin exam. Her signature Uzumaki red hair was short, reaching her chin, while her outfit consists of a mesh shirt and stockings, a skirt, and a light brown short-sleeved jacket. A hidden grass village forehead protector rests on her head, and a pair of brown narrow glasses sat over her nose. It was a far cry from her stylized appearance after the time skip, but her appearance was not the reason Shino wanted her. As he watched her team depart, one by one, leaving Karen behind like a discarded medical bank, Shino felt a pang of pity. But he knew that he could not let his emotions cloud his judgment. Karen was wounded and exhausted, huddled up beside a tree. Despite the numb expression on her face, she radiated an aura of strength and resilience. It was clear that she was a survivor, a fighter who refused to give up no matter what the odds. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lived so long in the original story, just to be given the bento in the dog blood drama of love. Oh, wait, she lived even after eating the special bento. Truly resilient. As the predestined giant bear lumbered into view, Shino's heart raced with anticipation. This was it, the moment he had been waiting for. With the precision of Alina's bug control, his bugs infiltrated the bear and laid in wait, ensuring that it played its crucial role in the unfolding drama before he gave the bear a free bendo. Seeing the bear, Karen panicked and tried to escape, but the clumsy girl tripped and tumbled onto the ground. As Karen's glasses clattered to the ground, Shino's closed in, ready to strike. He knew that he could never take on this outrageously massive beast head-on, but with his bugs, he had the power to bring it down from within. Just as Karen thought all hope was lost, a deafening crash echoed through the forest. Boom. The ground shook beneath her feet as she braced herself for the worst. Something unexpected had happened. After fumbling with her hands for a bit, Karen picked up her glasses. As she put them back on and looked back, she saw a figure dressed in a peculiar outfit, partially obscuring his face. The mysterious boy's glasses added to the enigma, leaving his intentions unclear. However, she could tell that he had just saved her life. He stood proudly atop the massive bear, which lay motionless after their battle. Shino descended from the giant bear with grace, approaching Karen with calculated steps. His expression was unreadable, his glasses hiding any indication of his thoughts. Karen's heart raced as he neared her, and she couldn't help but blush at his presence. As he came to a stop in front of Karen, he asked in a gentle tone, "Are you all right?" Karen blushed a bit before she nodded like a chicken pecking. Shino's gaze flickered to the bite marks on her arms before he reached out to grasp her hand, his grip firm and unyielding, but this caused Karen to instinctively retract her hand. Unfortunately, her weak struggle was in vain, clearly not trying to break free from his grip. "They treat you like this, why continue to stay with them?" Shino asked in a cold voice. Karen looked up at the mysterious boy in front of her, her mouth opening, but her heart wavered between fear and curiosity. In the end, no voice came out as she looked away. Lifting his hand, Shino's hand caressed Karen's chin and turned her head to face him as he gazed into her eyes. The intensity of his stare made her feel exposed, vulnerable even. With a steady hand, he removed his glasses for the first time ever, revealing piercing eyes that seemed to bore into her very being. "Come with me. I'll keep you safe. I won't let anyone hurt you any further." Hearing his words, Karen's body trembled. It took a moment for the words to sink in before she realized what he had said. Karen's body tensed, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend the offer before her. Could she trust him? Was he truly offering her a way out of this nightmare? Her eyes stared back at his eyes, and knew that the man was sincere regarding what he said. Although she didn't know what other plans the man had regarding her, but this was the first time she had saw salvation, someone willing to save her. Her eyes blurred as she sniffed. She nodded weakly as she bowed her head. Shino smiled slyly as he put his glasses back on. Until he was ready to reveal his true personality beyond that of a pushover, he had made a vow to not take these glasses off in front of outsiders, and this will be the first time, and most likely the last for a long time to come. Gently stroking the girl's face, Shino pulled the girl into his embrace and said in a soft voice, "Don't resist." Feeling her nod, Shino gave the command in his mind. Return to base. Executing transport protocol, a swarm of bugs erupted from the ground and surged out from the surrounding forest, enveloping the clearing to create an impenetrable shield of writhing insects. Minutes later, when the swarm dispersed, the area was deserted. The actors of the drama that had just been staged had completely disappeared, leaving no trace of their presence behind. Moments later, Sasuke darted through the forest and came to a halt on a nearby tree, his sharp gaze narrowed as he caught sight of the colossal bear. "What's going on here? Who could it be?" he muttered, before dismissing the bizarre occurrence and moving on. Sasuke then zipped off, continuing his hunt in the forest. Little did he know that an important person in his life had just been abducted away by an unseen adversary. Chapter 27, Underground Base. Notice, Overmind, you have arrived at your destination. Emerging from the very walls themselves, a colossal manifestation of the Zerg drone breached the boundary between worlds, its formidable frame how burrowed out from the wall as its cavernous maw stretched wide, granting an exit passage to its occupants. This was one of his mutated drones, one he coined with the term transport drone, a metamorphosed titan born from survival and carnivorous feasting, forged in the crucible of the forest of death's relentless trials. In addition to its giant size, it had the ability to burrow through the ground, an ability many of his other Zergs were now endowed with. The transport drone lowered itself to the ground, letting Shino step off. In his embrace was Karen, her tears had finally subsided, and she had fallen asleep in his arms. As the transport drone sunk back through the wall behind him, Shino took a glance around his underground base. This was something he had built over the months outside of Hidden Leaf Village, deep underground to avoid the detection of special eyes such as the Byakugan. As Shino took a moment to survey his hidden sanctuary, the entrance to the underground tunnel was automatically sealed shut behind them. This base was a marvel of engineering, a combination of Hidden Leaf Village and Zerg infrastructures. It was designed by his eye, Elena, after analyzing all the Hidden Leaf Village infrastructure data he had gathered and his power as a Zerg Dominator. At its core, the base featured a human-friendly interior, referenced from structures in Hidden Leaf Village. Moving outwards, the core was wrapped by layers and layers of purplish viscous substance. This was the creep, a living superorganism. After collecting the Rinkaku, a nano-sized, venomous insect from his father, Shino noticed their uncanny resemblance to the well-known Zerg ability. So, with the assistance of Elena, he went through months of arduous experimentation before finally discovering how to harness his inherent hatchery ability to spawn this elusive entity. This creep was created through combination of the system's biomass and his own chakra-transformed bioenergy he had been using to feed his Zergs. After its initial creation, it could nourish its own expansion by devouring corpses and minerals. Naturally, his biomass also sufficed as a fuel for its growth. The other resources for construction were either harvested by his drones or purchased with the funds he received from missions and the secret sales of his assets. With a small army of tireless drones working overtime, the base was constructed in secret over the course of several months. The expansion of his drone army had reached an unprecedented level, rendering the detachment of a group for construction purposes irrelevant. From the outside, the structure appeared to be a grotesque biosphere, but upon closer inspection, one could see the intricate ecosystem that had been carefully grafted within. The sight was both repulsive and alluring, a true testament to the beauty that could be found in the grotesque. Despite its creepy exterior that mimicked the menacing appearance of a Zerg structure, this base was unfortunately not a real Zerg structure and didn't have any actual functionality outside of its slowly growing creep exterior, which Shino had imposed restrictions to prevent the creep from growing too quickly and overwhelming his stealth bug supply. Although this infrastructure did not have any special abilities, the base was a testament to his meticulous planning and attention to detail, a place where he could finally implement some of his plans, away from the prying eyes of others. As the only method to enter and exit was through the burrowing ability of his bugs, this place could also ensure Karen's safety without fear of being discovered. Of course, Shino could never underestimate the tracking abilities of ninjas. Shino knew better than to let his guard down. He was aware of the tracking skills possessed by the most experienced ninjas, and the strange ninjutsu which allows some to burrow through the earth. Hence, Shino had cloaked the entire base. Using an arsenal of cutting-edge anti-detection bugs, He had fortified the exterior with a combination of jamming, camouflage, and stealth techniques that rendered it invisible to visual, life, sound, and chakra detection. These bugs thrived on the creep-covered exterior, providing permanent protection against intruders who like to burrow through the ground, like the filial sons of a certain beauty trapped on the moon. Not only that, the layer of creeps served as a tough exterior that could endure heavy brood damage. Until the ninjas had learned its weakness against fire, it will serve its duty to delay enemies outside long enough such that he could transfer the important resources in the base. But this was the limit he could do for now. Once the creation interface is unlocked, maybe he could upgrade his base into one that could defend itself. Now, it could only be manually controlled with the assistance of Alina and guarded by his drones along with poisonous and plague insects. Within the inner layer, there was also a swarm of insects mutated with the ability to recycle carbon dioxide into oxygen, a courtesy of plant genes. Shino Ibrahim stood in the dimly lit underground base, his mind racing with thoughts of what to do with Karen. He had brought her here for his own purpose, but he knew that keeping her here against her will would not sit well with her. Requesting host to collect target Uzumaki Karen's blood and tissue samples. After collecting samples of Karen's blood and tissues, Shino stood quietly, planning his speech and waited as Alina analyzed the samples. Not long later, Karen woke up from her deep slumber and sat up, looking around the room in confusion. She saw Shino standing there and immediately remembered what had happened. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're in my underground base," Shino replied, his voice calm and even. "I brought you here to keep you safe." Karen's eyes glistened, before she asked in a shy voice. "Can I know your name?" "You can call me Overmind," Shino said as he adjusted his glasses. "You can learn my name in the near future." Karen nodded slowly, understanding dawning on her face. "Thank you, Overmind. But what now? Am I stuck here?" Shino hesitated for a moment before answering. "For now, yes. It's not safe for you to leave. But I promise you, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe until you are ready to go out." Karen looked down at her hands, feeling helpless and trapped. "What about food and water? How am I supposed to survive down here?" Shino pointed to a small cabinet in the corner of the room. "There's some food and water in there. More will be delivered every couple of days. There are spare clothes in the storage room. And if you need anything else, just speak to the bugs. They'll bring me the message." Karen nodded, feeling a little bit better. "Thank you, Overmind. But what about you? Are you going to stay down here with me?" Shino hesitated again, looking at Karen with a mixture of concern as his thoughts churned, considering the consequences of his choices. "I can't stay down here with you all the time, Karen. I have missions to attend to. But I promise you, I'll check on you regularly, and get your help with some research. And if you need anything, just let me know." Karen looked up at Shino, her eyes pleading. But in the end, she was silent as she bowed her head and nodded. Shino sighed, feeling a sense of guilt wash over him. "I can't stay here with you all the time, Karen. But I can leave this clone here to keep you company. It won't be the same as having me here, but at least you won't be completely alone." Karen looked up with a sense of surprise and nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Her face then had a faint blush as she whispered, "Thank you." Shino nodded and walked over to the corner of the room, where he sat his clone down. This clone of his can stay active as long as there are bugs as supply and Alina secretly controlling it in the background. There will be no problems keeping it here and he could easily return her anytime. "Alright, Karen. I have to go now," Shino said as he adjusted his glasses. "But remember, if you need anything, just speak to the bugs. They'll bring me the message." Karen watched as Shino's consciousness left the clone, feeling a sense of loneliness and despair wash over her. But then she remembered that she wasn't completely alone. His body was still here to keep her company. "Hey, research huh?" she mumbled in a soft voice. "But if that's all it takes, I'm willing. Thanks for showing me the light of salvation. I'll make sure I am worthy to learn your name one day." The first thing that Karen did was to explore her new home. The base was a compact hub of activity, comprising a laboratory, a couple of cozy bedrooms with bathrooms, a well-stocked storage room, water storage tanks, a small kitchen, and a comfortable lounge area, all cleverly designed to maximize space and efficiency. After her short exploration, Karen sat beside the clone as her eyes settled on his face, feeling a strange sense of comfort wash over her. It was a moment of quiet contemplation, a brief respite from her previous chaotic life full of pain in the outside world. "So, what do we do now?" she asked, staring at the quiet man in front of her as a strange blush rose on her face. Her hand slowly reached out. Naturally, Karen's actions were reported back to Shino by Lena. Shino felt a pang of guilt in his chest as a strange look appeared on his face. He could imagine Karen's face when she realizes his body was an aggregation of bugs. But he pushed the guilt aside for now. He knew that what he would do later would bring even greater remorse and heartache. He knew what he was going to do was necessary, even if it wasn't entirely ethical. "I'm doing what I have to do," Shino said as he firmed his determination. "Elena, prepare to implement Project Queen." "Affirmative, Overmind." Project Queen logged in system. Deploying bugs to gather data. Analyzing samples. Implementing protocols, estimated implementation time, 29 days, so, after the Chunin exams huh? Shino's glasses glinted with fervor. The countdown to the hive's explosive power draw nears, and Shino watches with a sense of eerie anticipation. The pieces are moving as planned, and he knows sacrifices will have to be made, but he knows that the end justifies the means. But for now, it was time to focus his attention back on the Chunin exam. The contestants had all arrived. It was time for the preliminary elimination battles. It was time for a battle of skill, strength, and strategy, and only the strongest would make it through to the final round. Chapter 28, Preliminary Battles start. The day of the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams had arrived. The arena was packed with spectators, mostly the Jonin instructors of the Geinin teams, proctors, and some ninjas of the villages. Including the disguised Orochimaru. Naturally, the Hokage was here as well. To show his face and give a speech filled with lots of sophistry regarding why children should be pit against each other in cruel death battles. Then, Hueco, the iconic ninja with the chronic cough, showed up to be the referee for the battles. Coughing all the way and causing Shino to be very interested in the disease in his body. With no surprise, Kabuto the spy blatantly quit and drew a round of attention. Honestly, Shino had also considered his method, but he knew that it only worked if his record was nameless and clean from the very start. Kabuto had been hiding without showing his tail for years to get to this point. His innate talent as a spy also helped greatly. This was something that Shino couldn't do, especially when he first transmigrated. He had already partially shown his strength during his time on the Geinin team. It won't make sense if he quit while the rest of his team didn't. Needless to say, the preliminary matches finally began. After some lovely drama between Sasuke and Sakura. It was unbelievable how the two simply treated everyone else like air and performed their little soap opera. With the revealing of a television screen, the matching began. The first match was between Sasuke Uchiha and Yura Wakato, a member of Kabuto's Hidden Leaf Village team. As expected, Sasuke showed his incredible skills and defeated Yura with ease after a long beatdown that was totally unnecessary. Well, it was for character building, right? With his Sharingan locked behind a paywall called the Cursed Seal, Sasuke could only shamelessly plagiarize the green jumpsuit boy's taijutsu, add his own spin to it, and roared loudly that it was his original Lion's Barrage. It was natural that he would win. The next match was already Shino's turn. Shino breathed a sigh of relief inwardly when he realized he was matched just like in the anime, against Zakubumi from Team Dasu, the team from the Hidden Sound Village. Zeku was known for his arrogance and his ability to create powerful sound waves with his arm-mounted devices. A difficult opponent, if his arms hadn't been broken. "Thank you, Sasuke." The two young ninjas stepped into the arena, and the crowd held its breath, waiting to see what would happen. Shino seemed to be completely calm, even as Zeku sneered at him. Instead, his eyes obscured by his glasses peeked over at a disappearing puff of smoke. Lucky for him, the menacing Uncle Snake has gone to deal with Sasuke and Kakashi. Shino knew it was a good thing he is only interested in Sasuke, and didn't pay heed to him. Meanwhile, the Sound Ninja was sure that he would have an easy victory. "I can feel it. Your eyes behind those glasses, don't look down on me. One arm is enough to take care of you." He raised his only functioning arm, rushing over aggressively, ready to unleash his powerful sound waves, but before he could even utter a word, Shino made his move. Without warning, he threw a kunai at Zeku, who arrogantly tilted his head to the side, thinking he had easily dodged the attack. Zeku, confident in his abilities, smirks at Shino after dodging the kunai. "Ha! Is that all you've got, bug boy? What kind of bluff are you trying to pull?" Shino remained silent, his expression unreadable, as he backed off. Zeku continues to charge towards him while taunting. "Come on, show me what you're made of. Or are you too scared to face me head-on?" Still, Shino says nothing, keeping his distance. Zeku grows impatient as his thoughts turned and came up with his own explanation for Shino's silence. "I see how it is. You're underestimating me because of this broken arm. I'll make the first move then. Get ready to be blown away." He raises his arm to unleash his sound waves, but then feels something strange happening inside his arm. Confused, he looks at his arm, which is swelling up quickly. Suddenly, he realized that Shino's bugs had infiltrated the air tubes in his arm and were quickly clogging them. Zeku panicked as he felt his arm swelling up, And then a terrible backfire occurred. The sound waves he had been about to unleash turned back on him, destroying his arm and causing him immense pain. Before he could react further, he felt stinging pain all over his body. Unlike the original Shino in the anime, Shino not only blocked the air holes in Zeku's arm, but also infiltrated his body with his camouflaged insects. Now, many important nodes in the poor bloke's body had been targeted. How did this happen? As the battle began, Shino discreetly coated his kunai with the camouflaged variant of his insects. Their transparent-like appearance did not arouse any attention on the kunai. The kunai was then delivered over to the confident Zeku. Although the bloke dodged the kunai, he had no chance of escaping from the tiny creatures the kunai transported. Shino first took precautions to ensure his safety by commanding the insects to block Zeku's airways on his arm. The idiot continued to charge forward. Little did he know that he was effectively rendered helpless from the very start. While this happened, Shino kept his distance, baiting Zeku to step into his traps that were planted on his route. They were invisible traps full of camouflaged bugs, ready for infiltration. The unsuspecting Zeku sent himself into the swarm of bugs, unaware of the deadly traps that lay in wait. Faced with Alina's well-coordinated and merciless assault, there were no room for error in a low-level battle like this one. The outcome was inevitable. Collapsing to the ground, the poor bloke screamed in agony as Shino remained stoic, his eyes fixated on the writhing body. Shino knew that the poor bloke would probably show up next time as a sacrifice. So, Shino was hoping that maybe, just maybe, the damage done to the integrity of the physical body would reduce the strength of what comes at her. It's not much, but he did his part as an unsung hero. Don't say he's ungrateful to Hidden Leaf Village. Shino's gaze locked onto Hyuga, wordlessly inquiring whether he wished to prolong the boy's suffering. Shino wasn't sure if it was intentional, but Hyuga had a fit of coughs which extended the time that poor Zeku suffered. It wasn't until he seemingly heard a cough from the audience that Hyuga held back his coughs to announce his victory. Under the gaze of the powerful presences within the audience, transparent bugs began to crawl out from the body of Zeku, who was still gasping in pain with eyes filled with fear. Meanwhile, the crowd of Gainans gasped in shock and horror over his cruelty, not knowing what happened. "Did you see that, Sakura?" Naruto exclaimed with cold sweat. "Shino just took out that boy who fought Sasuke with one move. What, damn it? Shino, I didn't know you were that strong." Nearby, Rock Lee uttered with confusion, "One move? How is that possible? What was that, Neji?" Turning on his Byakugan, Neji's eyes widened with a bit of shock as he saw the transparent bugs scattered around the battlefield. His eyes then stared at the body of Zeku, deciphering the intricacies of Shino's move. Moments later, he frowned as he uttered in disbelief, "It was more than a move, you just couldn't see it." Neji's white eyes swiveled over to the body of Shino before exclaiming with sweat, "He's something else. His body is a host for insects." Might Guy solemnly gave them a lesson about the Aburame clan and mentioned with interest, "It seems the Aburame clan developed a new type of insects that are transparent. You'll have to be careful or you won't even know when they crawl inside of you." Hearing this, the Gainans nearby shivered. "Impressive," Asuma commented out loud, enough for the nearby Kurenai to hear. "It seems Shino has been working hard on his bug techniques. Not only that, his strategic mind that could determine and use the target's weakness after they blab a couple of times is commendable. And so clean, it seems that he still kept his hands. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with." Kurenai nodded in agreement as a slight smile appeared on her face. It always feels good to hear her students being praised. Did something change? Shino didn't remember Asuma being this eager to please in the anime. Shino's mind raced with possibilities, but he knew one thing for certain, Asuma was not the same as he remembered from the anime. Well, the same with Kurenai. Unlike the original anime, Kurenai didn't seem too anxious regarding his battle. It seems he did cause small butterfly effects here and there, but he didn't notice them yet because he had no reference material for comparison, until now. "See that, Shikamaru? You're not the only one that can use your brain. So, don't be lazy and disappoint me," Asuma uttered as he gave Shikamaru a pat on his shoulder. "Ah. What a drag," Shikamaru mumbled as he stared at the ceiling, not knowing what he is thinking. As Zeku writhed in pain on the ground, Shino calmly walked away from him, his hands still covered in insects. He had won the match, but he showed no signs of triumph or joy. Instead, he simply looked like he was doing his duty, fulfilling his role as a ninja. The audience was stunned, but they soon erupted in discussion as they realized what they had just witnessed. Shino had not only defeated his opponent but had done so in a way that demonstrated his intelligence, his resourcefulness, and his incredible strength. As the medical team rushed to attend to Zeku, Shino walked back to his team's waiting area, where his teammates Kiba and Hinata greeted him with excitement. "Yahoo! That was amazing, Shino!" Kiba exclaimed. "You did it." Hinata smiled at him shyly. "Shino-kun, good job." Shino nodded in acknowledgement, but he didn't say much. He was already thinking ahead, preparing himself for the next round of the exams. That was where the true challenge lay. After that, there will be an even bigger event, one he was determined to have his Zergs participate in. He knew that there were still many challenges ahead, and he was determined to face them all with the same calm and steady demeanor he had shown in this match. Imperceptibly, Shino's eyes glanced over at the Hokage. Seeing the old man discussing with the others, he knew his camouflage insects had drew his attention. This was a part of his plan, one that he was willing to risk ending up in the line of sights of the higher-ups for. I hope these old crackpots don't disappoint me. Shino adjusted his glasses as he slyly smiled, but no one noticed the young man who had sinister intentions brewing. After all, he was just a genin. At their level of strength, genins were just clowns dancing on the stage. Just like the upcoming fights. Chapter 29, Preliminary Battles, and the following matches were not too unexpected. Kankura vs Mitsuyumi Tsuguri from Team Kabuto, a friendly battle filled with hugs and wrapping arms around each other. Their exercise time was feisty, and things somehow worked out in the end. The double knockout of Sakura and Ino filled with drama and friendship flashbacks. Their thoughts were similar. I know you are my friend, but I will sack your ass. Rich Lady Tenten showing off her wealth by throwing ninja weapons at Temari, just to have them being sent flying back because Temari wasn't a fan of charity. Shikamaru's forced date with Kintsuchi, the Kunoichi on Team Dasu, ending with a wall bang. Fortunately, no one ended up being knocked up on this date. Perhaps Shikamaru found it too troublesome to do so? Coming up was Kiba against Naruto. Former friends, now secretly love rivals, or maybe it's just the one-sided rivalry of Kiba, for now. Due to the growth of Shino, Team Kurenai had undertook increasingly challenging missions, probably more so than the original Team Kurenai. They tackled tasks that even the original Team Kurenai would have found daunting. Naturally, Shino wasn't the only one growing, Kiba too had come a long way with every mission they took on. Even so, the end result was the same. Like a villain, the dog barks the loudest, but even if the protagonist was a beggar, he would have the dog-beating staff. Needless to say, Kiba was beaten down by Naruto. And this was done in the most comedic way out of the entire batch, a hilarious display of pranks, a fart, and a new knock-up technique that Naruto plagiarized from Sasuke, who borrowed it from Lee. All Shino can say is, as expected of the students of the copy ninja, they didn't pick up his bad habit of being late but learned his Jujutsu is mine style instead. Meanwhile, everyone forgot about poor Kiba. He got face-slapped, lost, and served as the stepping stone for Hinata's increasing affection towards Naruto. Alas, Hinata only felt happy for Naruto instead of sad for Kiba. Heck, the cute girl even wanted to gift ointment to Naruto, instead of the unconscious Kiba. Ahem. Even Kurenai-sensei didn't head down to check on the unconscious Kiba. Instead, she played Cupid for the cute couple. Hey, boys, this is why you shouldn't smell like a dog. As for Shino, well. Elena, deduct 1 point from the Kiba interruption variable. He deserves it. Affirmative, overmind. Deducting 1 point from XXXX points. Next was the cruel and heart-wrenching fight between Hinata and Neji. Honestly, had Shino not been a transmigrator, he would really want to sock Neji's face for treating Hinata like this. But he knew Neji's tale of tragedy and redemption. Can't hate him, boy had it rough till the very end, plus, all this cruel speech of Neji was part of the plot. For the protagonist to support the female lead. Neji's antagonism only served to strengthen their resolve. Hearing Naruto's shocking encouragement for Hinata, Shino knew that he couldn't hate this boy in his heart. It's a pity that it's too late to blacken him and assimilate him into the hive. Or is it? Ahem. Shino quashed his death-seeking thoughts. There was no way this could succeed with the powerful ninja presence watching over the boy. As much as he craved for it, the risk was too high to indulge in it. He needed to stick to his plan and play it safe. After all, he couldn't afford to jeopardize his plans for a fleeting desire that may never came to fruition. The victor of the showdown between Neji and Hinata was hardly a surprise, yet the finale was nothing short of intense. 4 powerful Jonins emerged to halt Neji's rampage, a level of intervention that was reserved only for the female lead. As expected of the female lead, she even orchestrated the perfect setup for a rivalry between Naruto and Neji, even while passing out, appearing as innocent and helpless as a white lotus. Shino adjusted his glasses as he watched Hinata being carried away on a stretcher. Now that he thinks about it, can the female lead's mind really be as simple as depicted in the anime? Recalling Hinata's personality after getting married, Shino had a lot of doubts. But there was no one to provide him with answers. One fight ended and the very air around him was charged with the energy of the impending battle. The anticipation was palpable because the iconic, hot-blooded battle between Rock Lee and Gaara was staged next. It was one where youth truly shined, just like Lee's teeth. Unfortunately, it was the audience that felt the youth of that fight, not Gaara. Gaara's abilities were too buggy, even without the insects. Even with the weights taken off, the weight of youth couldn't triumph over the weight of sand. So, poor Rock Lee hit rock bottom and was sent to the hospital. The gate of tears opened for many audiences at that moment. As the dust settled over the heavily damaged arena, Shino's eyes narrowed as he recalled the fight. He finally had a gauge on his own taijutsu level. Needless to say, his level was not even close to Lee's peak moment, but according to Alina, if he were to go all out, he may actually be able to keep up with Lee when he had weights off, even without using the body flicker technique. Shino must admit that Lee is a hardworking taijutsu genius, one who had trained for far longer than him, but Shino had a golden finger, one that optimized both his training plans and the usage of his own special bioenergy that sped up his evolution. Give him some more time and breaking the limit of his body would be no problem, even without opening the gates. Of course, unlocking the full potential of the human body was a challenge that required extensive research and careful consideration. While rapidly increasing his strength to the limit was achievable with the assistance of his system, breaking the limit of the human body was never an easy task. This was one of his intention of collecting so many ninja blood samples. He was trying to find the right genes to optimize his own body. With every blood sample he collected, he felt closer to unlocking the secrets of the ninja body. The pursuit of body optimization was a necessity, especially since his body was the main nest, and he was willing to do whatever it takes to achieve it. Although Lee's abilities came from hard work, who knows if there are any special changes in his body after activating the gates for the first time. So, it was best to let Alina analyze his sample. Notice, retrieving blood sample of target Rock Lee. Progress 23%. 25%, sensing his bugs discreetly collecting Rock Lee's blood sample buried underneath the rubbles, a slight grin appeared on Shino's face. Although it wasn't as great as studying the actual body itself, it will make do. The preliminaries ended with Dasuke Nuda versus Choji, who was tempted to fight with BBQ. Unsurprisingly, Choji was steamrolled by Dasu. It seems Choji will have enough rolling around for now. Out of all the fights, this one was the most anticlimactic. Perhaps the only thing that could be boasted about this fight was the fact that Choji was so fat that the battlefield was in rubbles when he landed. The preliminaries finally came to an end. The old Hokage stepped up to brush his face once more, explaining the details of the third round of the exam, which will commence 1 month from now. Not long after, it was time to pick their opponents. Shino's heart raced as the box approached. The outcome of this simple lottery could make or break his plans for the Chunin exam. He was the last one to pick, but there's still a 50% chance he gets the worst pick. So with quick thinking and the aid of his trusted insects, he managed to secure the number 6, just like in the anime. He knew that some of the proctors might have caught on to his tactics, but to his surprise, they only gave him a glance and didn't intervene. It seemed they acquiescence. Who said one couldn't cheat before the final part? Choosing the right opponent was also a crucial strategy for victory on the battlefield. Of course, Shino was just doing his best to avoid Gaara, picking his original opponent of Kankuro. Shino knew better than to be the one to test the limits of Gaara's power. He wasn't willing to be the one to trigger the boy's wrath. Shino knew that Naruto's obsession was reserved for Sasuke, and he couldn't count on Naruto to jump out to stop Gaara for him like he did for Sasuke. We will adjourn until next month. Puff. Although the Gainans were important to the future of Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage certainly didn't have time to come in person. He had paperwork to do. And he had to predict the future with his crystal ball. Ahem. The Gainans dispersed, knowing their goals and ready to prepare for the battle in 1 month. Shino headed home while his thoughts churned. The third part of the Chunin exam was fast approaching, and with it, the opportunity to set his carefully crafted schemes in motion. These were ready, but he knew that every detail needed to be perfect for his plan to succeed, and he couldn't afford to leave anything to chance. Minor adjustments would definitely be necessary, but it depends on the success and effects of his current plan. It was another plan he was more concerned about, one that required precise adjustments and no room for errors. It was the reason behind his reveal of his camouflaged bugs. As he walked, he mulled over the meticulous preparations he had made, fine-tuning every aspect of his strategy with the help of Alina, making sure everything was perfect for the upcoming operation. As he approached his home, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous about the upcoming plan. His thoughts were interrupted when he saw his father, Shibuya, standing outside their home, waiting for him. As Shino met his father's gaze, he could sense an unusual tension in the air. Despite his father's usual stoic expression, there was an underlying seriousness that left Shino uneasy. It appeared that the upcoming conversation was not going to be a simple one. Shino had hoped he had a few more days to prepare, but it seemed that events were moving faster than he had anticipated, and those in power were already taking action. Chapter 30, Contribution. The sun was setting on the Aburame clan compound, and Shino sat with his father, Shibi, in their spacious living room. Shino, I also want to talk to you about the dangers of the third part of the Chunin exam, Shibi began. Shino knew that his father was a serious man, and when he spoke, it was always something important. What do you mean, father? Shino asked, not too surprised because he knew his old man was worried about him. The third part of the exam is not like the first and second. It's a display of skill, but also a battle of honor, one where the opponent would not willingly give in. I don't want you to take unnecessary risks, Shibi replied, his voice stern. I understand, father. But I have to take the exam. It's important to me, Shino said, his determination seemingly shining through his glasses. I know, Shino. But you need to understand that the Aburame clan never seeks to stand out. We only need to survive, regardless of the means used, even if it means being someone with a low sense of existence, Shibi said, his words heavy with meaning. Shino understood what his father meant. The Aburame clan was known for their secrecy and their ability to blend into the background, never drawing attention to themselves. The special camouflage bugs he had revealed had drawn too much attention, but Shino knew that he had to do so. It was a part of his plan if he wanted to raise his rank and get more freedom. I understand what you're saying, father. But I have to do well in the exam. I want to prove myself as a ninja, Shino said, his voice unwavering. There was a moment of silence, before Shibi said, his voice softening. I know you do, Shino. And if you're confident in yourself, then you need not worry. I have your back, no matter what. Shino felt a sense of relief wash over him. He knew that his father would always support him, no matter what. Thank you, father. I appreciate your support, Shino said, a smile spreading across his face, but naturally, it was hidden by his high collar. Shino continued to sit there, and the room descended into a moment of silence. He knew this conversation wasn't going to end here. Seeing his patient son, Shibi nodded before he continued, it seems you are also aware, Shino. There is another pressing matter we must discuss. It is about the special species of bugs you revealed in the exam. Shino adjusted his glasses. He knew this moment was coming sooner or later. Then, according to plan. Overmind, the prepared reactive speech is now being displayed. The response will be altered depending on the situation. Please proceed accordingly. A while later, the father and son duo sat in the room, both with glasses hiding their eyes that showed that they were deep in thought. Shino had just revealed his latest discovery to his father, a variant of the clan's signature camouflage bugs that he had stumbled upon during his training exercises. Shibi's eyes were calm, nodding thoughtfully as he considered the implications of Shino's new discovery. This is a significant development, Shino. If you had kept it hidden, father would have found a way to suppress the matter, he said finally, his voice grave. But, you openly revealed it in the Chunin exam. Now, there are many who are interested in acquiring this breeding method. Shino shook his head. It's not too significant, father. I didn't discover this through any special breeding method. It was simply a special mutation that occurred naturally in the bugs during my training exercises. Shibi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Still, there may be those who would pay handsomely for the opportunity to breed these bugs. Or take them through other means. Shino frowned. I don't want to sell the bugs, father. But I am willing to contribute them to others in the Aburame clan who are interested in breeding them. Shibi regarded his son for a moment, his expression inscrutable. Father, I'll let you decide on how to handle them, Shino continued as he placed a seemingly empty vial on a table, but both bug tamers knew there was a batch of camouflaged insects hidden within. Shibi observed the bugs crawling in the vial with interest before keeping it. He then glanced at his son with a softened expression. And what do you want in return? Pardon? Shino was a bit caught off guard with his father's response. Shino, only the weak will be exploited by others in this world. With the Aburame clan's support, father will not let you suffer a loss for nothing. Tell father what you want. Father will find a way to get it for you. Shino hesitated, considering his words carefully. I want to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Shibi raised an eyebrow. That is a significant request, Shino. Do you understand what you are asking for? Shino nodded firmly. I do, father. I know that it is a difficult technique to master, but I believe that it would be an invaluable tool in my arsenal. Even if I fail to learn it, it would be a good reference for research. Shibi leaned back in his chair, his eyes focused on a point in the distance. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu is a closely guarded secret on the Hidden Leaf Village's Scroll of Seals. It is not something that is easily acquired. Also, our Aburame clan is known to not have the talent for such complicated ninjutsus, especially with all the inhabitants of our body. Shino nodded, his eyes never leaving his father's face. I understand that, father. But I am willing to make do with this technique as a reward. Shibi regarded his son for a moment, his expression unreadable. Your contribution is not enough, Shino. But I can delay them for a month. Shino's heart was calm, understanding the hidden meaning, but Shino really couldn't guarantee that his opponent was willing to play the supporting role for him. Nevertheless, Shino knew to be grateful for his father's support. Thank you, father. I'll make sure to show the extent of their value. I won't let you down. Shibi nodded as a slight smile appeared on his face. Knowing how to reveal a part of his cards while keeping bigger hands hidden, knowing how to choose a reward that would openly appear as useless to avoid attracting attention. It seems his son has really grown up. Still, it's good to give the kid some motivation. Of course, he'll have to pull some strings if he really wants to get his hand on that technique. After all, it is a famous S-rank technique. The conversation ended there, but Shino couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to his father's reluctance than he was letting on. He spent the rest of the evening deep in thought, considering if he had showed any flaws. Honestly, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu was something he had been eyeing for a long time, but it was an unexpected surprise to be allowed to request it here. Although the chances of receiving it were slim, Shino was still grateful for his father's care. After all, Shino knew that his plan would never be possible if he didn't have a powerful clan to support him. If he was a genin with no background, the moment he revealed those camouflaged bugs would be the moment he was forced to spit out his secrets. Fortunately, he was born in the Aburame clan. Unfortunately, this won't soften his heart during the implementation of his plan. Becoming a Chunin was something that would happen sooner or later, and there wasn't much need for it to happen now. It would at most delay some of his plans, pushing them back for months. However, Shino still decided to reveal some of his cards, just to gain some unnecessary attention that would work in his benefit. The Aburame clan was a clan of bug tamers, one that posed a threat to any insect-like existence. Naturally, this variable had to be taken into account. Using the analytic capabilities of Alina, Shino constructed a plan, a deep pit for his own Aburame clan. Letting his insects mutated with camouflage abilities attract attention was the first step. The next crucial step has arrived much sooner than he imagined, but he had successfully passed the bugs over to his clan through the hands of his father. Shino adjusted his glasses as a sinister glint shone in his eyes. Beware, for the terror of the Zergs lies not only in their tireless work ethic and adaptive abilities, but in a genetic lock that is passed down from generation to generation. Under their unassuming appearance lays their unswerving allegiance to the hive. They were a deadly force that could become the most loyal spies. Deep within the genetic makeup of the Zerg lay a hidden lock that ensured their unwavering loyalty to the hive mind, a network existing on a completely different dimension. Unless the ninja could discover a way to unravel this enigma and sever the Zerg's connection to the hive, their success in controlling the creatures would simply be a facade. No matter how much effort they invest to expand its population, they would forever only be mere farmers for the true and absolute ruler that lurked within the shadows. Now, we just need to wait for the bugs to breed and spread. Let everyone in the Aburame clan become a user of this special bug. And once that happens, Shino imagined the day when all the bugs living in every Aburame clan's body. At that point, his Zerg network would have spread throughout Hidden Lee Village and into deeply hidden departments he had never been able to get into before, like Root. Not only that, with a single thought, he could cause the bugs within the body of every Aburame clan to riot. The Aburame clan would be completely under his control. The Zerg Dominator was an existence meant to dominate Zergs, and any other existence who has a similar authority over bugs cannot be tolerated. Either be assimilated or extinguished. I hope the clan doesn't make the wrong choice then. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. Under the cover of the moon, a junior member of the Aburame clan had been scheming a diabolical plan, one that threatened to ensnare the entire clan in its treacherous web. As the night dragged on and the moon reached its zenith, the unsuspecting members of the clan slumbered, blissfully unaware of the looming danger that awaited them. Chapter 31, Preparations. Shino was deep in thought as he worked in his secret underground lab. His research had led him to experiment with the conversion of other species into creatures he could control with his Zerg powers. As the progress for unlocking new Zergs rose, the quest for new gene strands to boost the unlocking process had become increasingly difficult, leading to Shino finding himself in a standstill, stuck with his initial Zerg, the drone. With this roadblock, Shino knew that the unlocking of the creation interface was still a long way off, but time was of the essence for Shino. He knew that he couldn't simply wait around for new Zergs to appear out of thin air. He needed to find a way to expand his arsenal, and fast. Naturally, this wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. So, he focused most of his research on things that would have a quicker result and come in handy in the upcoming battle, the neural parasite. Not only was this research important for his personal goals, but it was also crucial for the success of Project Queen. As he delved deeper into his research, Shino relied on Alina's assistance to help him organize, analyze and search through his extensive database. With her advanced computing capabilities, Alina handled the heavy-duty calculations required for his work, freeing up Shino to focus on the more complex and creative aspects of his research. As an advanced Agile system, Alina propelled Shino's research direction to new heights, unveiling a world of possibilities with new techniques and strategies that he never thought possible. "Alina, please give me the current status on the neural implant experiment," Shino requested. Analyzing results. Overmind, there has been successful implantation in several small species, but further testing is needed to determine the full extent of control you have over them. With a nod of satisfaction, Shino felt a glimmer of excitement as he reviewed his progress. Utilizing the vast resources of Alina's database, he had gained an intimate understanding of the intricate biology of various parasites. Using this knowledge, he turned his attention to his own neural parasite, determined to transform it into a sustainable unit capable of complete control over its host. As he delved deeper into the complexities of the neural parasite, Shino grappled with two crucial issues: its limited lifespan and its invasion strength. For weeks, he had been tirelessly researching and experimenting, slowly but surely inching towards a solution that would revolutionize his parasitic manipulation, and finally, he had achieved some results. After experimenting on the two loose ends from Karen's team, he learned through Alina's estimate that he had been able to increase the retention rate of his neural parasite by almost 50%. This breakthrough meant that his control over his hosts was now 50% more effective in terms of both strength and duration. However, the success rate was based on normal humans and Gainians, as obtaining Chunin and Jonin subjects was proving to be a challenge. But based on existing data, Alina had estimated at least a 50% reduction in effectiveness for each increasing rank of power. In conclusion, Shino had managed to extend the effective control time of his neural parasite on Gainins and below from 30 to 45 minutes, a significant improvement that could prove invaluable in future missions. 15 extra minutes may not seem like a lot, but it can be the difference between letting the target break free from his control and successfully injecting another neural parasite into the target to achieve continuous control. As Shino worked tirelessly in his secluded laboratory, he heard a soft voice behind him. "Overmind, how's the experiment going?" The voice belonged to none other than Karen, who had been staying with him at the base. Shino turned around to see Karen standing behind him, a curious expression on her face as she observed his experiments. He had found her to be a much more interesting and intelligent woman than he originally expected. Beneath her unassuming exterior lay a sharp and cunning mind. In fact, she had accomplished what only a select few could achieve at her age, completing the first Chunin exam sheet without resorting to cheating. Such intelligence was a force to be reckoned with, and one that should not be underestimated. Over the course of her stay at his base, she had been intrigued by his research and began reading through the biology books on snakes he had kept in the base, a smokescreen for invaders. To Shino's amazement, he discovered that she had an innate talent for the field at hand. Using his bugs and ink, Shino had Alina print a copy of some of the biology knowledge from his extensive knowledge database onto physical scrolls for her. After weeks, she was already able to dabble in his research. Albeit young, he still valued her input in his work as she could offer her own unique perspective and insights. She had proved to be a valuable asset in his quest for greater understanding of the neural parasites. "The experiment is going well, Karen," Shino replied. "We have successfully transplanted the parasite into some species and achieved initial control, but there is still much to be done." Karen nodded, her eyes scanning the lab as she took in the equipment and the various specimens. "It's incredible what you've been able to achieve, Overmind. Just tell me where you need my help." Shino smiled, appreciating the offer. He could tell she was really passionate about his research and she wasn't led astray by her emotions. "Thank you, Karen. I'm glad to have you here to help me with this." Karen blushed, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. As they continued to get along, she had secretly fallen deeper for this young man, admiring his dedication and intelligence more and more. "I'm happy to be here, Overmind. Is there anything you need to use me for?" Shino paused, passing the query to Alina. Not long later, the optimal experiment was assigned to the young lad. "Actually, yes. I need you to verify the effects that your blood has on the growth of the neural parasite again. I'm sure you know your own limits, but I'll remind again, do it in moderation. Don't harm yourself badly again." Karen nodded, a sweet feeling arising in her heart as she recalled the young man's worried face when he discovered her intentional self-harm. However, she hid this in her heart and stepped forward, eager to assist in any way she could. She leaned closer to Shino, her eyes scanning the data readouts that filled the lab and secretly stealing glances at the young man's handsome profile. "What do you need me to do?" "The usual, but with a few modifications." Shino explained his established analysis plan to Karen, and the two of them began working together to interpret the results of the implantation experiments. Karen naturally drew blood from her own arm and familiarly injecting them into the neural parasites on the petri dishes. She then added the unknown mass of purplish biological substance called the creep. Carefully controlling the volume of both her blood and biomass, she tried to find the correct balance that could let the parasite thrive. After her routine with the parasites, Karen approached the nearby cages with a devious glint in her eye. Inside, innocent-looking creatures awaited their fate. She injected them with a concoction of her blood and parasites, watching as their bodies twisted and writhed in response. Suddenly, one of the creature's body began to deform, distorting and morphing into an unrecognizable shape. Experiment number 23 has shown signs of out of control, requesting disposal. Karen's voice was emotionless as she issued the order. Following her voice, a purplish slime flowed out from a pipe embedded in the lab wall and devoured the creature in a frenzy. Moments later, the cage was left spotless, as if nothing had ever been there. Not far from Karen, Shino glanced over it with a slight smile before refocusing on his own experiment. He was going through a similar process, but with his own blood and the many spare blood samples he had collected, mainly of Bahrain clan blood. As they worked, they occasionally took breaks to bond as they talked about their past experiences and shared their thoughts and ideas about the future. At first, their ideas differ as expected, but over the course of the month, their ideas for the future began to become more and more similar. It seemed one had conformed to the ideas of the other, as if one had become an extension of the other. Shino kept this in his heart and couldn't help but sigh for this silly girl. Shino couldn't help but notice how beautiful Karen looked as she worked, her eyes focused on the data in front of her. He couldn't deny the attraction he felt towards her after just nearly a month of getting along, especially since she was one of the few who didn't interrupt his speech. Unlike many of the young girls in Hidden Leaf Village who had grown up in a more peaceful environment, Karen was raised in difficult times, growing into a girl with a fierce determination and attentiveness to those around her, willing to sacrifice her all to reach her goal, previously to survive, but now. Shino wasn't a block of wood, and it was clear to him that his hero plan had succeeded. Now, he had to bear the weight of playing with the other's emotions. However, her careful thoughts and attention to him certainly raised his affection. But he knew that his plans was his top priority, and he couldn't let his personal feelings get in the way. As the night wore on, Shino and Karen continued to work, deep in thought and discussion. They made significant progress on the analysis and were pleased with the results. Softly humming happily to herself, Karen left the lab after an exhausting day of research. Shino adjusted his glasses as his eyes followed his jovial assistance until her footsteps faded away. He certainly enjoyed his time with her, but... Overmind. Project Queen implementation has been completed. Initiate Project Queen? It seems time wasn't on her side. However, Shino decided to delay the plan for a couple of days, schedule the plan for after. After all, there is now a more important event he had to focus on. Sitting down with a composed demeanor, his consciousness left, returning the lab to its usual quiet ambience. On the return journey through the vast and intricate Zerg network, his consciousness seemed to expand beyond its usual boundaries, perceiving the bugs he had sent out to monitor Hidden Leaf Village. In mere moments, a wealth of information seemed to have flooded his mind. With the arrival of many merchants, ninjas, civilians, and diplomats, a festive atmosphere had settled on Hidden Leaf Village. Some ninjas celebrated together, carefree and drunk, while others roam alone. The air in Hidden Leaf Village was electric, charged with festivity as merchants, ninjas, civilians, and diplomats alike flocked to the village. Amidst the merrymaking and revelry, some ninjas celebrated and drank together, while others wandered the streets alone, lost in their own thoughts. A certain boy in an orange jumpsuit was roaming through the festive streets, internally troubled by his encounter with a fellow monster. Meanwhile, the object of his turmoil lurked on a rooftop, gazing pensively at the moon. And for some, the festivities held no appeal, as they hunkered down indoors to prepare for the challenges of the coming days, whether they be virtuous or nefarious. It's tomorrow, isn't it? Chapter 32, Chunin Tournament starts the following morning. He awakened, feeling refreshed and ready to tackle the challenge coming next. As Shino entered the dining room, he found his favorite dishes already laid out, tempting him with their aromas. Unlike months ago, Shino had restrained his consumption. Now, it was usual for him to have a small meal. He had discovered in the past months that he could sustain himself with his biomass points, and didn't require food as long as he had enough biomass. But Shino still savored the act of eating for the pleasure it gave him and to preserve his tenuous connection to his humanity. After all, he had discovered that relying solely on his Zerg powers had its drawbacks, and he needed to maintain a balance between his biological and instinctive nature, lest he wakes up one day and become a mindless Zerg dominator whose only goal is to devour worlds. Plus, every biomass point was a valuable resource that could be used for much greater purposes than just satisfying his hunger. He couldn't afford to waste them when unnecessary and would rather save them for a rainy day. As he ate the hearty breakfast his mother prepared, Shino had Alina put on the morning drama, Today's episode featured the female lead using art of negotiation to help the protagonist out of his slump. Then, the second male lead showed up in the end, missing his chance completely. TSK, if this world wasn't so dangerous, they could act in a romance series. As the last morsel of his meal vanished down his throat, Shino made his way towards the Chunin exam venue, where the opening ceremony would be held soon. His mind raced with anticipation, eager to witness the drama and spectacle that was about to unfold today. Adjusting his glasses, Shino listened to Alina's report. Target Dasukanada is determined to be missing in action. Estimated to forfeit his battle, target Sasuke Uchiha is determined to be missing in action. Estimated to forfeit his battle, target Naruto Uzumaki is estimated to arrive at destination in 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 6 minutes. 12 minutes. Shino's mouth twitched imperceptibly, but he ignored these, knowing that both protagonists would show up fashionably late, just like their teacher. As Shino neared the exam venue, his keen senses picked up on a subtle shift in the air. Pausing for a moment, he scanned his surroundings, and his eyes settled on a figure standing nearby. Clad in attire that mirrored his own, the familiar yet enigmatic man stood with arms crossed, his demeanor inscrutable. It was as though he had been waiting for Shino all along. "Father, what brings you here?" Shino asked as he with raised brows. Shibi walked over to his son, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Just be careful, Shino. The third part of the exam is not to be taken lightly. Since you've decided to step into the light, give it your all. I have faith in you," he said, his voice filled with pride before he lowered his tone. "It seems you have noticed something as well. Just be vigilant. The exam may not end peacefully." Shino's glasses glinted in the light as he adjusted them, his mind racing with thoughts. The upper clans of the village were not ignorant of the impending danger, yet they had let it happen. Were they underestimating the danger, or were there other considerations? The situation was intriguing, to say the least. However, Shino pushed these musings aside with a nod of his head towards his father, silently conveying his understanding. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Shibi nodded towards his son before his body suddenly burst into a swarm of bugs, which scattered in every direction, disappearing from view. It appeared that his father had important tasks to attend to, yet he took the time to warn his son of impending danger. As Shino strode towards the venue, his glasses caught the glimmer of the sun, reflecting a hint of intrigue in his eyes. The boisterous hum of the crowd grew louder as he approached, and the excitement in the air was palpable. Passing through the entrance gate, the piercing gazes of the young Gainians, waiting with the Jonin Proctor Genma Shiranui, fell upon him in silence. But amidst the stern stares, one familiar face acknowledged him with a nod: Shikamaru. The arena was enormous, surrounded by tall walls and multiple blocks of spectator stands filled with cheering. Sweeping his eyes around, Shino scanned the enormous arena constructed for the event. The towering walls and sprawling spectator stands created a surreal environment, where a sea of people eagerly awaited the start of the tournament. Parents, ninjas, diplomats, civilians, and elders all gathered to witness the impressive feats of young Gainians, eager to see what the next generation of ninjas were capable of. As Shino surveyed the area, his keen eyes caught sight of some shadowy figures lurking in the background. Clad in black and concealing their faces behind white masks, they were none other than the infamous Anbu, the special assassination and tactical squad under the direct dispatch of the ninja village leader. This top-secret squad of elite operatives tasked with safeguarding Hidden Leaf Village's most vital locations. Despite their low profile, their presence did not escape Shino's notice. A faint glimmer flickered in his glasses as he mused that, although it seems the village leaders had taken precautions against the looming threat, they had not anticipated the full extent of the danger that lay ahead. Shino knew. They had underestimated the danger and didn't prepare enough, or was it intentional? Perhaps lurking in the shadows is a conniving old man with a burning desire to become Hokage, willing to do whatever it takes to seize the throne, including turning a blind eye to the dangers of inviting a wolf into his home. The possibility of hidden agendas and ulterior motives hangs over the scene.